Chapter 50, Overwhelmed. Chapter 50, Overwhelmed. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. Upon seeing AI Huey's stunned expression, the teacher smiled a little, but soon resumed his no-nonsense demeanor. Don't worry. Whether you agree or not, I will tell you everything I know and have studied. I will not conceal anything. Plus, even if you do agree, I can only review your training regimen and provide some pointers. Outside of that, I can't help much. I am poor and do not have many connections despite having taught the basics of training for 30 years. He finished his last sentence somewhat self-deprecatingly. AI Hui felt odd. Why are you interested in me? I have a low aptitude and am just as poor. Ha ha. The teacher burst out laughing. I've known from the start that you have a low aptitude and are poor, but that's okay. You don't need much talent to understand my theories. All you need is patience and perseverance, which are qualities that I saw in you, but... AI Hui no longer hesitated and made a respectful bow. Your disciple pays respect, master. The teacher was pleasantly surprised and truly moved. Good, good, good. AI Hui also became very enthusiastic. He had been an orphan since he was little. Now that a teacher was willing to take him in as a disciple, one could easily imagine how touched he was. One was an impoverished intellectual who had been struggling to elevate himself over the past few decades, but no one appreciated his ideas. The other was an inept youth who had a thirst for learning. One was old, the other young, but at this moment, they were like partners in crime. It took half a day for them to calm down. The teacher was a bit embarrassed. I am already so old, but my emotions are still not tamed. Shameful, shameful. AI Hui merely grinned. The teacher continued, I'll have to tell you my name first. I am Wang Shouchuan. You are from the old territory, right? Yes, my name is AI Hui and I am from the old territory. I worked in the wilderness for the last 3 years. AI Hui introduced himself as well. Wang Shouchuan came to a realization. I've heard about you before. I remembered the moment you mentioned the wilderness. Being able to survive after toiling away in the wilderness for 3 years, you are remarkable. The longer the old man looked at AI Hui, the more satisfied he became. When it came to survival in the wilderness, not to mention the laborers without combat experience, even the geniuses from the induction ground were not guaranteed to return. The old man had taught 30 years of classes in Central Pine City and had seen all kinds of students. But one like AI Hui? This was his first. Why did it matter if he had a low aptitude? When did the induction ground ever fail to produce a few distinguished students out of those who had average potentials? At the start, he had known that AI Hui was persistent, but he was not sure if AI Hui could sustain himself. Now knowing AI Hui's history, however, freed the Wang Shouchuan from all his worries. How else could an impetuous laborer survive a 3-year stay in the wilderness? Bearing typical hardship was even less of a worry. The old man finally realized why AI Hui possessed a certain maturity and stability that was atypical for his age. A disciple who had been sharpened by such an experience was not considered an ordinary person. The old man knew that he had picked up an unpolished gem today. Come, let me properly explain my theories. The old man was suddenly full of zeal. You have said a lot. When it comes to human interaction, if two persons have conflicting temperaments and can't agree on things, then wanting them to build a rapport would be a never-ending process, like the stories told in Arabian Nights. AI Hui nodded his head repeatedly. That was true. He immediately thought of an apt example. Duan Mu Bangwan. That despicable, disdainful, hypocritical, childish, heartless fellow. If AI Hui were to be a team with this kind of person, AI Hui would definitely have to get rid of him before the enemies. Having a compatible partner is very important. If both have similar personalities, it would be easy to connect on a deeper level, the old educator said. AI Hui nodded his head once again. That was true. He thought of another perfect example. Lu Lan. Lu Lan was good, warm-hearted, helpful, kind, trustworthy, and had great culinary skills. Despite having known each other for only a short period of time, they had already become close friends who told each other everything without the slightest hesitation. Even with a suitable partner, time is still needed to mold the relationship. You have to spend time getting to know your partner, learning his habits, and letting him adjust to yours. This way there will be mutual understanding, Old Man Wang concluded. That's right. AI Hui agreed wholeheartedly. Elemental energy works the same way. The old man continued, in today's training routines, people view elemental energy as more of a tool than a partner. There is nothing wrong with this since elemental energy has no consciousness. However, elemental energy as a tool is very complicated and not as easy as people imagine it to be. With relish, he concluded, that is because the nature of elemental energy is mutable. However, when he saw A.I. Huey's calm face, he was taken aback. As if his doubts were not resolved, he asked, "Aren't you shocked? This is something different from what other teachers are teaching, right?" "What you said made a lot of sense," A.I. Huey said matter-of-factly, before elaborating, "just like metal elemental energy for example. Energy in the suspending golden pagoda is more intense and milder compared to the energy in the whirlpool spring, proving that metal elemental energy can have different qualities. Although they are different, they can transform. This is nothing strange either. After the metal elemental energy flows out of the pagoda, it will probably undergo gradual changes." The old man was dumbstruck. He had extensively researched before reaching this conclusion, and he had not expected A.I. Huey to simply list out a reason. Actually, A.I. Huey wanted to add that the energy could be transformed even if it could not by natural process. By shattering it, for example. Recovering from his stupor, the old man became even happier and complimented, "You have wits indeed." He continued, "Every human body possesses slightly different properties. Metal elemental energies of different forms would have different compatibilities too. This is why we need to find the elemental energy that is most convenient for us so it can better suit our bodies. Training today only considers one issue, compatibility, or what we call aptitude, whether or not the energy is easy to absorb. But what if there is elemental energy that is more difficult to absorb, yet can be utilized even more smoothly and easily? Few people consider this. A.I. Huey had no problem understanding, and even expounded from there. Like me. I have a lower aptitude, but a higher endurance. I can choose to train with purer metal elemental energy. Although the absorption is slower, it is more effective when employed. Was this principle not very similar to his own training? Indeed, while both analyzed from different angles, their core idea was the same. Plus, did this not clarify that Master's theories aligned with his own? A.I. Huey looked forward to the upcoming training. The old man stared at A.I. Huey blankly. Could it be that the ideas he had been deliberating for the past few decades were actually very simple? Or was it that the student who was willing to listen to him, whom he had finally found and had luckily accepted as a disciple, was actually a genius? The old man felt overwhelmed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, Picked Up a Gem. Chapter 51, Picked Up a Gem. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. A.I. Huey looked at his teacher in anticipation, waiting for him to continue his explanation. While the old man had a dumbfounded expression, A.I. Huey was not satisfied. He knew that his deductions were mostly based on feeling, and feeling was often inaccurate. Teacher Wang was no master, but he possessed a strong foundation since he had lectured in the induction ground for several decades. Deeply moved, the old man shook his head slightly. We were meant to be a team. The old man knew that finding a disciple like A.I. Huey was not an easy matter. There were many teachers in the induction ground who were stronger, more qualified, and more senior than him, but how many of them could find such a compatible disciple? The induction ground encouraged teachers to accept multiple disciples, but the majority of the teachers did not. A disciple was different from a student. A student had to attend the teacher's classes, but a disciple had to continue their legacies and doctrines. Therefore, unless they really favored a student, teachers would not lightly accept someone as a disciple. Most of the teachers believed that it was better to choose nothing than to select something substandard. The old man was not someone with a reputation within the induction ground, and no one showed interest in his theories, but he still would not carelessly recruit disciples. No matter how uninspiring, his theories represented the years of hard work he had put in after all. If he were to impart his ideals to a student who did not agree, he would not rest in peace. The old man was more than satisfied and pleased with A.I. Huey. Although he was behind other teachers in terms of achievements, his luck in finding a compatible disciple was worth envying. A.I. Huey's yearning gaze made him even happier. Let's talk about the second issue. Elemental energy is very suitable for you, but time is still needed in order to establish a good rapport. In other words, you have to unleash the potential of the elemental energy in your body. Everyone's elemental energy is different, yet how many moves are there? You've just activated your natal resonance and intrinsically wield metal attribute, so there are 22 moves you can practice. Which ones fit you? You don't know. A lot of people choose the moves based on interest, feeling, formidability, and appearance. This approach is not beneficial. You've just activated your natal resonance and stepped foot upon the path of training. The formidability of moves is not something you have to consider yet. What you need to ascertain is how you can lay a solid foundation for this tedious journey. AI Hui was enlightened by his words. The language was plain, but the meaning was exceedingly profound. The old man's expression became stern and earnest. Understand your elemental energy and understand your body. The true meaning behind training is to achieve a perfect integration of these two. AI Hui said respectfully, I will definitely bear your instructions in mind. The old man was quite comforted. He carried on, now let's talk about the practical aspect about how you should train. Tell me first, how do you develop your elemental energy? AI Hui then sincerely shared how he first developed a strand of elemental energy in the wilderness, how he trained in the suspending golden pagoda, how he designed a set of custom-made backless armor, how he thought of using the arching fish back to shatter the silvery strands of metal element, how he broke through the natal palace, and so on. He told his teacher everything pertaining to his elemental energy. The old man was left stupefied once again. After a while, he hesitatingly asked, You thought of these all by yourself? He knew it was a stupid question the moment the words left his mouth. AI Hui had just talked about his ideas, how they came about, and where he had gotten his inspiration from. AI Hui nodded. Yes, I thought of those. The old man was completely and utterly convinced that the disciple he had just accepted was a genius. An extraordinary genius. His eyes brightened and he gazed at AI Hui as if he was looking at a unique treasure. AI Hui's aptitude was low, and in this era where aptitude was deemed paramount, he would definitely not be considered a genius. However, he had matured early and acquired an extreme level of insight toward training. The old teacher had never seen such qualities in anyone else. He had picked up a gem. The old man's gaze made AI Hui anxious. Teacher? As if he had woken from a dream, the old man regained his senses and praised, This is beyond my expectations, so I am truly shocked. You have such knowledge and experience despite having no one to guide you. Not bad at all. I believe you would succeed even without my help. I'm quite lucky, ha ha ha. Slightly embarrassed, AI Hui did not know what to say. He had never been commended before. Nothing came easily to him and he had to work hard for everything: training, the wilderness, catching up with the team, and so on. After hearing the compliment, he was at a loss, which was a rare occurrence. Upon seeing AI Hui's expression, the old man became happier. He chuckled for quite some time before stopping and becoming serious. AI Hui knew then that his teacher had something else to say. He also regained his focus. The fact that his disciple was a genius truly stirred the old man's heart. AI Hui had already proven his worth, and the old man was determined not to lose in this aspect. His gaze flickered with wisdom and radiance as he began speaking, Your train of thought is correct and you have a solid foundation. These are good. It is advantageous for you to have an overflowing amount of elemental energy before breaking through the residences. This we can talk about in future. Let's discuss the current problem you're facing with your training. Above the concrete methods lie additional methods. You utilize metal elemental energy, so what are its characteristics? Sharp, powerful, and effective in battle are some facts that everyone knows. There is nothing wrong with you adopting the metal elementalist's path of thinking. What we need to do now is to let you discern which metal elemental energy is the most efficacious for you. AI Hui hastily followed the old man out of the school building. They came to a shabby garden. Inside, there were heaps of strange tools of all shapes and sizes. This garden used to belong to another teacher. He moved out and abandoned this place, so I use it now, the old man said softly. Out of my personal interest, I have remodeled the items here and they have not yet been used. Plus, I had little else to do aside from teaching classes. A lot of things have accumulated over the past few decades. Looking at the garden full of strange tools, AI Hui could not contain his admiration. No matter who, for no matter how small of a matter, it was not at all easy to continue persevering for a few decades. Concentration and dedication required a calm heart that could endure loneliness. These things are finally going to be useful. The old man looked at his items with a certain ruefulness. He was unsure if it was due to the fact that they were collecting dust for so long or that they were finally going to see the light of day. Or could it be that he was feeling rueful about himself? The good thing was that it was not too late. With a face full of wrinkles, the old man stood proudly in the garden before his tools like a king overlooking his kingdom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, 7-word name. Chapter 52, 7-word name. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. I've extensively researched the 5 elemental energies. The old man's preamble stunned AI Hui. The most studied topic regarding metal elemental energy is its deadliness. Combat is the metal elementalist's main purpose. In terms of the level of complexity, metal element is the simplest one out of the 5 elements. Simplest does not seem right. I should say that they require the most concentration. What elementalists need a lot of botanical knowledge, earth elementalists have to maintain sand puppets, water elementalists have azure wings as well as the most intricate techniques, and fire elementalists have to learn to smelt metal. Metal elementalists have only one requirement: to pursue fighting strength. From this perspective, they are similar to the ancient swordsmen. Those bygone warriors paid no attention to other things and were pure contenders seeking to become the best. Metal elementalists are somewhat like this. Battling is a sophisticated matter. You have more experience and know this better than I do. It is pretty embarrassing. I have been teaching for so long, but have never been to the front line or the wilderness. I am also not a proficient fighter. I can only support you by helping you to understand your own body and your own elemental energy. The old man rummaged through the piled-up tools, revealing some copper armor. He patted the dust off of it and heaved a sigh of relief. I did not throw this out after all. Come, let us try this. We curiously glanced at the copper armor before him. The workmanship was rough and ugly. There were marks everywhere and it was obvious that it had been modified, since the sheen of the newer copper plates contrasted with the old. Many vein lines had been engraved on the armor and were overlapping in certain areas. We could locate the positions of the 5 residences and 8 palaces by looking at the densely concentrated areas of vein lines on the armor. Teacher, what is this copper armor for? We asked out of curiosity. This is used to test your body. Of course, this is for the metal attribute, the old man answered, somewhat pleased. Its full name is a little long, but I call it the 1000 Prajna Elemental Energy All-Seeing Copper Armor. Prajna is a Buddhist term for wisdom and 1000 Prajna refers to its ability to imitate many kinds of elemental energy attributes. This one in particular is specifically used to test for metal elemental energy. All-Seeing reflects the armor's function, which is to identify the wearer's aptitude. It can imitate all kinds of metal elemental energies, stimulates your body with these various energies, and tells you which type of metal elemental energy suits you the best. What do you think? Pretty good, huh? I spent 2 months designing it and another 3 crafting it. The induction grounds aptitude test is so rudimentary that it failed to detect a genius like you. Those myopic fellows. The old man was certain his disciple was a diamond in the rough and had started defending him unconditionally. You're amazing. Hui sighed in heartfelt amazement as his eyes lit up. Although he had a feeling from the start that his teacher was skillful, after seeing the copper armor with his own eyes, Hui's reverence for the old man flared up. And that name? 1000 Prajna Elemental Energy All-Seeing Copper Armor. 7 words, really long indeed. While inwardly ridiculing that name, Hui observed the unrefined copper armor with excited eyes. Even a rookie like Hui knew it would be highly beneficial to identify his most compatible metal elemental energy. This copper armor alone was enough for him to regard his teacher as respectable. Of course. How can I be your teacher otherwise? The old man was full of pride. Hui could not wait any longer. Can I try it on? Come. The old man hurriedly put the armor on for Hui as he said, rest assured. I've mulled over the design carefully. My 1000 Prajna Elemental Energy All-Seeing Copper Armor is definitely an epic-defining work of art. It is a pity no one else witnessed the construction, missing a moment of such great historical significance. Oh well, pioneers are always lonely and singing loudly on their solitary journey. Us too, we will be fighting for the truth. As Hui listened, he had a premonition. He thought of something as his helmet was equipped and buckled up. Teacher, have you tried using this before? Yes. The old man gave a don't you worry look, allowing Hui to feel less nervous. His next sentence, however, made Hui tense up immediately. But previously, one eye had used Itwa for the fire attribute. The old man patted the armor. It was tightly fastened and only Hui's eyes could be seen. He saw the anxiety in Hui and comforted him. Relax, the versions are all more or less the same for each attribute. Oh wait, I have to find the operating compass. Give me a moment. The old man dug through the garbage heap once again. Hey, where I did throw it. Why can't I find it? Hui's concern grew even stronger as he started to doubt his decision. Found it. The old man's cheer resounded from the mountain of equipment. Shortly after, he crawled out with his hair all messed up and a dark green plate in his hand. On it were all kinds of symbols Hui did not recognize. It seemed impressive. Strangely, AI Hui regained confidence. With his attire and appearance in disarray, the device in his hand, and his eyes shining, the old man relished in this momentous occasion. His dream was about to take off. His clothes fluttered without any breeze, his unkempt dismal hair was like that of a poet, and his radiant pupils seemed as though they could see through all worldly objects. He said in a low, but powerful voice, "I'm going to start." His hands, like flowing water, moved across the operating compass. Bzzzt bzzzt. A silver electric current flowed on the surface of the copper armor. AI Hui opened his eye wide in fear and his body shook non-stop like a sieve. He wanted to call for help, but nothing came out of his mouth. Why is there lightning? The old man was puzzled. AI Hui felt like crying. Who am I to ask if you ask me? The old man stopped operating the compass, walked to the now inert armor, and kicked it a few times before starting the remote again. AI Hui, who had just started to relax, opened his eyes wide once more, and his body again shook like a sieve as a numbness spread. Black fumes billowed from the copper armor and AI Hui was soon surrounded by black smog. The old man muttered, "Why is there smoke again? Did the rain tarnish it? Oh, wrong remote. This is for the wood attribute, no wonder. AI Hui almost passed out when hearing this. He finally knew why he felt uneasy. He was going to quit this test the moment his body recovered. That's right. Must stop. AI Hui swore to himself. Then, he saw a silver compass in a hand. That hand lightly shook the operating compass as the old man's voice was heard. Nothing will go wrong this time. AI Hui, it's starting. AI Hui's immobilized body involuntarily trembled. Even before the old man finished talking, AI Hui's eyes spasmed wide once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, Hegemon of the Palaces. Chapter 53, Hegemon of the Palaces. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. If there were words to describe how AI Hui felt then, it would have to be that his heart was being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The sharp metal elemental energy entered his body from all angles, and he felt as if he was a cloth puppet being stung by bees. Unfortunately, this happened only after his numbness disappeared, allowing the pain to intensify. If it was not for the fact that he was used to the pricking pain from his stay in the suspending golden pagoda, he would have been shrieking miserably and endlessly. His time in the pagoda had trained him to better endure agony like this. Your stamina is quite impressive, huh? The old man was amazed. Ever since this prototype was created, he had been the only test subject. He had experienced the pain from the fire attribute armor. His ghostly howls and wails gave an assistant teacher such a shock that he lost control and threw the operating compass far away. On the other hand, AI Hui had yet to make any sound so far. He was indeed a wild beast in human form, one who managed to survive the wilderness. The old man's eyes flashed. As a teacher with countless ideas, what was more important than a strong, durable disciple as a test subject? He could practically imagine how having a disciple like AI Hui would help him to advance his theories and research by leaps and lead to substantial breakthroughs. A perfect partner to experiment with. He licked his lips as if he had seen fine delicacies as he mumbled, increase the intensity, elemental energy becomes more fragmented, metal elemental energy is a little foreign, no problem, try a few more times. Thousands of heart-piercing arrows became thousands of ants devouring AI Hui's body and he began to tremble. The old man was a good example of what would happen if decades of accumulated passion was released all at once. He had a frenzied gaze, was muttering to himself as he stared at the operating compass in his hand, and unceasingly adjusted the armor's elemental energy while looking at the luster of the copper armor. As he fiddled with the remote, the copper armor illuminated as well. AI Hui felt as if he had fallen into hell and into the 18th level no less. The elemental energy stimulating his body was constantly changing. Numb, itchy, painful, hot, sore, and so on, all kinds of different sensations appeared in different parts of his body. Before putting on the armor, he had never imagined that metal elemental energy had so many permutations. Every variation happened without any warning. That feeling was simply such a painful revelation. Beneath the teacher's messy hair, his eyes were fervent and focused. The light on the armor kept changing, and he stood by the side taking notes with each transition while saying words and terms that AI Hui had no knowledge of. AI Hui had no other thoughts at this point. He just wanted this purgatory experiment to end as soon as possible. This set of copper armor had no practical value. AI Hui acknowledged that his endurance level was higher than average, but a few times he had almost passed out and a few times his mind went blank. He suspected that students with slightly weaker constitutions would be in danger. Even if it was not physically hazardous, it would be traumatizing and would become a mental block that hindered future training. What an extreme product. This thought floated across his mind, but what he focused more on was his admiration for his teacher. Although the entire process was like a tortuous purge, to the point where dying was a better choice, we felt the potential of the procedure. Even the many-minute differences within the metal elemental energy were individually amazing. We had a very strong feeling that even if this test produced negligible results, his interaction with so many different kinds of metal elemental energy would be considerably beneficial for future trainings. If he had not experienced it once for himself, he would be absolutely ignorant of the slight differences within the energies. They were all metal elemental energies, but each had subtle distinctions which would reveal their entirely unique nature. Metal elemental energy had an overall character, but contained respective variations as well. The teacher's knowledge ran deep. We knew that when it came to principles like these, he would not be able to achieve any result just by fumbling about on his own. All of a sudden, an intense wave passed over his natal residences. At this point, the old man raised his head. Let's test your 5 residences and 8 palaces to see which ones are stronger and which are weaker. Hui was stunned. It was the first time he had heard that some of the 5 residences and 8 palaces were stronger than others. As if he had read Hui's mind, the old man started to explain, teachers do not usually lecture about this. It is more complicated since there are so many students and plenty of problems involved. You just have to think about it this way. Some people are right-handed while others are left-handed. Some were born with a stronger and more agile left leg. The human body is balanced yet unbalanced. The same goes for the 5 residences and 8 palaces. Some would be stronger and others would be weaker. This used to be a heritage secret in some influential families, but now it's widespread. Those families were amazing, and the research they have completed was so thorough. Knowing the strengths and weaknesses of your palaces would be very advantageous for your subsequent training sessions. Comprehension flashed across Hui's face. What the old man had said made a lot of sense and was very convincing. Your open natal elemental residence is not bad since you only broke through after filling up your elemental energy. As I have said before, waiting is beneficial since it allows your natal elemental residence to stabilize. Most people, however, do not have the patience. The old man spoke while he tinkered with the operating compass. Shortly, a ball of bright light lit up in Hui's left palm. Not bad, the palace in your left hand is not bad at all. It's a strong palace. Soon, another ball of bright light appeared in his right palm. Palace in the right hand is a strong one as well. Not bad, there is balance in your hands and some moves can only be learned if there's balance. The palace in the left foot is a strong one. Oh my, the palace in the right foot is also strong. Balanced legs and all limbs are balanced. The old man commented in bewilderment, face full of excitement. Son, you have a flair for combat. Balanced limbs, perfect reptile, I know a few extremely powerful moves which require coordination of the limbs. 200 years ago, the leader of the infantry division, Wu Yan, possessed precisely this balance of strong palaces in every limb. Know what his nickname was? Iron Octopus. Ha, you're indeed my disciple. Reptile. We did not know what to say, but it sounded fearsome. Still, adding the word iron in front of octopus did not make it sound any fiercer at all. Strong Earth Palace. Strong Sea Palace. Gate Palace is strong. Son, if your Sky Palace is strong, you're invincible. A body full of strong palaces. Absolutely awesome. No points of weakness. A perfect 5 residences and 8 palaces. Know what this is called? Hegemon of the palaces. The Sky Palace was located between the eyebrows. Looking at how agitated his teacher was becoming, Hui was also excited. Hegemon of the palaces. It sounded domineering, but why did he think about rape? The Chinese words for hegemon of the palaces sounds like an abbreviation for a Chinese idiom which means to force oneself upon somebody, to rape. A body full of strong palaces was more pleasing to hear. Sky Palace, it must be a strong palace, eh? The old man stopped suddenly as he stared blankly at Hui's helmet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Twinkle Twinkle. Chapter 54, Twinkle Twinkle. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. Looking at his teacher's surprised expression, Hui stared vacantly at himself as his heart skipped a beat. He was like a gambler scratching a lottery ticket. The first numbers matched and only the last one remained. The jackpot was just one number away. He felt his heart in his throat and excruciating pressure. AI Hui had always viewed himself as someone who could maintain his composure well, but at this instant, he could not contain his agitation at all. He knew clearly that he was not gifted. Although teacher had often proclaimed him a genius, this did not improve his inferior aptitude. With great difficulty, he actually managed to possess 7 strong palaces. He was only 1 strong palace away from the legendary existence known as the hegemon of the palaces. Sure, it was the first time AI Hui had heard about the hegemon of the palaces. He did not actually know if it was truly legendary. Looking at his teacher's fervent expression, however, he was quite convinced that the title referred to a very powerful, natural talent. From the start, AI Hui felt pretty much hopeless when it came to his innate abilities. When someone suddenly informed him that he actually possessed a hidden and potent gift, one could only imagine the turmoil he felt after hearing the news. But teacher is not moving nor saying anything. The radiance in AI Hui's eyes dimmed. Alright, so he was not a hegemon after all. If the last one was a strong palace, teacher would have mentioned it immediately. AI Hui recovered from his disappointment quickly and started laughing mentally. He had been too greedy. What more could he possibly ask for when his limbs were balanced and 7 out of his 8 palaces were strong? As someone who had been fumbling in the dark for so long, he yearned for the light, but did not dare to claim the entire sun. He was like a poor and hard-working laborer, daydreaming about winning a small amount of prize money, but never wishing for an excessive windfall. Why is this light twinkling? Is it a strong or weak palace? The old man muttered, his voice full of doubt. Perhaps there's really something wrong with the copper armor? Seems like it, or it wouldn't flicker like that. Silverish white light glowed from 7 of the palaces. They shined brightly and continuously. The Sky Palace, however, was sometimes bright and sometimes dim. For a moment it was a strong palace, but at another it became weak? Could it be that the Sky Palace was volatile? At this time, the old man had already readjusted his mental state. The old man kicked the armor and even smacked the helmet a few times. Same result. This is really weird. What is going on? The old man mumbled perplexedly. Is the helmet defective? I have to find the blueprints. Did something go wrong during the designing process? After much effort, AI Hui took off the heavy copper armor. He was sweating buckets and was as wet as if he had been fished out of water. His clothes were drenched, his face was pale, his body exhausted, and some of his muscles continued to uncontrollably twitch. Breathing in the fresh air, AI Hui felt he was revived after what seemed like a lifetime ago. The letdown from earlier vanished into thin air and there was only joy after the calamity. Son, no problem. The old man consoled AI Hui. I will redesign the 1000 Prajna. I've gotten many new inspirations and have already thought of the possible mistakes that have been made. Don't worry, the new version will be perfect. I could even include new features. We can do a retest when it's done. The word retest sent AI Hui's body into a fit of shivering. He could not bear to imagine undergoing such a torturous test for a second time and hurriedly replied, I think it's very accurate, teacher. I think the results are great, so we don't have to test it again. Having 7 strong palaces is good enough. It's not too late to conduct a retest after I've developed my Sky Palace. The old man thought about it and concurred. Out of the 5 residences and 8 palaces, the Sky Palace was the hardest to develop. Most students left it for last. Judging from AI Hui's progress, the Sky Palace was still a distant goal. What you said makes a lot of sense. The old man decided not to bother himself with the hegemon of the palaces. Plus, he could tell that his disciple was in a pitiful state and felt quite apprehensive. He had finally found a disciple. If he experimented too much on AI Hui. No, if he trained AI Hui so hard that he broke, where would he find another disciple as good as AI Hui? Most people could not endure his test. He himself only managed to persevere for 3 minutes before crying out loud. It wasn't a minor feat for AI Hui to persevere through and complete the test. The old man quickly smiled. Son, having 7 strong palaces is already a great gift. Let's discuss the concrete training methods. My secret methods. AI Hui's body had recuperated after a period of panting. He perked up upon hearing those words. Although his teacher wasn't very reliable at times, it was a fact that he had substantial knowledge. Noticing that AI Hui had revived by quite a bit, the teacher thought to himself that his disciple had quite a sturdy physique. AI Hui's recovery speed was faster than most people's. Maybe he should test this out someday? This quality was quite rare, and it would be a pity if it wasn't put to good use. How could this advantage be effectively utilized? He had to think this over properly. Sir? AI Hui saw that his teacher was in a daze and quickly called for his attention. Oh. The old man regained his senses and said lightly, I will have to analyze your test results for a few days before giving you the report. Meanwhile, you should train according to the usual training methods and attend classes studiously. You should still go to class since I am not all-knowing. It is very necessary and beneficial for you to expand your horizons. Your training in the future will be quite different from the norm. Sculpting, for example. Sculpting? AI Hui was stunned. He had not imagined that training and sculpting would be linked together. That's right, sculpting. The old man was obviously enjoying AI Hui's surprised expression. Didn't expect that, did you? A lot of knowledge is involved in training. What's the relationship between sculpting and training? You're attributed in metal elemental energy. The most appropriate training would be sculpting. It can strengthen your ability to control the elemental energy. Think about it. Elemental energy is like the sculpting knife. There are big, small, angled, straight, and uniquely shaped knives used for different tasks. Furthermore, when you're sculpting, you should not place all your focus on controlling the elemental energy. Otherwise, you won't be able to sculpt well. It's not easy to manipulate your elemental energy as you like, when you like. If you can learn how to sculpt your elemental energy and wield it proficiently, your meticulous energy control would reach an outstanding level. In the future, practicing complex moves would come easy to you. AI Hui's eyes glowed as the realization hit him. That's right, if he could carve a complicated sculpture, his control over elemental energy would reach a whole new level. But, training has always been easier at the start. It would be very difficult for you to start sculpting immediately. I have already thought of a simpler training method. The old man smiled mysteriously. Strangely, the grin of his teacher's face made AI Hui hesitate. What method? You'll know when the time comes. The unease in AI Hui's heart became even stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Old Friend. Chapter 55, Old Friend. Translator, JL Editor, Lise. It was already noon the next day when AI Hui woke, struggling to open his eyes in the glaring sun. It was rare for him to sleep in so late. Last night, he barely managed to crawl back to the training hall before flopping into his rattan chair and nodding off, only to wake up now. He preferred sleeping in the courtyard with the calming starry sky before him. This way, he was able to rise with the morning sun, its gentle warmth the best start to the day. The afternoon sun was so much more scorching. Come to think of it, his body's aches, soreness, and swelling were gone. Not only did his body's ailments mysteriously disappear, but after a good night's rest, he also woke up feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. AI Hui's spirits lifted immediately. With renewed energy, he felt able to welcome any challenges that came his way. He decided he would have noodles before setting off to find the mysterious blind battler. Embarrassingly enough, even though so much time had passed since his promise to the young girl, he had yet to start on the task. He wasn't like Fatty, who could be so openly shameless. It was a truly enviable skill and a legitimate talent to have. As soon as he reached the noodle store, he aggressively ordered 5 bowls of noodles once more. After coming to the noodle store a few times, the owner was able to recognize him, especially after the previous incident. As the owner served the noodles, he asked concernedly, "It's been a while, sir." "Oh yes, did the girl from last time return the 150 yuan yet?" AI Hui, who was about to devour his noodles, froze, the chopsticks en route to his mouth coming to a halt. Not only did the owner touch a sore spot, he also proceeded to rub salt into the wound. Did he not know how to conduct a business? What could he say? That he had an overbearing debt of 80 million yuan because of an inconsequential loan of 150 yuan? That a bowl of noodles led to his life's tragedy, or that 150 yuan effectively smothered his desires in life? This bizarre world, why did he still feel that he was in a dream? In his heart, AI Hui gave a helpless sigh and started in on his noodles silently. Seeing his troubled expression, the owner sighed and placed a plate of beef before AI Hui. He clapped his hands on AI Hui's shoulder and consoled him, "There isn't any road that you cannot get through in life. Even if she did not return the 150 yuan, it doesn't matter. You should still be the better person. Come, let uncle treat you to a beef dish." AI Hui's mood immediately brightened at the plate of mouth-watering beef in front of him. "Thank you, uncle." He began to devour the noodles and exceptionally fragrant beef in large mouthfuls. After 5 bowls of noodles, he waved to the owner of the noodle store. "Goodbye, uncle." AI Hui started visiting various training halls, trying to find the target based on the clues provided by the girl from the noodle store. Coming to a training hall for the first time in a while, he soon realized the quality of the blind battle competitors had risen tremendously. Now, only those that were confident in their abilities dared to participate, making for more thrilling battles. After observing a few battles, we realized it was now impossible to earn money through blind battles. Despite the increased strength he gained from activating his natal residence, he was still lacking compared to the rest of the contestants who had more than 4 palaces. And while there were some younger participants, they were still renowned geniuses in their respective schools. Duanmu Huanghuan's continuous success in blind battles raised the standard of Central Pine City, drawing talented and hot-headed youngsters eager to experience the thrill and compare themselves to an acclaimed individual. Blind battles had undeniably become a symbol of Central Pine City. Even after 6 training halls, he saw no chance of winning in any of them. What a pity! It was impossible to earn any more money from blind battles, but he had expected it to happen. Wanting to encounter such a good opportunity again was wishful thinking. In the end, he searched through all of the training halls in Central Pine City but still failed to find the target. As dusk set in, Hui stumbled back to the Vanguard training hall, somewhat exhausted. Searching for someone was genuinely more tiring than training, but he rallied his spirits. Being unable to find his target on the first day was nothing surprising. Finding someone was no easy task by any means, especially with such vague clues, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In the end, luck was more crucial than the method itself. There had been no recent news of the little girl from the noodle store either. He idly wondered if she went on a long trip. He recalled Teacher Su mentioning practice missions going on during this time. Could she have left for a mission? Hui did not think on it further. His life had become substantially busy between lessons, training, and searching for the masked individual. He also didn't forget to spend time revising the swordplay manual for the girl who said she would find him for guidance on his techniques. Of course, what he meant by revision was actually a form of hypnosis before sleeping. As for the incident involving the sword embryo, he didn't care. He was still unwilling to buy a new sword after destroying the last grass sword he owned. On the contrary, it was actually in training that he invested the most time. In the teacher's lounge, Taoiwei was surprised to see Wang Shouxuan hard at work. His condition was different from normal, almost as if old Wang was on drugs. After working together for more than 10 years, the two of them were exceedingly familiar with each other, so he could immediately spot the rekindled passion that had not been seen on old Wang's face for a long time. Perhaps old Wang's theory had a breakthrough? Old Tao could help but mutter his suspicions in his heart, but he said instead, "Old Wang, looking at your joyous expression, I can see there's good news. Let me hear it and soak in the joyous atmosphere too." Wang Shouxuan, who was immersed in analyzing the test results, lifted his head, unable to conceal the joy and pride on his face. "Sure enough, I can't hide anything from your sharp eyes. There is indeed good news. I've accepted a disciple, but..." "Ha?" Taoiwei was caught off guard but quickly recovered. With a surprised expression, he asked, "You old Wang is actually taking disciples?" The old Wang he knew had a terrible temper. He was also willful, stubborn, and fiercely driven, devoting his entire life to his theories. Despite that, he was a man of few words, unable to promote his theories, leaving his theories unknown to many. For old Wang to actually start taking in disciples was unexpected. Taoiwei was somewhat envious. Such a joyous event. Congratulations, old Wang. He did not bother concealing his envy. He had yet to find a good disciple to pass his legacy on to. While old Wang's theory was nothing remarkable, his luck was quite good. Secretly pleased, old Wang remarked, "It's still too early to say. My disciple's strength is a bit disappointing." Old Tao could not help but laugh at old Wang's words. He knew his friend would not accept a disciple without good reason. "Then isn't it better for you to test your theories first?" "That's what I thought, too," old Wang replied. "While that youngster's aptitude is so, he's not completely unremarkable. He could actually endure my 1000 prajna test." Old Tao jolted in surprise. He endured it? He was more than familiar with old Wang's 1000 prajna. Not only did he help in the planning and design process, he was also the one to control the compass upon the first set's completion. In the end, old Wang only managed to endure for 3 minutes before wailing and clambering out. Even at the designing stage, he already suspected that old Wang's idealistic mindset had made the 1000 prajna of no practical value since nobody would be able to endure the entire process. So how could Taoiwei not be astonished when he heard that old Wang's disciple passed the test? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Die Gang. Chapter 56, Die Gang. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lise. Wang Shouchuan grew even more pleased at the sight of Old Tao's stupefied expression. Both were clear on the terror of the thousand prajna. In fact, like Old Tao, Wang Shouchuan used to think nobody would be able to endure its effects. This had left Old Wang feeling a bit disgruntled. No matter how magnificent or unique the design, without any practical value, it was only an elaborate toy. But with the truth revealed that the thousand prajna was indeed of use, how could he possibly contain his joy? Even more satisfying was that his disciple was the one to pull through the test. After a while, Old Tao regained his senses and sighed. You hit the jackpot. Able to bear the thousand prajna, who wouldn't want such an admirable disciple with a strong as steel willpower? Old Tao's eyes became slightly red. Isn't my disciple your disciple? Old Wang sensed his friend's disappointment and deliberately pointed out, I've come all the way here. Are you still going to keep this up? Old Tao laughed and pointed at Old Wang. It's time to let your disciple take advantage of me. Old Wang chortled together with his friend. Of course, it would be a waste not to. No problem, Old Tao readily promised, find me if you have any problems. As long as your disciple is here, I won't mistreat him. Then perfect timing, there's something I need your advice on. Old Wang's expression took a serious turn as he handed over the test results to Old Tao. Take a look at this test results for me. With some curiosity, Old Tao received it and glanced over the contents before he burst out in a shriek, now you're just bragging, aren't you? 7 strong palaces out of 8, what a big gain. But he almost never made it into the induction ground due to his weak aptitude. Old Wang feigned modesty, but inside, he was secretly delighted. Aptitude? That's all those guys care about. Old Tao smirked disapprovingly. He and Old Wang agreed that the induction grounds testing methods were overly simplistic and lacking. Old Wang added, look at the test results for his Sky Palace. Sky Palace? Old Tao's gaze swept across the record before questioning softly, it doesn't seem quite right. Is there something wrong with your thousand prajna? How could there be a Sky Palace that fluctuates in strength? Vexed, Old Wang replied, yeah, I found it strange, too. If only his Sky Palace was strong, he'd be the hegemon of the palaces. Old Tao understood Wang's underlying thoughts and attempted to console him. Don't let your ambition get the better of you. It's already rare to see 7 strong palaces after all. If you can't stop worrying, why not try testing it again? Your thousand prajna is spoilt, that's for sure. Or else, how is that even after teaching training basics for so long, we've never heard of a fluctuating Sky Palace? Again? Old Tao asked helplessly. You should have seen that fellow's expression when I made that suggestion. He was ready to flee. Ha ha ha. Old Tao burst into laughter at the thought. I would do the same. You yourself started crying like a chrysanthemum after 3 minutes. Old Wang joined in the laughter. Don't even mention it, I'm afraid I'll destroy him. There's a lot of time for a retest, but I only have one disciple, so I'll have to take it easy. Did you report it to the higher-ups? Old Tao reminded him. Of course. Old Wang nodded. Who'd dare forget? Teacher Su arrived at the teacher lounge as usual, only to be swamped immediately by the teachers who rushed to greet him. After Duanmu Huanghuan's public declaration, Teacher Su's popularity skyrocketed, making him Central Pine City's famous star. To many, Duanmu Huanghuan's decision to remain in Central Pine City was largely due to Teacher Su's personal charms. Just like that, Teacher Su became the #1 teacher in Central Pine City. With his magnanimous personality, the people came to love and respect him sincerely. For a whole 10 minutes from the entrance of the teacher's lounge to his booth, Teacher Su returned the endless greetings. Only when he got to his table did he sigh in relief before noticing the 2 documents lying on top. After leisurely pouring a cup of tea, he casually grabbed one and opened it. Glancing over the contents, he immediately sat straight up. That was the signature issued by the Elders Guild. Dai Gang took a liking to Duanmu Huanghan and accepted him as his last disciple. Dai Gang. Teacher Su couldn't believe his own eyes, the news came too suddenly. Who was Dai Gang? Only the most senior minister and one of the strongest wood elementalists around today. He created the absolute art, Death Commandment, which became one of the 5 most powerful skills used by wood elementalists, and innovated upon 2 schools of thought associated with the lotus and grass tendon plants, the lotus chiropractic technique, and grass tendon skills respectively. Dai Gang was a man who disregarded the world around him and focused only on his research. Other than the 2 disciples he accepted in his early years, he had not taken another since then. Who would have thought that today, he would receive yet another? Teacher Su knew without a doubt that the announcement would trigger a sizable commotion. Teacher Su wasn't a naive, bookish type by any means. Duanmu Huanghan was no doubt a talent, but was he enough to catch Dai Gang's attention? It was certainly questionable. He could sense the hidden currents. The alliance between Dai Gang and the Duanmu family would bring about many change to the Avalon of Five Elements. Moments later, he chuckled. The workings of the Avalon of Five Elements was not something a small character like him could grasp. No matter what hidden dealings may be working behind the agreement, it was a benefit for Duanmu Huanghan to study under Dai Gang, who was not only a wood grandmaster elementalist but an outstanding educator as well. His first disciple, Lu Chen, was one of the three most prominent doctors of the present age, widely acclaimed for his extraordinary expertise. The second disciple, Yu Mingqiu, broke the record in becoming the youngest vice division leader of Deathgrass, one of the 13 divisions. He went on to invent an absolute art, galactic streak, that allowed him to walk the world alone with his mastery of archery. Knowing that his student had a bright future ahead of him, Teacher Su was satisfied. Only after some time did he finally recover enough from his shock to look over and open the second document, only to receive another small shock. Wang Xiaochuan had taken Ai Hui as his disciple. He'd heard the name Wang Xiaochuan before. He was an old teacher with several decades of experience teaching training basics in Central Pine City, with even more qualifications than Teacher Su. He had little impression of this man except that he was unsociable and kept a low profile. Such an inconspicuous teacher could easily be found anywhere. It was astonishing enough that such a quiet figure like Teacher Wang accepted a disciple, but the fact that it was Ai Hui shocked him more. Teacher Su admired Ai Hui in his sensibility, diligence, and polite mannerisms. He even managed to recently activate his natal residence as well. Yet he also was aware of his low aptitude and weak foundation. To put it simply, he was the worst student in the class. For Teacher Wang to choose such a disciple, what a strange individual. Only in the midst of his considerations did Teacher Su realize that these two students were in the same class, one at the top, gifted and skillful, and one at the very bottom, with a poor aptitude in shaky basics. Not only that, but both simultaneously gained mentors. One was a well-respected grandmaster and the other an unknown teacher. How interesting. After so many years teaching, this was the first time Teacher Su felt such bemusement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, Embroidery. Chapter 57, Embroidery. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. Chewing on a blade of grass, Ai Hui was sitting in the old man's small junk garden. He suddenly saw the copper armor and noiselessly shifted himself a bit further away from it. The previous experience was simply so miserable that even a guy like Ai Hui, who had a steel heart full of determination, was traumatized. The old man did not notice Ai Hui's subtle movement. He was busy elaborating on his analysis of the results. Low aptitude and a lower affinity between your body and elemental energy are actually not bad things. Other than allowing you to endure purer energy, the lower sensitivity allows you to absorb it from a wider scope. Precious racing horses, for example, are gifted but picky about food and are fed better meals than humans. A worn-out, old horse like you can't run fast but can endure well and is easy to manage. You'll eat whatever grass there is and survive well. You're really eating grass. Ai Hui continued to chew on his grass sluggishly. The old man stopped his discourse and hurriedly added, go on, eat it. He went on to say, looks like my example was really fitting. Ai Hui felt weird now. Should he continue chewing or spit it out? I've tested the metal elemental energy at the suspending golden pagoda, and it suits you very well. Train there in the future. As compared to your weak aptitude, your body is very strong. The effects of the tempering of your body are obvious. You're of a lower grade now, so the result is optimal. The metal elemental energy in the pagoda is of a high grade and is not something that you were supposed to touch based on your current base level. But since your body quality is the most outstanding I've seen so far and you're good at using it, the tempering is super effective. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that the metal elemental energy in the pagoda is of a high grade. The degree of metallization is the greatest on your skin, and copper skin is already about 80% completed. Judging from this speed, you're about 2 months away from perfecting copper skin. The old man exclaimed with admiration, this is my first time seeing someone developing copper skin, even before activating a single palace. How astonishing! Ai Hui felt a little satisfied, knowing that he had surprised his teacher. Of course, the main point is still your 7 strong palaces. Other than the Sky Palace, 7 are strong and very balanced. It is an amazing gift and will come in handy especially when you're selecting the moves in future. I remember there is a technique in the induction ground called Big Dipper, which only requires 7 strong palaces. Although it is not an absolute art, it is still incredibly powerful and wondrous. Ai Hui's eyes shone. He asked without the slightest hesitation, "Can I learn it?" "Of course, you can apply as long as you get into the top 5,000 within the induction ground." The old man carried on happily, "Oh, you're now my disciple. You only have to fulfill one criterion, and the institution will approve your application. I've already filed a record of our master-disciple relationship and sent it over. Top 5,000 doesn't seem like much of a requirement." The old man noticed AI Huey's expression and guessed his thoughts. "Don't look down on this 5,000 names. Their rankings are based on the entire induction ground. The best student from previous batches within Central Pine Academy barely squeezed into the top 500. Roughly, you'd have to be amongst the top 10 in the school to enter the top 5,000 within the induction ground." AI Hui was dumbfounded. "I have to get into the top 10 in Central Pine Academy to make it to the top 5,000? "That's correct." The old man laughed somewhat gleefully. AI Hui realized how naive he had been. Top 10 within Central Pine City seemed like a faraway goal to him. However, as if nothing had happened, he shortly asked, "What was the training method that you talked about previously?" The old man was surprised by AI Huey's ability to adjust his mood. He did not know exactly how many setbacks AI Hui had encountered since young. Such an obstacle meant nothing to him. The old man spat out a single word, "Embroidery." "Embroidery?" AI Hui was shocked, and his face stiffened. A few moments later, he repeated lifelessly, "Embroidery? Like flower embroidery?" "That's right." The old man answered with such certainty that AI Hui knew there was no mistake. AI Hui stared at the old man with an unkind expression. Yes, he was his teacher, but if he was going to be so unreliable, they would have to have a proper chat. Without the slightest embarrassment, the old man asked, "Embroidery, you understand?" AI Hui replied with an impolite tone, "Yes, women's embroidery." "Rigid. Superficial." The old man shook his head, full of disdain. "Embroidery takes elemental energy as the needle which threads the embroidery pattern. Is it easy? There are thick and thin threads, soft and hard leather, cotton and silk. Are the complicated patterns easy? A skilled person can control 10 elemental energy needles and embroidery patterns from different places at the same time. And do you know how many elemental energy needles can the best of the best control at once?" "How many?" AI Hui blurted out. He was lured by the old man's words. "The current record is 949, the old man answered, his face filled with awe. AI Hui was stunned. How in the world? He just couldn't wrap his head around it. When present-age embroidery master, Han Yuqin, embroiders with 949 elemental energy needles, it's like enveloping black clouds or a shoal of fish moving together. Multicolored embroidery threads weave together in the sky like a rainbow. That's also why her work is known as the rainbow embroidery. No matter how complicated an embroidery design is, she never takes over an hour to complete it," the old man said seriously. "And the threads, do you think all of them are light? Coal thread is as fine as a strand of hair, but it is very heavy. How difficult would it be to control its movement with the light and floaty elemental energy needle? Soft silver thread is very soft, like water. Any error in power control will break it. And some leathers can only be pierced through by using elemental needles wrapped with a medicinal bag." The old man's description appealed to AI Hui and left him speechless. He never thought that embroidery involved so much knowledge and details. Learn embroidery first and then sculpting. The old man gave his guidance. If you can familiarize yourself with these two skills, you will definitely gain fine control over elemental energy. The more exceptional your control is, the more beneficial it is to you. AI Hui was convinced. He had to admit that the old man's words were very logical. While it was a little embarrassing for a man to learn embroidery, he had no issue with it as long as he could become stronger. To say that embroidery wasn't as noble as hard labor would be utter nonsense. The old man was pleased, but he concealed it well. "Smart choice. Son, you will definitely be proud of this decision in future. Don't worry, I don't speak without thinking. I made this suggestion after proper consideration. Where am I going to learn?" He asked boldly. He had now set his heart on it. "Don't worry, there's a workshop I'm familiar with." The old man added energetically, "Follow me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 58, Threading a Needle. Chapter 58, Threading a Needle. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. AI Hui had a very serious expression on his face, and his eyes were cold and murderous. It was as if the surrounding air was about to freeze up. He could not even feel the fine beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He held a bright silver needle unsteadily between his right thumb and forefinger and grasped a thread with his left thumb and finger as he carefully tried to thread the elemental energy needle. The eye of the elemental energy needle was very unstable. At times it was big, at other times it was small. It was extremely difficult to control. We had been trying for half a day, but to no avail. A girl's laughter sounded out from behind. When a man visited the workshop, all the young ladies naturally became curious and crowded around to observe. This workshop did not allow men to enter, so when the ladies saw Hui, their eyes widened with curiosity. When Hui started, everyone was immediately excited. They had never seen a man learning embroidery. How stupid, he couldn't even thread a needle after so long. Exactly, look at the sweat on his forehead and his fierce look. That's because he holds a grudge against the thread. The ladies chattered continuously since the spectacle was really entertaining to them. They felt it was like observing a rare animal, especially when they saw how clumsy Hui was. Luckily, Hui placed all his attention on the elemental energy needle and thread, blocking out the background noises completely. Otherwise, he would have puked blood just by listening to their teasing. In the workshop, work desks were separated by light muslin curtains. One could get a clear view into the work areas since the curtains were translucent. Behind the curtains, Wang Shouchuan was having tea with the old lady, and they occasionally glanced over at Hui's direction. He hasn't threaded the needle yet. Do you really think he's suitable for embroidery? The old lady questioned indifferently after turning back. Old Wang sipped on his tea and answered casually, I'm not hoping that he makes a living out of this anyway. It's just an exercise for him to train his elemental energy. Plus, haven't you noticed his tremendous determination? A little. The old lady's voice carried a tinge of admiration. It's not easy for someone his age to remain focused and not feel discouraged despite having failed for half a day. Old Wang became pleased. He had taken in a good disciple and it made him uncomfortable all over if he did not brag a little. Exactly. He may have a low aptitude, but he has 7 strong palaces. And, he's really good at learning. He activated his elemental resonance with overflowing elemental energy. He did it on his own without any guidance. Isn't he great? He even managed to endure my 1000 prajna, so I'm impressed. The old lady was astonished. No matter how she looked at Hui, he seemed really ordinary. Who knew he was such an outstanding man? Seems like you're really pleased. The old lady was slightly surprised. She knew how bad old Wang's temper was and he could be unreasonably stubborn and conceited at times. Not just pleased, but very pleased. Old Wang corrected the old lady. I've only had 2 good things happen to me. One was meeting you and the other is finally finding a disciple before dying. The old lady was over the moon after listening to the first part, but crinkled her brows in displeasure upon hearing the second and said, everything's fine, so why are you talking about death? Die on your own if you wish. Ha. The old man felt a little embarrassed and changed the topic. I told him how powerful you are. You should have seen how big his eyes grew when I said you could control 949 elemental energy needles. It's 1064 now. The old lady spoke proudly, before mumbling, looks like I'll have to show him a little something. Do your best, do as you please, and don't be afraid of overtraining him. Give him all the work you have, no matter how tiring. This guy eats grass, but *TS gems. The old man said nonchalantly. The old lady was amused. How pitiable, being your disciple. Hui had no idea he was being sold out by the old man. He had finally threaded the needle and noticed the sweat on his forehead. He was completely convinced by the old man's rationale that embroidery indeed put one's elemental energy control to the test. In the past, he had thought quite highly of his ability to control elemental energy, but was proven to be inadequate today. Only after he tried it himself, did he realize how difficult it really was. It was not easy to stabilize the elemental energy needle, but it was even more challenging to open up an eye at the tail of the condensed elemental energy needle. Hui was stuck at this stage for a long time, but he finally created the eye of the needle after some guidance. He then quickly realized how much more difficult, yet necessary, it was to stabilize the eye since it was important for threading the needle. With the thread in his left hand and needle in his right, he had to split his attention. The eye of the needle was big sometimes and small at other times, causing Hui to fail repeatedly. The good thing was that he had finally grasped the pattern of this behavior after a whole afternoon and managed to thread his first elemental energy needle. He failed to suppress a sigh. Embroidery required way too much elemental energy control. Hui thought about the embroidery master who could control 949 elemental energy needles and found it horrifying. But, he quickly came to be excited. If he had been half-doubting his teacher's words before, he was now exceptionally certain that embroidery was really a good training method. He only cared about improving his skills. Shameful or not, he did not care. How do you feel? His teacher's voice came from behind. Hui stood up hastily, wondering how long Teacher Wang had been standing there. Beside him was the embroidery master, a stern-looking lady. I feel very good. He thought for a bit before commenting, this is a very effective training method that demands great control over elemental energy. Visiting this place was really an eye-opening experience. Before coming here, he had mistakenly thought that an embroidery workshop was only for embroidering. This was more like a factory. There were piles of cloth, yarn, unfinished leather armors and even knives and swords. The air inside was filled with a herbal medicinal smell. Only after asking Master did he become aware that the ropes and tassels coiled around sword hilts required embroidery. These things were not ornamental, they were made for battles. For example, the coarse ropes around the hilts were made from weaving an uncommon material together with a unique stitching method. High-grade elemental swords were usually formed naturally and they tended to repel and reject other types of materials. Hence, there was simply no way to wound the rope around the sword hilts with ordinary techniques. Special techniques were needed to do it. Hui even saw a kind of soft grass sword that he had not seen before. Its body was full of embroidered flower patterns. He only found out that this was a soft grass sword embryo after asking his teacher. The floral patterns allowed elemental energy to better thread together with the weapon body and strengthened it. This sword embryo would be sent to the grass weaponry processing facility to be refined. It would be soaked in chemicals and undergo a special tempering before transforming into a high-grade grass sword. Basically, anything related to thread or rope would be seen in the embroidery workshop. Of course, the workshop only received high-grade items. Furthermore, the embroidery techniques involved were so dazzling that Hui could not contain his amazement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Requirement. Chapter 59, Requirement. Translator, Irene. Editor, X. There was one lady who was about Hui's age. Her elemental needle technique was like a group of active silvery white fish and her embroidery cloth was like a calm lake. The elemental needles nimbly jumped in and out from the cloth, as if they had a mind of their own. There was another seamstress whose elemental needle was like a hissing arrow released into the sky. The embroidery cloth in front of her seemed like it had been woven with silver silk. It was entirely bright, and a very hollow tut-tut sound was made whenever the elemental needle poked through. Another middle-aged lady had her embroidery cloth pinned beside a weirdly shaped stove. Each time, the elemental needle would sweep across the fire within the stove before carrying a flame with it and piercing through the cloth, leaving beautiful golden marks. What he witnessed today completely subverted his prior knowledge of embroidery. The old man was very pleased with Hui's answer, but the lady beside him was not. The old man could say that, but when Hui said it, she became unhappy and snorted coldly, "A bunch of nonsense. Training method? To you, embroidery is a kind of training method?" The old man knew things had gone awry and that she was truly angry. To say that embroidery served as an effective practice exercise to a master who had dedicated her whole life to it, how could she not get angry? Darn! He would have exposed her identity to his disciple earlier if he had known. The old man tried his best to give a hint with his eyes. Hui saw his gestures, but what did they mean? Mingxiu, the old lady called coldly. A sweet-tempered, beautiful lady appeared. Master! The observing ladies had earlier been quiet out of fear. A few timid ones started to slip away from the scene. The old lady said inhospitably to Hui, "My workshop is not for anyone to come to as they please. 10 days. I'll let you in if you can weave a light muslin." The surrounding ladies inhaled deeply in unison, faces full of sympathy. Hui could barely thread a needle and had not learned how to move the needle. How could he possibly complete such a challenging task? Hui could tell from their reactions that spinning muslin was definitely difficult and was certain he had said something wrong to offend the owner of the workshop. He was, however, not overly alarmed since there was no point in panicking. "Yu Qin." The old man's face changed as he said unhappily, "Aren't you making things difficult for him? He's new to embroidery. How is he going to weave in 10 days? "I have my rules," the old lady responded persistently. "If you're unhappy, leave with him." Hui saw the redness in his teacher's face and chipped in hurriedly, "I'm willing to accept the test." His teacher was angry, but Hui was not at all upset. A small test meant nothing. In the wilderness, he had to request for a very long time if he wanted to learn something. He even had to trade items for tutelage at times. No one was obligated to help you. You had to fight for everything yourself. Water, food, money, and sunlight. The old lady's requirement was very normal and was considered friendly when compared to those of the master elementalists. No money was needed either. The old lady was somewhat surprised by AI Huey's attitude, but kept a straight face. Mingxiu, demonstrate the twin weaving technique. Yes. Mingxiu smiled courteously at AI Hui. I've seen you, Junior. Mingxiu had been observing AI Hui and had seen that he showed no signs of panic from the beginning. He had been calm all along. She knew, of course, exactly which of AI Huey's sentences offended her master, but had no way of reminding him at this point of time. She decided to demonstrate the technique at a slower speed. Actually, she knew that it was totally impossible for a newcomer to learn weaving just by looking once. It was usually something that could only be learned after 2 years of apprenticeship. AI Huey's calm demeanor impressed her. Unlike her master, she did not find that sentence offensive. It would be really weird for a man to take pleasure in embroidering. The master knew this as well, but could not control her rage anyway when that sentence was spilled. Mingxiu had a headache too. In a fit of anger, her master was naturally being impolite. The moment her anger dissipated, she would regret and sigh for a long time whenever she thought about how she had angered Grandpa Wang. AI Hui immediately returned the gesture, albeit unaccustomed. I've seen you too, Senior. He felt as if he had returned to the ancient times where even greetings sounded weird. In the induction ground, addressing one as Junior or Senior had been out of fashion for a long time. Seems like the embroidery workshop was a more traditional place, AI Hui thought. Plus, from the greetings, AI Hui could also tell that the relationship between his teacher and the embroidery master was atypical. He had sensed this the moment he entered. Teacher was very familiar with the workshop and probably frequented this place. AI Hui lacked comprehension when it came to women. He did not know how to describe Senior Mingxiu, but he felt she was very beautiful, made people feel comfortable, and had a pleasant, friendly attitude. Twin weaving technique is a basic method used to weave fabric, mainly muslin. It's unique in that both needles, side by side, will form crisscrosses as the threads move in opposite directions. Mingxiu's voice was soft and soothing. She tried as much as possible to explain slowly in layman terms. Her delicate hands were unoccupied. Not far away, the spindle and bobbin were spinning rapidly as 2 muslin threads flew straight toward her. AI Hui knew not when, but 2 elemental needles soon floated in front of her, already threaded. His eyes brightened at the dashing skill. Compared to his previous, laborious attempt, this was much more adroit. Her control of elemental energy was just right. She was precise and her skill level was adept. Such precise control would be terrifying on the battlefield. AI Hui had thought about the frightful attacking methods in combat scenarios that could emerge from this skill alone. It would be even more menacing if this was used in the dark. This is the simplest weaving method. You have to control 2 elemental needles simultaneously. The key is to coordinate the rhythm of the elemental needles. Are you ready, Junior? I'm going to start demonstrating. It's a little tough, so please pay attention. Wait a moment, Senior. AI Hui pointed at some words in the garden that were waiting to be roped and requested, Can Junior borrow a sword? Mingxiu gave the old lady a glance. The old lady did not know why AI Hui wanted a sword, but she was not as angry as before, so she said coolly, Give it to him. Another embroidery lady retrieved a sword and handed it over to AI Hui. AI Hui bowed in gratitude. He did not draw the sword out, but held the whole thing close to his waist instead. No one knew the purpose of his absurd action. Even the old man was baffled. Could it be that there was something special about that sword? No, there shouldn't be. AI Hui held the sheath with his left palm and the hilt with his right. The hilt was not roped, so it was cold to the touch, but AI Hui's palm held it perfectly snug. His world turned peaceful the moment he held onto the sword. All distracting thoughts retreated like the tides. He looked up, his reserved eyes as bright as the stars. Senior, you can start now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, The Sword Embryos Change. Chapter 60, The Sword Embryos Change. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. Mingxiu couldn't tell what AI Hui was up to, but she could see that he seemed somewhat self-assured. And when he held the sword, she sensed that AI Hui's temperament changed for the better. However, she couldn't exactly describe what kind of change it was, and after taking a closer look, she believed that what she just felt was an illusion. AI Hui stood motionless before her. Then I'll start now. The elemental needles in front of her started moving, and 2 rays of light flashed through the air. The light seemed to interweave as the muslin spindle on the embroidery stand spun swiftly. The quick movements of Mingxiu's elemental needles reflected brilliant rays like that of running water, and the thin, light muslin cloth gradually grew longer. The muslin threads created friction, making a non-stop hissing sound. Senior Mingxiu is so skillful. So quick. How can the twin weaving technique have such speed? Oh my god, I'm not even half as fast as Senior Mingxiu. Quick, come and look. It's a double stream, there are ripples both horizontally and vertically. How amazing, dot. As expected from Senior. She's definitely going to become a master in future. The surrounding ladies repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. They had been learning embroidery every day and had a greater understanding of it than most people, precisely the reason why they were so shocked. They were completely aware of the difficulty of this step. The old lady couldn't help but feel gratified by Mingxiu's performance. Although there were many embroidery girls in the workshop, only Mingxiu had the capability to continue her legacy. Unlike the old lady, the old man was feeling quite nervous. Amongst the continuous hissing sound and the ongoing commentary, AI Huey's posture was abnormally strange. He was as still as a statue, and his bright eyes were fixed on the magnificent scene happening before Mingxiu. The moment AI Hui had gripped the sword, he had sensed that something was amiss with his sword embryo. In the past, his sword embryo was faintly discernible, and although he could sense its presence, it was very difficult to accurately describe it. This time, however, he could really see it. It was an infinitesimal wisp of a blue-colored sword gleam. It was very, very small, to the point where it was uncertain if it could even be considered a sword gleam, but at that moment, AI Hui was sucked into it. A blue similar to that of calming indigo, it was just lonely and proudly existing amidst the chaos between his brows. The sword in his hands seemed like a part of his body. He had experienced a similar feeling in the past, but it wasn't as intense as now. AI Hui could even feel the empowering effect the sword had on his state of mind. With that, he looked towards Mingxiu. The ripple-like light reflected off the needles seemed to slow down in AI Hui's eyes till he could clearly discern the trajectory of the elemental needles. He could perceive exactly how they moved alternatively, how the muslin threads interweaved, and even how the airflow, which was caused by movement of the elemental needles, steadied the threads. How intriguing! AI Hui watched silently. He knew that the elemental needles did not slow down but that instead, his perception had been enhanced. He admired the splendid scene happening before his eyes, it really was aesthetically pleasing. Although it seemed like Mingxiu was only controlling the elemental needles, her body muscles were neither completely relaxed nor tensed, but rather somewhere in between. Her extended arms helped her to stabilize and optimize her center of gravity. It was a picture of strength and beauty. In this picture, elemental energy was flowing like trickling water streams and was stable like the spinning muslin spindle. Full of well-distributed rhythm, the elemental energy maintained the high operating speed of the elemental needles. AI Hui was learning many things. For example, the elemental energy used to control the elemental needles had to be well distributed, and only then would it expedite the embroidery process. Yet such a change wasn't enough to surprise AI Hui. Even though he had become more intuitive and perceptive, he had already discovered that in the past. What really shocked him was that this was the first time he had seen something he couldn't explain. He did not know what the faint mist curling up from Mingxiu's surroundings was. It was constantly changing shape, a soft light at times, yet foggy and indistinct at times. Sometimes, it would come out in sheets, like fluttering fish scales. Also, within the ripples created by Senior Mingxiu's elemental needles, there were faint, twinkling spots of light, like stars scattered over the pond's surface. It was the first time these had appeared. Even after racking his brains for a long time, AI Hui was still clueless. The sword embryo had changed after absorbing the calming indigo. Why did it absorb the calming indigo in the first place? AI Hui still did not know the reason. He couldn't find an answer in the sword manuals. Materials of ancient times were completely different from today as their terminologies and characteristics had undergone major changes. Calming indigo was a newly developed item and was absent in the cultivation era. There definitely would be something similar in the past, but AI Hui had no idea what it was called. Parts of the sword manuals that explain methods of the sword embryo's development were severely damaged, so AI Hui had to fill in most of the missing information himself. He was completely unaware of how things would turn out. On the bright side, the sword embryo had strengthened after unexpectedly absorbing the calming indigo. AI Hui presumed that the calming indigo must have contained some type of substance that assisted the training process. It was a pity that the calming indigo was gone. He couldn't even afford the cheapest kind, or else he could conduct research on the types of substances that were needed for the development of the sword embryo. This thought flashed through his mind but was gone within seconds, like a small candle flame in a gale. Calming indigo, 80 million yuan. Although AI Hui was startled by the sword embryo's change, his shock disappeared at the thought that this change had cost 80 million yuan. If it had been elemental energy development, then what kind of change could 80 million yuan bring? AI Hui did not know if the ingredients needed for a lifetime's training would add up to 80 million yuan, but then he thought about how he could at least become a legitimate elementalist. Meticulous with his calculations, AI Hui knew the sword embryo was something that cost much but yielded little, whereas elemental energy development was the exact opposite. The choice was clear. AI Hui would not be tempted by the sword embryo. No matter how special it was, AI Hui was a practical man whose dream was to only become a registered elementalist. His gaze was firmly fixed onto Mingxiu, not wavering in the slightest. Her speed was rapidly reducing, and AI Hui knew that she was doing it on purpose, for his sake. AI Hui was grateful for her kindness, but that picture of strength and beauty had become relaxed and no longer seemed as artistic. He sighed to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Vigilance. Chapter 61, Vigilance. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Mingxiu was unaware of the wistful feeling in AI Hui's heart. Her beautiful eyes swept towards the youth standing upright with a sword in his hand as her flowing sleeves danced in the breeze, shimmering like ripples of water. The needles moved back and forth like a shuttle as the spindle whirled in the air, steadily increasing the length of the cloth. What a strange posture. Mingxiu couldn't help but wonder how the sword would be of assistance to him. AI Hui was as still as a statue, without a single sound or movement. During that graceful glance of hers, she saw his eyes flash like a sword being drawn out of its sheath. His eyes gave the statue its only spark of life, appearing much like a star twinkling against the dark night. The imposing sight inevitably reminded Mingxiu of the ancient swordsman, leaving her full of admiration. Her sleeves danced smoothly through the air, the tip of the needle constantly moving with an incessant hissing sound. Old Wang observed AI Hui attentively, feeling both vexed and concerned. He began to think that coming to the embroidery workshop today was a mistake after seeing the old lady acting so eccentric. There were many ways to develop elemental energy besides embroidery. Considering how overconfidently AI Hui had spoken, Teacher Wang was afraid that AI Hui might suffer a huge setback should he fail to complete the training. AI Hui approached all tasks in an excessively systematic manner, thoroughly planning his every move before taking any action. He behaved in a manner that was akin to a veteran hunter cautiously harvesting his catch, highly mature and very unlike most youths. Old Wang was afraid that AI Hui was overly reserved and lacked the aggressive drive of the young. In the prime of his youth, he had been so full of pride and vigor. He had seen all kinds of gifted individuals during his many years of teaching in the induction ground. All of them were full of mettle, each one more passionate than the last. This was what youths should be like. Although they lacked experience, youths were highly creative, less restrained, dared to challenge authority, and had amazingly bold and imaginative ideas. Among other young people, AI Hui's focus on practicality would seem weird and garish. AI Hui was so mellow that people would find him rather insipid. Sometimes, they would even forget his age. Whatever pride he had was hidden deep in the recesses of his soul. Compared to others of the same age, someone so taciturn would likely be more deeply affected by failure. This was what the old man was more worried about. Moreover, he knew that the old lady was very petty and may end up disliking something. It hadn't been easy for him to get this precious disciple of his, and he could not bear to see AI Hui suffer any grievances. The old man snorted to himself, this practice could have been done anywhere else. Mingxiu's excellent demonstration put him into an even worse mood. Old man Wang was definitely not an open-minded person. He may be amiable when in a good mood, but when in a bad mood, well, he. His disciple had actually practiced swordplay before? The old man was pleasantly surprised. AI Hui was always giving him new surprises. Although AI Hui's posture looked a bit strange, it somehow seemed to be not awkward at all. In fact, his stance could be said to be aesthetically pleasing in an indescribable way. The old man had an eye for such things, and he knew from AI Hui's posture that the boy had previously practiced swordplay to quite an extent. It looked like AI Hui's attention was much more focused when he held the sword. One could observe all types of strange training habits in the induction ground. Staying in the induction ground for an extended time allowed one to become habituated to many odd sights. For instance, some people required absolute silence before they could enter a meditative state, while others had better focus in noisy and crowded areas. Seeing AI Hui so deeply invested in the training made the old man feel even more worried. After all, in the event of failure, higher expectations would lead to greater disappointment. Failure, moreover, was inevitable. No one could possibly weave an entire piece of cloth in a week on their first try. Even Mingxiu, who had been chosen by the old lady as her successor, had not been able to do it. The old man's brain must have been malfunctioning when he had this idea. Why did he let AI Hui learn embroidery of all things? He was filled with regret. How is it? Mingxiu asked warmly after finishing her demonstration. Do you have any doubts, Junior? Mingxiu had asked the question before her master could say anything. Although she knew there wasn't much use in asking, she still hoped to be able to help her junior in some way. The old lady glanced at Mingxiu without uttering a single word. If learning to weave was so easy, then there wouldn't be a need for the embroidery workshop. Seeing her favorite disciple secretly try to help AI Hui made the old woman dislike him even more. She felt that he was a pretentious person, trying to attract attention by holding on to his sword while watching the demonstration. Pretentious? I don't really have any questions. AI Hui's reply gave Mingxiu a bit of a shock, but she quickly felt relieved. It seemed like AI Hui had already realized the futility of the task before him. Despite being older than AI Hui, Mingxiu didn't underestimate him and even admired him. Backing out of an impossible situation wasn't something to be ashamed of. Rather, putting on a false show of bravery wasn't something a wise person would do. AI Hui loosened his grip on the hilt. At this moment, Mingxiu turned her eyes onto AI Hui and had a strange feeling. The person in front of her was still AI Hui, but for some reason, he now gave her an entirely different feeling, as if he had become another person. She couldn't quite explain what she was experiencing. AI Hui had previously exuded the imposing and elegant aura of a powerful swordsman, but the current AI Hui, however, completely lacked that aura. What a strange occurrence. This was the first time she had experienced such an odd feeling, 2 times in the same day to boot. She involuntarily sniggered to herself, could these irrational feelings be because she was exhausted? After all, how could she possibly know what a swordsman's aura felt like if she had never even met one before? No one else had noticed AI Hui's transformation. Everyone took AI Hui's no questions to mean that he had understood the nature of his task. The instant his hand left the hilt, the world before him returned to its original state. That feeling of absolute control was now gone. His thoughts became more sluggish, and his sixth sense had instantaneously returned to its normal state. An intense longing for that state of power welled up inside him, causing AI Hui to unconsciously reach over for his sword. Right before he touched the hilt, however, AI Hui became aware of his actions. He quickly retracted his hand away from the handle, as if it was highly toxic. AI Hui forcefully suppressed the strong urge, as he quietly reminded himself. From the moment he had planted the seed of the sword embryo, AI Hui was practically glued to his sword. The sword embryo had given him an especially keen sixth sense with which he soon became infatuated with. It was as if he had become addicted to this enhanced perception and his hand had refused to part with the sword hilt. It wasn't long before he eventually ran into a dangerous situation. Although he could sense the danger, his body wasn't able to react to it in time. He had watched the dire beast's fangs pierce into his flesh, and because he wasn't able to let go of his sword, the keen sixth sense bestowed by the sword embryo amplified the pain many times over. The experience had become one of his most painful memories. That experience helped AI Hui realize that the sword embryo was not all-powerful. An over-reliance on the sword embryo would give rise to the illusion of omnipotence, leading to the neglect of physical training as well as the development of elemental energy. Without a strong, nimble body and well-developed elemental energy, a heightened sixth sense cannot be used to its fullest extent. Now, Senior, how long is one piece of cloth? How much yarn would I need to take with me? Could you maybe give me a little more in case I damage the cloth? AI Hui asked shyly. No one could believe what they just heard. The entire embroidery workshop had momentarily fallen completely silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, A Good Person. Chapter 62, A Good Person. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. You really want to weave cloth? The old man couldn't help but ask as the two made their way back. Is there a problem? You've already asked me that 3 times, AI Hui replied, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that Teacher Wang didn't approve of him learning embroidery? Ever since they left the embroidery workshop, Teacher Wang had repeatedly asked him if he really wanted to weave cloth, as though Teacher Wang couldn't believe it. But Teacher Wang was the one who had brought him here. Did you not see that she was trying to make things difficult for you? The old man asked. She wasn't exactly trying to, I guess, AI Hui muttered to himself, piecing his thoughts together. I feel that her request is entirely reasonable. When I was in the wilderness, seeking guidance from others always came at a price. All the old lady did was give me a test. Not only did she not ask me for payment, she even provided the materials needed. The old lady is really a nice person, you shouldn't misunderstand her, he answered resolutely. AI Hui shifted the backpack. The old lady had told him to take as much as he needed, prompting AI Hui to sweep all the yarn that he could see into a backpack that was almost as tall as him. His actions had left everyone dumbfounded. The old man looked at the mound on AI Hui's back, remembering the dumbstruck look on Yuqin's face. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. AI Hui had no idea what he was laughing at. After laughing for quite a while, the old man finally spoke. He asked, a little out of breath, "What you did back there was pretty brutal. Don't you find the backpack a bit heavy?" What I did? AI Hui didn't quite get what his teacher meant. Was he afraid that AI Hui wouldn't be able to carry it by himself? AI Hui expressed his disagreement. This isn't heavy at all. The things that I had to carry in the wilderness were much heavier. The cotton yarns hardly weighed anything. It's a pity that the workshop only had so much. AI Hui's voice had a tinge of regret. The old man tried very hard to restrain his laughter. He pointed at the different colored yarns on AI Hui's back and said, "Why did you take these even though you can't use them?" AI Hui was slightly embarrassed, and he replied, "I didn't actually mean to take them, it's a habit. Back in the battlefields of the wilderness, I was expected to sweep up literally everything. These colorful yarns were right in front of me, so I grabbed them without noticing. Should I return these then?" Without noticing. The old man was once again amused by the thought of the old lady's facial expression. This fellow didn't do it on purpose, did he? After giving AI Hui a few glances, Teacher Wang concluded that he most likely didn't. "This is just a small issue," the old man said, waving his hands. He continued, "Did you fully comprehend Mingxiu's demonstration?" "I managed to understand some of it," AI Hui stated honestly. "Are you really going to weave the cloth?" the old man asked, his expression now serious. "Are you confident?" "I dare not say for certain," AI Hui prudently replied. "But I'd like to try." The old man could hear the persistence in AI Hui's voice. He really was strong-willed. "Go ahead and attempt it, then," the old man said, giving up. He quickly added, "It's alright if you can't complete it, there are many other ways to train beside embroidery. Even the most talented people can't possibly be good at everything. Don't worry, teacher, I'm only trying it out." Although he wasn't sure why the old man was so worried, AI Hui was moved by his teacher's concern. The old man no longer tried to persuade him otherwise. Noticing AI Hui, who was carrying such a huge sack back to Vanguard Training Hall, Lulan curiously asked, "AI Hui, are you currently working?" "Nope," AI Hui responded, shaking his head. "I'm learning embroidery." "Embroidery?" Lulan asked, clearly surprised. He moved towards AI Hui in an inquisitive manner and said, "Looks pretty awesome." "I haven't even started, Lulan," AI Hui replied, unimpressed. "Speaking of awesome, the senior that I met today, Mingxiu, was really impressive." AI Hui's thoughts wandered. Despite coming out of his sword embryo state, the image of Mingxiu executing the twin weaving technique with maximum effort was still stuck in his mind. That picture of strength and beauty still left him completely in awe. Every detail was well balanced and perfectly harmonized. Although he was clueless about embroidery, he could still sense the inherent strength in her actions. He knew that achieving such a level was impossible without first accomplishing several milestones. AI Hui didn't know much about embroidery, but he was well versed in combat. The elemental energy needs may be small, but they were still terribly deadly. Senior Mingxiu's perfected weaving technique would be highly destructive in battle. Senior Mingxiu wasn't much older than him, but her level of skill was something that AI Hui admired and aspired to reach. "Senior Mingxiu from Jade Embroidery?" Lulan asked. Lulan's ingredient runs had brought him all over, making him familiar with everything regarding Central Pine City. Senior Mingxiu is most certainly impressive. She is exceptionally gifted in embroidery and has been a disciple of the embroidery master Han Yuqin since young. Not only that, but she is currently the most outstanding disciple of the Jade Embroidery School. Many people believe that she will ascend to the position of master before she hits 30, eventually surpassing the achievements of her teacher, Han Yuqin, and ultimately becoming a grandmaster of embroidery. That's amazing. AI Hui was starstruck. He knew that Senior Mingxiu was impressive, but didn't expect her to be this accomplished. Wait a minute. Yuqin? He suddenly recalled that Teacher Wang had addressed the old lady as Yuqin. Could that old lady have been the embroidery master Han Yuqin? He remembered that Teacher Wang had once mentioned that the record for controlling the highest number of elemental energy needles simultaneously was held by a particular master named Han Yuqin. The old lady was the embroidery master Han Yuqin. AI Hui's eyes grew wide with astonishment. A moment later, he asked, "Lulan, a master is someone powerful, right?" "Of course." Lulan exclaimed confidently. His body dispersed into a pile of sand, reassembling to form the words Master and Grandmaster. AI Hui, the titles given in the Avalon of 5 elements follow a strict set of criteria. Currently, the Grandmaster rank is the highest attainable, given only to the strongest individuals capable of establishing a sect. Masters occupy the rank directly below the Grandmasters. Those deemed worthy of being masters are powerful individuals considered to be at the top of their respective fields. Among them are those who have peerless strength as well as those who have made irreplaceable contributions to their fields. Master Han Yuqin has created more than 10 weaving techniques. That's amazing! AI Hui exclaimed in admiration. He was now even more determined to practice embroidery. This small test was nothing compared to the precious opportunity of receiving guidance from an esteemed embroidery master, but if not for his teacher's deep friendship with Master Han Yuqin, he wouldn't even have gotten the chance to be tested. Other than himself, AI Hui did not notice any males in the embroidery workshop. His teacher's request must have put her on quite the spot, yet all she did was propose a small test. Master Han Yuqin was really a good person, she even gave him so much yarn to work with. AI Hui was moved by the master's generosity as he looked at the expensive multicolored cotton yarns, which were emitting waves of elemental energy. She even gave him so much. AI Hui's gaze fell on the mountain of a backpack, as he revered the old lady in his mind. She was indeed a good person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, A Lousy Joke. Chapter 63, A Lousy Joke. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. AI Hui, you're learning embroidery from Master Han Yuqin? Lulan continued joyfully, this is great. Embroidery is a very lucrative trade. The remaining sand transformed into a cloud filled with the word money. AI Hui's eyes caught the sparkling light reflected by the sand clumps as the words danced around in front of him like water ripples. Make money. Upon hearing these 2 words, all AI Hui could see was money. The dense, sparkling cloud of money fluttering around in front of him caused blood to rush to AI Hui's head. How can I make money using embroidery? AI Hui instinctively blurted out. Money was one of his greatest weaknesses. At the mention of money, any determination and rationality of his would fly out the window. He never used to be this much of a money grubber, but the debt of 80 million yuan had become such a huge burden that he would now get a rush with even the slightest mention of money. Embroidery has many uses, Lulan answered instructively. The current form of embroidery has departed greatly from the ancient techniques. In the past, cultivators would weave seals and spells into special materials, creating infused treasures. Modern embroidery is derived from the same basis. Following the disintegration of spiritual force and the rise of elemental energy, however, the properties of the materials have completely changed. The seals of the cultivation era have completely vanished, but it was later found that dire beasts and certain plants have naturally occurring seals. As such, they became the main source of materials. The grass sword that you previously used is one such example, created from sword reeds. These naturally occurring seals can be activated by elemental energy and are known as elemental traces. The usefulness of a material can be determined by the presence of these elemental traces. Seals found in nature are often imperfect, some are badly damaged while others are malformed. Perfect elemental traces rarely occur in nature. Most materials thus require further refinement before they can be used, and that's where embroidery comes in. AI Hui listened intently, finally understanding why there were other things, like swords, in the embroidery workshop. Back in the wilderness, he had heard the elementalists mention elemental traces before, but he had never quite understood what they were. Listening to Lulan's lecture today had, however, cleared up all his doubts. He inadvertently asked, elemental traces can be altered through embroidery? Indeed, especially those of plants. It was initially thought that elemental traces could be altered through drawing, but this method was soon discredited. Regardless of whether it's perfect, every natural trace has its own elemental energy field, which repels all other materials that contain elemental energy. The pigments used in painting were unable to adhere to these natural traces. Speaking of which, there's a joke about this. Would you like to hear it? You can even tell jokes? AI Hui was astonished. Lulan's voice rang out from the sand cloud. I saw it in a book. Go ahead. In the past, grass weapons were commonly refined using chemical painting methods. The cloud of money reformed into a cluster of yellow sand. One clump of sand transformed into a miniature person while another became a miniature sword. The miniature sand person was immersed in the act of painting on the sword. AI Hui was dazed. Was this a live enactment? Was Lulan getting smarter? There must be some kind of misconception. The methods of that period were rather backward. After using special chemicals to restore and improve its elemental traces, a sword would still have to undergo 2 more processes. The sword was first completely covered with yellow clay, following which a silver mist paste rich in elemental energy would be poured over it. Whenever the elementalists set out for battle, a war chariot carrying 2 large vats would follow closely behind. The vats separately contained yellow clay and the silver mist paste. The yellow sand suddenly dispersed, transforming into a group of miniature people charging ahead with swords in their hands. Trailing behind them was a war chariot carrying 2 large vats. When they encountered dire beasts. Bang! A clump of yellow sand turned into a group of dire beasts, colliding with the miniature people. As the intense battle raged on, the pigments on the blade would eventually fall off. Without any hesitation, the soldier would whip out another grass sword to block the enemy's attacks, seizing the opportunity to fling the grass sword back onto the chariot. The chemist on the chariot would grab the sword, swiftly dipping it into the vat of yellow clay and then into the vat of silver mist paste. He would then throw the sword back out, shouting for the next sword. The yellow sand brought the entire scene to life, vividly showcasing the entire process. The miniature person on the chariot was frantically busy as the swords rapidly flew through the air. They once encountered a huge pack of dire beasts. The yellow sand shifted again, this time transforming into many miniature dire beasts. A trail of flying debris fanned out behind the miniature beasts, exhibiting their impressive momentum. We watched the events vividly unfold with relish. The situation was intensely fierce. As the battle raged on, the weapons were clinging and clanging throughout the battlefield. The small swords were now flying through the air at a much faster rate as the miniature people struggled to keep up with the pace of the battle. In the end, the chemist died of exhaustion. The miniature person on the chariot collapsed. Hui was fully engaged in the story when everything suddenly stopped. Subconsciously, he asked, "What happens next?" "That's all," Lulan said, as he resumed his normal form. He tilted his head to the side and looked at Hui. "Was it not funny? Why are you not laughing, Hui?" Hui replied honestly, "It wasn't very funny." Lulan was taken aback. "I thought that it would be hilarious. The book said that it was one of the top 10 jokes of the year." Hui coughed lightly, and changing the topic, he said, "Let's continue talking about embroidery." Hui had noticed that Lulan's morphing abilities seemed to have improved. The miniature people that he had just created were remarkably true to life. Hui, however, was thinking further than that. Morphing was a technique commonly used by sand puppets and was one of the more effective moves at their disposal. Although practically all sand puppets could morph, sand puppets who could morph at Lulan's exceptional standards were quite rare. Lulan's morphing abilities would be truly formidable in battle. The standard of a sand puppet's morphing abilities largely depended on its cognition. Lulan's cognitive abilities should thus be considerably remarkable. Perhaps he could help Lulan improve this aspect of his abilities? With his level of cognition, Lulan could definitely further enhance his morphing abilities. In their previous battle together, relying on his morphing alone already had a significant impact. This idea lingered in Hui's mind for a moment before swiftly vanishing. Hui felt that he was overthinking. Lulan was a domestic sand puppet and shouldn't be steered towards battling. The battlefield was a cruel place from which he might not even make it out alive. Hui reminded himself that he was no longer in the wilderness and that he had started a new life that was completely different to what he had experienced in the past 3 years. Life was not all about fighting, for Lulan at least. All that mattered was that he could boil soup and clean rooms. Fighting should be left to people like him who were already used to the violence. Hui revealed a smile that was as radiant as the sun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, A Future Paved with Riches. Chapter 64, A Future Paved with Riches. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Embroidery is one of the more lucrative occupations, Lulan said, as he morphed into a book. A voice boomed out as the pages flipped. For the past 22 years, embroidery has consistently had a place in the top 10 most lucrative occupations within the Avalon of 5 elements. Hui's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Even wielding a sword could not captivate him to such an extent. This has to do with embroidery being applicable across a large number of fields, especially with regards to the handling of plant and leather materials. Due to the high prices of even basic embroidered goods, the sales volume isn't all that high. One sheet of elemental cloth costs 100 times more than normal cloth, with the average price over the past 10 years being 500,000 yuan. Hui sucked in a breath of cold air. Never had he imagined that one sheet of elemental cloth would cost this much. 500,000. Before his debt of 80 million yuan, 500,000 yuan was an astronomical figure to AI Hui. But now, this was the price for only one sheet of elemental cloth. Huge profits. Such huge profits. AI Hui's eyes glowed at the prospect of making so much money. In his mind, he was already running down to his teacher, shouting, "Teacher, I want to learn embroidery." With utmost passion and sincerity. These profits were really too much. AI Hui gritted his teeth, controlling himself. How could such a lucrative trade possibly exist in this world? Surely it exists so that he may join it. How much of the twin weaving technique did he remember? AI Hui had initially embraced the task with an attitude of experimentation, but he had now completely changed his mind. Overcoming this test was a must. My head can be chopped off, my blood can be lost, but don't ask whether or not I would learn embroidery. Let the wind blow, beat the war drums, but I won't be called AI Hui if I don't learn embroidery. What are elemental cloths used for? Why are they worth so much? Is weaving muslin considered as elemental cloth? AI Hui asked rapidly. Elemental cloths are weaved using elemental energy needles with threads made of materials rich in elemental energy. Elemental cloths are expensive because it is easy to add elemental traces to them. For instance, embroidery can be used to create these traces. Elemental cloths have many uses, including making weapons. Lian Thayer, the Vice Division leader of the North Sea Division, has a weapon called Dying Peach that is created through embroidery. Much protective equipment and many armor linings are also made with such cloths, providing a layer of protection against the dire beast's elemental energy-charged attacks. Lu Lan returned to his normal form, appearing in front of the heap of yarn. Are you referring to these? These balls of yarn have elemental energy and can be used to make elemental cloths. The use of an elemental energy needle, however, is required. AI Hui, do you know how to do it? Weaving cloth is one of the more profound techniques in embroidery, Lu Lan said, as he looked at AI Hui. There's no other choice, AI Hui stated resolutely. There was no room for negotiation. Hearing about the 500,000 yuan had steeled his resolve to learn embroidery. If one piece was worth that much, his debt could be settled with 164 pieces. This quick calculation left AI Hui feeling momentarily relieved. Learning embroidery was suddenly so much more worthwhile. Twin weaving technique. AI Hui recalled every detail of Senior Mingxiu's weaving demonstration. Without the aid of the sword embryo, his thought processes were much slower, but at least he could still remember everything clearly. AI Hui had no intention of borrowing the sword embryo's seed's strength for the task ahead. He was clear about his stance. The increase in the seed's power brought with it an even greater sense of obsession. AI Hui maintained a cautious and restrained approach while tapping on the seed's strength. Regardless of how strong it may be, using power beyond one's control can easily go south. The sword embryo's transformation meant that AI Hui had to now be even more vigilant than before. Do you know about the twin weaving technique? AI Hui asked. Lu Lan morphed into a book again, its pages flipping rapidly. The twin weaving technique was created by Master Han Yuqin when she was 19. It is the embodiment of Master Han Yuqin's skills with the needle. Lu Lan's first sentence deepened AI Hui's respect for Master Han Yuqin. Creating a whole new weaving technique at just 19 years old was no mean feat. She truly was worthy of being a master. The twin weaving technique revolves around the simultaneous coordination of two needles. It works by having one needle lead the other, tapping on the interaction between two needles that are bound by the same elemental energy. Building on the foundations of the twin weaving technique, Master Han Yuqin developed many other needlework techniques which ultimately culminated in her creation of the fish waterfall needlework style. It is so named for the enormous number of needles used. She currently holds the record for the greatest number of needles used simultaneously. The rapid book flipping sounds came to an abrupt stop as Lu Lan returned to his original form. That's all I have, AI Hui. Master Xiao has very few books regarding the embroidery workshop. AI Hui did not hear what Lu Lan was saying. He repeated to himself, tapping on the interaction between the two needles that are bound by the same elemental energy. Thanks to the sword embryo seed, Senior Mingxiu's actions were seared into his head, down to the smallest details. If he had not relied on the seed during the demonstration, he surely would have been at a loss. Lu Lan's words reminded him of some important details that immediately surfaced in his mind. So this is how it works. The sentence had enlightened him, clearing up the fuzzy understanding he had of the concept. AI Hui's expression became serious. Understanding the principles behind the twin weaving technique made AI Hui realize why his teacher wasn't optimistic about the task. Although the technique's concepts weren't exactly complicated, its execution required excellent control of elemental energy. AI Huey's control of elemental energy was far below the minimum requirements of the technique. However, he was not dejected by this revelation. He had no time to lose. AI Huey began his attempt at creating elemental needles. His prior experience allowed him to form the needles much faster this time, and the needles also stabilized quicker. AI Huey's learning ability was decent. Once he succeeded with an attempt, he would quickly get the hang of things. As he went through all of Senior Mingxiu's actions, he found a huge problem: he wasn't able to control the elemental needles from a distance. Throughout the entire demonstration, Senior Mingxiu had not used her palms to directly control the elemental energy needles. The theory behind that was simple enough. The densely packed elemental energy was used to form the needles, which were connected to the user via an invisible thread of elemental energy. This invisible thread was created using an extremely thin and faint form of elemental energy that was not only invisible but also undetectable. A high-level development of elemental energy was needed to be proficient in the detachment of elemental energy needles. In fact, forming the invisible thread was much harder than conjuring the elemental energy needles. Elemental energy was AI Huey's biggest weakness. Having only just opened his natal residence, he didn't have enough elemental energy to detach the elemental energy needles from his body. But AI Huey was not willing to give up just like that. 500,000 yuan per cloth. He was excited by this figure. AI Huey racked his brains, trying to come up with a solution. The twin weaving technique required the two needles to simultaneously move along the horizontal and vertical planes, one needle for each plane. Only when the two needles moved in complete coordination could it be considered as the twin weaving technique. He didn't have to match Senior Mingxiu's speed; a more achievable pace would be adequate. While Senior Mingxiu's demonstration had made the technique look completely effortless and simple, a deeper analysis helped AI Huey discover its true complexity. The deceptively simple technique actually possessed several intricacies that might leave one feeling at a loss of where to start. It's not that easy to earn 500,000 yuan after all. AI Huey let out a defeated sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, Invisible Thread. Chapter 65, Invisible Thread. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. When AI Huey roused from his deep rumination, the sky had already turned dark. Lu Lan was nowhere to be seen. While the twin weaving technique was honestly out of his league, AI Huey was not discouraged. He was already used to facing all kinds of challenges. He began his attempt. The first step was to try to conjure two elemental energy needles. This was the most fundamental aspect of the technique, without which the cloth couldn't even be woven. He had just learned how to integrate the element force needle in the morning, and the process wasn't exactly easy. An attempt at integrating two elemental energy needles at the same time was going to be difficult. AI Huey was, however, surprised that despite several issues, the attempt went relatively smoothly. AI Huey smiled, feeling pleased, as he gazed upon the needles on his right and left-hand fingers. His left and right hands were very balanced, something he had discovered in the wilderness. He was capable of wielding swords in either hand without much difficulty and was pleased to find out that such benefits extended to the use of elemental energy as well. After the elemental energy at his fingertips stabilized, AI Huey proceeded with his attempt at detaching the needles from his fingers. He had learned the theory during his teacher's fundamental lessons on training. Teacher Wang's explanation hadn't been very detailed, so AI Huey had to fumble with the method by himself. AI Huey continuously adjusted his breathing. His natal residence was in his lungs and had a direct relationship with his breathing. The human body was truly wondrous. The 5 residences were very different from one another. AI Huey's lungs expanded and contracted to the rhythm of his breathing. When he inhaled, his lungs suffused with a faint silver tint and exerted a pulling force that absorbed the metal elemental energy from the air. The residual air was then expelled through his nose. Being able to cultivate elemental energy through the mere act of breathing was one of the advantages of opening the natal residence. Even though the elemental energy present in the air was very sparse, the accumulative effect of such absorption was nothing to scoff at in the long run. Furthermore, every breath taken excited the metal elemental energy within his body, causing fluctuations that shifted with every adjustment to his breathing. Being able to look into AI Huey's body would reveal 2 extremely thin silver threads branching out of his silver-tinted lungs, with one entering his right hand and the other his left. These were formed from elemental energy. AI Huey's hand palaces had not been activated, which meant that the path from his natal residence to his palms hadn't been opened yet. According to the conventions of the cultivation era, these paths were known as elemental veins. AI Huey's elemental energy was currently circulating via the back of his muscles. If the elemental veins were thought of as a wide torrential river, then the path through the muscles was like a small, convoluted stream in the middle of a forest. Not only was it unable to accommodate large amounts of elemental energy, but the muscles were also much less efficient in circulating elemental energy. AI Huey's situation was slightly better. Opening his natal residence only after having developed his elemental energy to its fullest state had helped drench his muscles in elemental energy, greatly reducing the pathway's resistance to elemental energy. The elemental energy condensed into needles at AI Huey's fingertips, connecting to the thin silver threads of elemental energy within his body. AI Huey was able to control the elemental energy needles because the other end of the silver threads were connected to his lungs. AI Huey tried to move the needles forward. Under his watchful gaze, the elemental energy needles at his fingertips grew slightly longer. No! This was not elemental energy detachment. The principle behind this was not complex at all: keep the elemental energy thread unbroken, and maintain the density of the front of the conjured elemental energy needles while keeping it attached to an invisible thread behind it. In other words, he had to thin the elemental energy further at the back of the needle, but not to the point where it would break away from the elemental energy within his body. How was he going to make it thinner? AI Hui was at a loss. His teacher had not mentioned this before, as it was something that would be taught in the more advanced classes. This was too difficult for a rookie who had just opened his natal palace. It was now too late in the night to find his teacher. AI Hui decided to spend the night figuring it out by himself, and he would consult his teacher the next day if there were still no progress. AI Hui reflected on how he condensed the elemental energy into needles, thinking of reversing the process to make the elemental energy thread thinner. He got to work immediately. Compressing the elemental energy at his fingertips was the key factor in manifesting the elemental energy needles. To do the opposite, he would have to make the elemental energy fainter. The elemental energy needles at his fingertips gradually faded out of sight. The glow slowly became dimmer, turning transparent, before finally becoming practically invisible. AI Hui could still feel the elemental energy needle's presence even though he could no longer see it. He did not stop there. Carefully controlling the elemental energy within his body, AI Hui continued to weaken it while he strived to maintain its shape. At this point, the elemental energy needle was so faint that AI Hui had to consciously feel for it. AI Hui's body suddenly trembled, his face lit up with joy. As the density of the elemental energy continued to drop, the feeling at the tip of his fingers that had almost disappeared completely became clear once again. He could distinctly feel a very faint elemental energy in front of him that moved according to his will. The invisible thread. AI Hui was ecstatic to see the invisible thread. He had realized that weakening the elemental energy beyond the critical point was necessary for forming the invisible thread. This was the key. Crossing this critical point would allow greater control over the elemental energy. Understanding the invisible thread left AI Hui feeling over the moon. Although he was still far from moving the detached needles, he was off to a great start. How could he not be happy after comprehending such an advanced lesson? Suddenly, the invisible thread shattered into fragments. AI Hui was dazed for a moment. A moment later, a wry smile appeared on his face as he realized why this was taught in more advanced classes. The invisible thread was highly flexible and was capable of being manipulated in a number of complex ways. The amount of elemental energy required to sustain it, however, was much greater than that of the compressed elemental energy. This had depleted AI Hui's pool of elemental energy, and as he was no longer able to sustain the elemental energy thread within his body, the invisible thread quickly disintegrated. What was the use of this invisible thread if it could only be sustained for such a short period of time? Furthermore, elemental energy detachment wasn't just about the invisible thread alone. Combining the invisible thread with the elemental energy needle was going to deplete his elemental energy at an even faster rate. If the simplest part of the technique, moving the detached needles, was this tough, how was he going to execute the twin weaving technique in its entirety? AI Hui sat under the starry sky, feeling empty inside. He rested for a while and recovered some of his strength. He then stood up resolutely, picked up the backpack, and walked out of the training hall under the sky full of stars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Progress. Chapter 66, Progress. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. When he saw Mingxiu, Wang Shouxuan gave a snort of contempt. His face looked gloomy. "Please don't be angry, uncle," Mingxiu said softly with a gentle smile. "You know the temperament of master." Back then, she was in a rage, and when she calmed down later, she really felt regretful. She knows you must be angry. She even said that your disciple is her disciple and that even if AI Hui cannot succeed, she will teach him embroidery. She had said those unkind words only because she was angry. So you don't have high hopes for AI Hui, right? Wang Shouchuan looked unhappy. Mingxiu knew that Wang Shouchuan's anger was still not mollified, so she said, of course we do. AI Hui's disposition is incomparable. I'm sure his future is very promising. Wang Shouchuan's face was emotionless. That means you don't have hopes for him now, huh? We all trust your foresight, uncle, Mingxiu said softly. Please don't be angry with master. You know her bad temper. But she also has a deep affection for you. She knew that she was impulsive and has calmed down now. Master is very remorseful for making you angry. These days she has no appetite and has lost a lot of weight. Mingxiu had been the mediator between the two for countless times. Neither of them was good-tempered, so although they loved each other, they began to live apart long ago. Han Yuqin was an aggressive person. She ran her own embroidery workshop and was ambitious to carry forward and develop her school of thought further. Wang Shouchuan, on the other hand, was addicted to his own doctrine and was indifferent to the outside world. He, too, was stubborn, so every time they met, they quarreled fiercely. At first, Mingxiu had become very worried, but later on, she had gotten used to it. She realized that even though they quarreled a lot, they loved each other very much. If it weren't so, Master wouldn't have been running the embroidery workshop in the remote and small central Pine City for 20 years. Mingxiu knew that Master was indeed regretful this time. Uncle had never asked Master for any favor, and the first time he had done so it ended up in such chaos. That was why Master was feeling upset and remorseful. Wang Shouchuan's face had brightened up a bit. Mingxiu knew that the iron must be struck when it was still hot, so she quickly said, I will go to bring AI Hui here now. The earlier he starts, the more progress he will make. Please rest assured, uncle. Master will treat AI Hui as her own disciple. What's more, I'll help too. I'll take good care of him. What do you think, uncle? Wang Shouchuan didn't answer her question immediately, and instead asked, that means neither of you thinks AI Hui can pass the test? Mingxiu thought for a while before saying, AI Hui is of excellent temperament and composure. Regarding talent, I believe in your judgment, uncle. The test is only Master's balderdash and rage. Please don't take it seriously. No one in this workshop has ever been able to weave a bolt of cloth with the twin weaving technique in their first week of embroidery study. Wang Shouchuan was acutely aware that Mingxiu was telling the truth, but he still shook his head. He is my disciple. He said he wanted to try, and I believe him. Let's see when the time is up. No need to be in such a hurry. Mingxiu had not expected Wang Shouchuan to refuse. She knew that uncle was as proud and arrogant as Master, but he seemed to be really angry this time. She started gently, uncle. Wang Shouchuan waved his hand and interrupted, let's wait and see. If he really doesn't have talent in embroidery, then we don't need to waste time. Seeing that uncle had made up his mind, Mingxiu didn't try to persuade him further and returned. Having heard Mingxiu's update, Han Yuqin didn't say a word. Her face was gloomy, she knew she had gone too far this time. Although they used to quarrel before, as long as Mingxiu mediated, they would always reconcile. She really regretted the fact that she hadn't realized earlier that Wang Shouchuan's hope in AI Hui was far beyond her expectations. Now it was clear that he didn't want to bring AI Hui back at all. The test could not possibly be accomplished by him. Whatever, Han Yuqin said dispiritedly. Mingxiu was silent. She, too, hadn't expected uncle to be so determined. Does this mean that uncle doesn't want AI Hui to study embroidery anymore? However, when she recalled uncle's attitude, Mingxiu felt that that wasn't his intention. Did he really believe that AI Hui had a chance to pass the test? Mingxiu was startled by this thought. That's not possible. She immediately denied the thought. The twin weaving technique was not complicated, but to a novice like AI Hui who had taken a long time to even thread a needle, it was definitely an insurmountable task. She believed that this was uncle showing his favor for AI Hui, which was actually normal. For all these years, uncle had never taken a disciple. AI Hui was his very first one. She knew uncle too well, although he was bad-tempered, he was actually a kind person. She planned to persuade him again after a few days, or maybe ask AI Hui to help her. It suddenly occurred to her that she didn't meet AI Hui today. She realized that she could go and help him secretly. To her, uncle was just in a temper. If AI Hui passed the test smoothly, it would end happily for everybody. Of course, it was impossible to accomplish this himself, but with her help, it wouldn't be a problem. A bumping sound could be heard from time to time from inside the suspending golden pagoda. After the metal elemental energy in his body was scattered by the arching fish back, AI Hui sat down to absorb the scattered energy. With an open natal palace, his energy absorption efficiency had been largely improved. He now knew the benefits of opening up the natal palace. He had seen an overall marked improvement, whether it was in his training efficiency or his energy control. The time he could hang inside the suspending golden pagoda had also increased. This meant that the metal elemental energy capacity of his body had become far larger than before. However, the absorption speed of his flesh and blood was not at the same level as that of the natal palace at all. There was no need to mention energy control. Before, we could only use elemental energy to perform some basic tricks, but now, he could make an invisible thread with his elemental energy. This was indeed great progress. It was no wonder that opening one's natal palace was the first milestone in elemental energy training. Its benefits were exceptionally tangible. With such a high-intensity training, Hui was receiving a much more direct benefit and was progressing by leaps and bounds. But at this moment Hui had no time to cheer. Since his elemental energy had recovered during the meditative state, he opened his eyes and immediately started to try to manipulate the elemental needle. Now, concerning the making of an elemental needle, Hui was in no way a green hand anymore. After countless practices, he had become very adept at it. His hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. He hadn't slept or rested in the past 2 days. Finally, he managed to detach the needle from his body while manipulating it, but it was only within a radius of 10 centimeters. Although the scope wasn't large, it was sufficient for him. Yet it was too early to be happy. He continued to devote himself to learning the next step. Elemental needle detachment was only the beginning. But this time Hui was filled with confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Duanmu's Self-Abasement. Chapter 67, Duanmu's Self-Abasement. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. Duanmu Huanghun was sitting inside the schoolhouse, feeling impatient. The students around him couldn't help but continuously shoot gazes at him, and many girls hid themselves behind some windows and ardently peeped at him. Duanmu Huanghun, who had shot to fame after the famous fight, had now become the last disciple of the Grandmaster Dai Gang. Yet none of these made him feel pleased or joyful. With his noble upbringing, amazing talent, and handsome looks, and now as the last disciple of the famous master, he really was a favorite of heaven. He was so perfect that no one could even envy him. But he was not happy at all. That bastard didn't come to school again. Duanmu Huanghuan's heart was full of anger. Yes, anger. Today was the first day he had returned to Central Pine City from meeting his master. With the title of a Grandmaster's last disciple, he was shining brilliantly like the sun. The dean had personally came to welcome him again and had even spoken to him obsequiously. The teachers gave him kind and warm greetings, not in the least bit treating him like a student. The male students looked at him with worship and reverence, while the female students stared at him with passionate love. But he neither wanted nor cared about any of these. The only person he wanted to see, the only person he cared about, was not included in these strangers. He wanted to see the unconcealed envy, jealousy, and self-abasement in Hui's eyes. Yes, he was this practical. He just wanted to see that fellow grovel at his feet under his dazzling fame. It would feel great. But damn it! That guy didn't come to school again. Duanmu Huanghuan's face was livid with rage. Although his eyes were as cold as ice, an unimpeded fury was burning beneath them. It was like a powerful army with a vast host of infantry and cavalry, after planning for a long time, had finally marched directly towards the enemy's camps in the hope of wiping the enemies out, but found out that the camp was empty. The feeling sucks. He wasn't listening to a word of what the teachers were saying in the class. For the whole morning, he was in a rage and was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Each minute in the class was similar to torture and made him more and more angry. He felt like he was a foolish clown. The feeling was so intense that he almost couldn't help but rush out of the classroom. However, he somehow managed to restrain himself until the end of the class. As soon as the class was over, he stood up and rushed out of the schoolhouse with great haste. As he walked outside, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes in the bright sunlight. "Excuse me, do you know Hui, but..." As he just passed the school gate, Duanmu heard a soft and gentle voice and suddenly stopped. However, he didn't stop because of how attractive the voice was, but instead, because of the name. Hui, that damned bastard. After his eyes adjusted to the sunlight, he could clearly see the person in front of him. His eyes lit up. What a classic beauty! The girl stood there gracefully with a demure temperament and a warm smile. She looked so gentle and decent. Duanmu Huanghun had seen countless beauties, but very few of them could be said to be as pleasant looking as her. Hui's girlfriend? Impossible. Duanmu immediately denied the thought. How can AI Hui have such a pretty girlfriend? His girlfriend was the plain-looking one. The moment the word girlfriend appeared in his mind, Duanmu's heart trembled, as he remembered the miserable experience of that night. It was a literal nightmare that he was still trying to forget. He never thought he would remember it here. Although he was roaring with anger deep inside his heart, Duanmu Wanghun still smiled brightly, and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm AI Hui's classmate." He decided to paralyze his enemies before infiltrating himself into them. Wow, that's great. So glad to meet you. I'm the senior disciple of AI Hui's master, Mingxiu said, pleasantly surprised. Senior disciple of AI Hui's master? Duanmu Wanghun was also a bit surprised. His attention was immediately caught by this relationship. AI Hui had a master? How could anyone choose such a terrible guy as a disciple? He began to feel indignant. Yet he was calm enough to maintain his composure, and he asked with a big smile and appropriate surprise, AI Hui has a master? I've never heard of it before. Why didn't he share this wonderful news with us? Mingxiu didn't think too much, and she answered, I presume he didn't have time to tell you. It was just days ago. His master is Wang Xiaochuan, a teacher of Central Pine Academy, but... Wang Xiaochuan? Teacher in our academy? Duanmu Wanghun paused for a minute as he quickly searched his memories. Is he the one teaching the basis for training course? Yes. Mingxiu was familiar with Uncle's course. I see. Duanmu Wanghun instantly became more relieved. It wasn't surprising, surely no respectable teacher would choose such a terrible disciple. He didn't think that a teacher who taught basis for training would be of high status. Now much happier, Duanmu Wanghun acted impressed and said, he is a good teacher. AI Hui is fortunate to have him as his master. Hearing his compliment, Mingxiu's positive impression of Duanmu became reinforced. She had learned embroidery from master ever since she was very young, and just like her master, uncle was like kin. So you and AI Hui know each other well? Mingxiu asked curiously. Very. Duanmu replied. He gnashed his teeth in anger but managed to give a bright smile. We are on the same mission team. Oh, then you must be good friends. Mingxiu was also happy to know this. The members of a mission team generally consisted of very good friends who could closely cooperate. Yes, yes. Duanmu's smile became brighter, but in his heart, he wished to stab AI Hui to death. Oops, no. Stab? How could he be so cruel to his good friend? He should hack him into pieces to resolve his hatred. Oh, I don't know your name yet, Mingxiu said. Duanmu thought furiously to himself. Should he tell her his real name? No. He was too famous these days, and as a celebrity, he would be recognized if she knew his true name. Then she would know that he was lying because AI Hui must have badmouthed him in front of her. Why not give her a pseudonym? Without thinking, Duanmu Wanghun blurted out, just call me Bangwan. The next moment he realized what he said, and he felt like killing himself. He almost cried out. Just what did he do? Oh, hello, Bangwan. Mingxiu said heartily. Hearing the familiar yet horrifying name again, tears welled up in Duanmu's eyes. Yes, yes, he replied torpidly. This self-abasement was just too harsh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Reveal. Chapter 68, Reveal. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. By the way, Bangwan, do you know where AI Hui lives? Mingxiu asked. I tried to find him in many places but failed. When Duanmu Wanghun, whose heart was weeping silently, heard this, he almost burst into laughter, so he was not the only one who couldn't find AI Hui after all. Wait. Okay, this was nothing to be happy for. Duanmu Wanghun felt that he was almost being driven insane by himself. What the hell happened to him? Why was he always making mistakes like this? After making a series of stupid mistakes for no reason, he really wanted to cry. I don't know either. He seldom comes to class. Managing to calm himself down, Duanmu decided to say something bad about AI Hui first. He then added, he used to live in Vanguard Training Hall. You can try to find him there. Great. Then I'll go to the training hall now. Mingxiu was happy, but then she frowned when she thought of AI Hui's bad habit of skipping classes. She should definitely remind him when she sees him later. Duanmu Wanghun was lost in thought as he watched Mingxiu walk away. Her name sounded familiar to him. He felt as if he had heard of her name somewhere before, but now he couldn't remember clearly. As he had met countless ladies, Duanmu was very experienced in this aspect. It was impossible for that girl, who was gentle, respectable, and had such an outstanding temperament, to be a nobody. Suddenly he recalled some details, such as her clothing, which was simple, plain, and not resplendent at all. But the texture was clearly of high quality, and it was all made of elemental fabrics. Moreover, the embroidery of the clothing was clearly a masterpiece. As a member of an honored family who had lived an extravagant life since childhood, Duanmu Huanghan could tell this from just a glance. Mingxiu's clothes were not conspicuous, but in terms of price, it was even higher than what he was wearing. Ai Hui was poor and weak. How could his senior Mingxiu be so rich? Embroidery. Duanmu Huanghan finally realized who Mingxiu was. She was the favorite disciple of Master Han Yuqin. Central Pine City was small without many notable big shots, which was why Duanmu was able to quickly remember her. Since he had decided to study in Central Pine Academy, his family had already collected all the information about the city. The first person one could not offend here in Central Pine Academy was Master Han Yuqin. No matter where she went, the embroidery master would always be an honored guest. Even his teacher, the Grandmaster Dai Gang, would keep a low profile in front of her. Duanmu Huanghan knew much more than others. Han Yuqin's embroidery workshop was remote and very few people knew where it was, and if it wasn't specially investigated by his family, he wouldn't have known that this ordinary workshop was owned by such a personality. And no one was stupid enough to go and offend an embroidery master. Workshops like this had business with the 13th Division. Many clients came to purchase high-end elemental fabrics, and these clients were either wealthy or powerful. The interpersonal connections behind it formed a huge, invisible network. Then Mingxiu should be the disciple of Master Han Yuqin. How could she be Teacher Wang's disciple? No. It suddenly occurred to him that Han Yuqin's husband was said to be a teacher in Central Pine Academy. That must be Teacher Wang. Duanmu Huanghan was greatly surprised at this conclusion. Teacher Wang was a person to whom very few people would pay attention, and Duanmu didn't have the slightest impression of him. Judging from the class he taught, his level should not be very high. Duanmu quickly calmed down. This was not surprising at all. All of a sudden, he felt curious. Why was Mingxiu searching for Ai Hui? Why not go and have a look? Once he had such an idea, Duanmu couldn't sit still. Yes, he should go and have a look. That damned fellow was already very weak, and he skipped school almost every day. What on earth was he doing? Duanmu Huanghan told himself that since they were now teammates, if Ai Hui was too weak, the team would lag behind, which would directly influence himself. He set out immediately. The Vanguard training hall was remote and it wouldn't be easy for Mingxiu to find it, so it wasn't too late for Duanmu to start now. Yet he didn't go to the training hall directly. Instead, he went back to where he lived and wore an elemental mask. This was the inconvenience his fame brought him. He would be recognized far too often. He didn't want to be interrupted by some crazy female students on the way. He made up his mind to find out what the hell the bastard was doing. The face in the mirror was strange, and the eyes were cold. As he had expected, by the time he made it to the alley to Vanguard Training Hall, Mingxiu hadn't arrived. So he bought a stick of candied fruits, hid himself somewhere covert, and waited like a patient hunter. Be more careful if you come here alone next time. A boy was speaking to the girl beside him as they walked by. Why? It's not safe here? The girl was curious. The boy said seriously, you don't know? This is where the streaking case took place some time ago. Really? The girl was greatly surprised. The insane naked guy? Yes, I was here that night and saw it myself. The psycho also had strong fighting skills. The boy continued, do take care of yourself. Duanmu was eating the candied haws, and when he heard their conversation, he froze, and his face burned as if he had been slapped harshly. He felt like finding somewhere to hide himself. What happened that day inadvertently reappeared in his mind. Although it had already passed, he still felt humiliated. Immersed in the unbearable memory, Duanmu didn't notice the boy's unintentional glimpse towards him. The boy's body froze. Noticing this abnormality, the girl asked, what happened? Nothing, he answered in a low voice, and he pulled her hand quietly as a hint that they need to leave as soon as possible. The girl didn't understand what he meant, but she still quickly followed him and left. Having walked some distance away, the boy, still a bit scared, looked back inside with relief when he confirmed that Duanmu was looking down at the ground and hadn't seen them. What happened to you just now? The girl asked, concerned. The boy was about to answer when he noticed two guards on patrol. He quickly took the girl's hand and ran to them. Duanmu Huanghan on the other side of the street, however, was still thinking about the shameful scene, and therefore didn't notice the nervousness of the guards after they heard what the boy said. The guards took it very seriously, because the reason why they were on patrol there every day was precisely the streaking case that Central Pine Academy was trying to investigate. Due to the rise of Duanmu Huanghun, the fame of the academy had been enhanced and was recently in a steady increase. So how could they put up with such a scandal? Every guard clearly knew that the naked miscreant had strong fighting skills. One of them opened the mini grass cage on his shoulder, from which a gray signal bee flew out and buzzed away. They looked at each other and simultaneously drew their own weapons from their waists, and from two separate directions, they started closing in on the male who was eating the candied fruits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Cunning Fox. Chapter 69, Cunning Fox. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. Excuse me, which academy are you from? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Duanmu Huanghuan's thoughts and pulled him back from his shameful and resentful memories. He looked up and saw two guards staring at him like they were facing a formidable enemy. Central Pine Academy. Duanmu Huanghun, who was not in a good mood, answered unconsciously. What's your name? Where's your pine badge? Which class are you in? The guard then asked. A pine badge was a nameplate for each student of Central Pine Academy to prove their identity. Leave me alone, Duanmu Huanghun said impatiently. He knew his distinguished status differentiated himself from ordinary students and was therefore not nervous at all when facing the guards. As a result, when they asked him to show his pine badge, his first reaction was one of reproach. Pine badge check. The guard softened his tone. Thank you for your cooperation. Instinctively, Duanmu Huanghun reached for his pine badge, but then he stopped. Pine badge? There was no pine badge for his current disguised identity. Of course, he wouldn't show the badge with Duanmu Huanghuan's name to them. After acting silly for the whole day, Duanmu Huanghun finally sobered down. Didn't take it with me. Duanmu snorted. I'd been to Central Pine City for so many times. Never heard of such a check before. Having been born in a noble and honored family, Duanmu had never known what it meant to keep a low profile. As for the two guards of Central Pine Academy, well, he didn't even bother to pay attention to them. The guards became more nervous when Duanmu Huanghuan's hand stopped moving. At first, they weren't sure if the information the boy had provided was accurate, but now, judging from the reaction of the target, he was definitely a suspicious character. The danger level of the suspect largely increased. New rules, published days ago. The guard stared at him and said, if you didn't take your pine badge with you, please come with us to Central Pine Academy to apply for a temporary one. Central Pine Academy? Duanmu was a bit apprehensive, as he was afraid that his false identity would be exposed. No. Why do I have to do as you say? Who bears the consequence if my mission is delayed? Duanmu Huanghun seemed arrogant, but in his heart, he was getting worried that they had already figured out his intention. But that was weird. He hadn't done anything wicked. He was only wearing an elemental mask. Wait. Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes almost popped out. He finally knew the problem. It was his mask, the damned mask. He quickly turned to look at the other side of the street, and as expected, he saw the two people who had just walked by. I was here that night. What the boy had said had now occurred to him. Damn it! Why did he pick up this particular mask today? He started to panic and totally forgot this was the only elemental mask he took with him. If his real identity was found out, even if he had 100 mouths to defend himself, he could hardly clear his name. Duanmu Huanghun was the naked pervert. No overstatement was needed. This fact alone could become the headline of Central Pine Academy and spread to the whole induction ground by tomorrow. He would consequently be deprived of his fame as a genius and be kicked out by his teacher. He would also disgrace the Duanmu family and become a joke in the Avalon of 5 elements. His face turned pale. Any one of these results touched his deepest fear and left him trembling with horror. No! He must not be caught. As long as he was not caught, no one would suspect him, and after his successful escape, as long as there was no death, no exposure of his elemental energy, and no evidence, this incident would end. He could not care less about whether anyone would be injured. After calming down, Duanmu was thinking fast. His eyes narrowed, resembling a crescent moon. The two guards felt the suspect suddenly become a different person. After his eyes narrowed, the originally featureless face transformed into that of a cunning and cold-blooded fox. A strong sense of danger filled their hearts at the same time. But their reactions were too slow. The figure of the dangerous guy blurred, and something flashed across their eyes. Bang! Bang! They were pounded on the stomach at the same time, and their back arched with severe pain like a shrimp. How dare he take the initiative to attack them? That was their last thought before they lost consciousness. An evil smile appeared on the otherwise ordinary face, suddenly giving it a vivid and bright look. The crescent-shaped eyes were like those of a fox, and along with the evil smile, they revealed a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty and grimness. What slow reactions! Having got the upper hand with just one move, Duanmu Huanghan snorted. Although he had never thought much of the ability of the guards of Central Pine Academy, he was a bit surprised to get away with it so easily. Central Pine City was a small place, and the ranking of Central Pine Academy in the induction ground was among the lowest. Therefore, the guards here were not highly skilled. Moreover, as a typical small town, it was generally peaceful, so the guards were usually at leisure and not vigilant. They had never thought that Duanmu Huanghan would initiate the attack. Duanmu Huanghan was just about to leave when he heard the sharp sound of sirens pierce the air. His pupils constricted, and he murmured, "Troublesome." Although the guards were easy to deal with, they had called for backup in advance, which was the last thing Duanmu wanted to see. Without any hesitation, he rushed to a street nearby like a lightning bolt. Thanks to Ai Hui, whom he had been recently looking for a long time, Duanmu had become very familiar with the layout of Central Pine City. He didn't go too high because then he would be easily spotted. Two guards rushed into the street rapidly, weapons drawn. No one noticed the figure hiding in the shadow at the entrance of the street. Where is he? The two guards slowed down to search for the suspect. Like a ghost, a figure with a stick of candied fruits in its mouth appeared silently behind them. The narrowed eyes made it look like a fox taking a nap in the sunlight. The figure hit hard on the nape of their necks at the same time, causing the two guards to lose consciousness and fall down to the ground. The passers-by on the street were astonished. They were stuck dumb and didn't know how to respond. Amidst the gaze of all the pedestrians, Duanmu Huanghan ate up the last candied fruit and unhurriedly threw away the stick. He did not seem panicked at all. Chewing the candied fruit, he was strolling leisurely. He was as idle as an ordinary passerby. Incessant screams threw the deadly silent street into chaos. With his eyes still narrowed, Duanmu appeared to be enjoying himself. He randomly chose a tea house whose door was open and walked in. The people in the tea house were chatting and drinking tea. When the screams had started coming from outside, they didn't know what had happened, and since Duanmu Huanghan walked in at just this moment, he immediately caught everyone's attention. Yet he didn't pay any heed to them and walked to the seat near the door, before sitting down as if nobody was present. "A pot of your best tea, please." His voice sounded lazy. The waiter, as if just awakened from a dream, replied promptly, "No problem." "Please wait a minute." The ringing sirens outside became the topic of discussion for the people inside the tea house. What's happening? An accident? What exactly is going on out there? Duanmu Huanghan was at ease. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The taste was ordinary. He put the teacup down in disappointment. No one noticed a bamboo whistle suddenly appear in his hand. He put it to his mouth. All of a sudden, a sharp whistle unexpectedly pierced through the tea house, causing all the other noises to rapidly die down. In the dead silence, Duanmu Huanghan put down his bamboo whistle, and with a note of apology in his voice, he said, "Sorry to interrupt, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 70, Mingxiu. Chapter 70, Mingxiu. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. Duanmu Huanghan strolled out of the tea house, leaving the unconscious guards inside lying on the ground in disarray. He was in a good mood now. The gloom that Ai Hui had brought him these past days was all gone. The pleasant feeling after releasing all his depression at once was simply fantastic. Yes, instead of blaming Mingxiu, Duanmu regarded Ai Hui as the troublemaker, the one to be blamed, and the cause of all wickedness. Now that Duanmu Huanghan had calmed down, he suddenly realized how crazy he had been just now. He had been obedient, intelligent and aspirant ever since he was very young, and he was a role model for all other kids. No one was comparable to him. He was recognized as the perfect young man by all adults. But he had just attacked the guards after specifically setting up an ambush to trap them. Before today, he had never thought he would ever do something as crazy as this, but now he had, and it was the hatred in his heart that had pushed him to do so. The unprecedented thrill actually made him feel somewhat excited. But when he saw the pretty figure standing not far away from him in the sunlight, his eyes narrowed again. "Are you the one who attacked the guards just now? I haven't seen anyone as bold as you in Central Pine City for a long time." Mingxiu spoke lightly. Her face used to be as delightful as a breath of fresh air, but now there was no pleasant expression or smile on it. Her beautiful eyes were calm, and the solemn and respectable aura surrounding her seemed to indicate a sense of inviolability. She unwrapped her plain-colored shawl from around her shoulders. Duanmu hadn't noticed before that the shawl was actually much longer than what it seemed to be. Raising her wrist, Mingxiu unfolded the shawl to its full length in the wind. Duanmu Huanghuan's pupils constricted. In the sunshine, bright streaks of light appeared on the shawl, making it appear glorious and resplendent. Troublesome. The word was squeezed out of his clenched teeth. His eyes were cold, and the evil yet defiant smile appeared on his face once again. He fled without hesitation. Half an hour later, Duanmu Huanghun was still being chased to the outskirts of the city. He really wanted to cry, his bearing had become extremely awkward, and all his clothes were tattered. Anything related to AI Hui would end up in his own disaster. Senior Mingxiu, who had appeared to be so amiable, was actually skilled and relentless in her attacks. Duanmu was totally unable to defend himself, and the only thing he could do was run away. It was only now he understood why the first fact in the information collected by his family had said not to provoke the jade embroidery workshop. It was not because of the interpersonal connections behind it, but rather, because of Senior Mingxiu. He still couldn't figure out why, as the heir of Master Han Yuqin and a genius regarded as a future grandmaster of embroidery who may even surpass her master, Mingxiu could have such strong fighting skills. He even began to doubt whether his ranking in the induction ground was only a figment of his imagination. Worse still, Senior Mingxiu was closely pursuing him, and if he stopped for even a second, she would catch up and attack him. The plain-colored shawl must have been made by Master Han Yuqin. Every time it unfolded to its full length, the floating lights on its surface would cause him to feel intoxicated. He was not a green and inexperienced clodhopper, but he still couldn't tear his eyes away from it. It was the embroidery of an embroidery master. This was the first time in his life that Duanmu had lost to his opponent in each and every aspect. Not only was he inferior to Mingxiu in combat skills, but also in terms of wealth. Even for powerful families, like that of Duanmu, the embroidery that Mingxiu wore as her shawl was a rare treasure, and such treasures were all very precious to the highly respected elders of the family. No one would ever give it to kids like Duanmu, even if he were the most talented of his family's generation. He was desperate. What bad luck! Without any sense of direction, Duanmu Huanghun hobbled through the woods, trying to get rid of Mingxiu. Duanmu's elemental energy and physical strength had been almost entirely depleted after continuously fighting and desperately fleeing from Senior Mingxiu. Although he now believed that he had gotten rid of Mingxiu, he still didn't dare to stop running. Suddenly, he noticed a spire in the distance. That was the suspending golden pagoda. He thought for a while and realized that he could pretend that he had been training in the pagoda. Yes. All he needed to do was get rid of Mingxiu, enter the suspending golden pagoda, throw away his mask, and pretend to be training. As for the naked pervert, no, the man without clothes, as long as he doesn't admit it, then who would suspect him? Who would dare to suspect him? The entire academy was relying on him now, and they obviously would not destroy the genius they had just created. Besides, there were many non-native students in Central Pine City these days. The academy couldn't be sure that it was its own student just because the miscreant claimed so himself. The whole incident would come to an end once he throws away the mask and pretends to be training in the suspending golden pagoda. It was not important even if Mingxiu knew the truth. As long as he didn't openly admit it, Mingxiu would not take action against him. Although Jade Embroidery Workshop wasn't easy to deal with, Duanmu's family wasn't either. He warily waited for a while and didn't see Mingxiu, so was therefore somewhat relieved. It seemed that he was off the hook for now. He had run helter-skelter in the woods like a directionless headless chicken, doing whatever he could to elude Mingxiu. He removed his mask and buried it carefully in a hole to remove any traces. Then, with his last bit of energy, he stumbled towards the suspending golden pagoda. He had made up his mind. When he reached the pagoda, he would lie down, pretending to be exhausted after training. As for the bruises all over his body, they were because of the crazy training he had just gone through. How could he be a genius without hard work? He was pleased with himself. But soon his complacency faded away. His legs were as heavy as lead. A few moments ago he was in a state of emergency. When he was being closely chased and attacked by Mingxiu, he was highly concentrated and his potential had been forced out, and therefore he didn't feel tired. Now, after finding a way out, his nervousness was alleviated, and fatigue and tiredness overwhelmed him like a flood. Each step was really heavy. Although the suspending golden pagoda was merely a short distance away, to Duanmu, it felt poles apart. His elemental energy, which used to be plentiful, had been drained. During his daily training, he hardly spared time to exercise his body and was hence not physically strong. Now, without the support of elemental energy, his muscles were trembling. His face was pale and he was breathing heavily. His throat was burning. He slowly dragged himself to the suspending golden pagoda. Awful. It felt terrible, he could not even move one finger. This was how it felt to be totally exhausted. His sight gradually became blurry, but he struggled to hold on. He had to do whatever it took to make it to the suspending golden pagoda. The image of the pagoda before him was also gradually becoming less clear. The last moment before he lost consciousness, he finally reached the pagoda. Everything transformed into a blur as he strenuously climbed the stairs with both his hands and feet. Suddenly, he felt as if he touched something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71, Simplifying the Twin Weaving Technique. Chapter 71, Simplifying the Twin Weaving Technique. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. The twin weaving technique was created by Master Han Yuqin when she was 19 years old. Rome was not built in a day, and she did not become a master overnight. Without in-depth knowledge and innate talent, one would not be able to become a master. All the historical masters had displayed exceptional innate abilities and had stood out from the masses when they were young. 19 years was an age at which most people were still studying in the induction ground, yet at this age, Master Han Yuqin had already created her own unique weaving technique. Such talent was indeed jaw-dropping. During this period of time, Ai Hui had a deep impression of her. He had displayed great admiration for her on more than one occasion. In theory, the twin weaving technique was not really complicated. Its design was simple yet ingenious, which brought about an aesthetic balance to it. Of course, the word simple was relative to different individuals. This technique far surpassed Ai Hui's current powers and knowledge. The process of trying to understand the twin weaving technique had broadened Ai Hui's perspective. To him, there were countless obstacles present in the simple steps of the twin weaving technique. However, he did not give up. Whenever he encountered an obstacle, he would think about how to solve the problem. No one guided him, he needed to solve every obstacle he encountered himself. Moreover, he had a weak foundation and did not have much knowledge on elemental energy. If it were another person in his position, they would not know what to do at all. Luckily, Ai Hui had used the powers of the sword embryo to view Senior Mingxiu's demonstration that day. Every movement of Senior Mingxiu and all the details of the flow of the elemental energy had been firmly engraved in his mind, and this played a significant role in helping him comprehend the twin weaving technique. When Ai Hui truly understood and digested the principles behind the twin weaving technique, he benefited greatly from it. Master Han Yuqin's masterwork contained techniques and ideas on elemental energy that were extremely new to Ai Hui, who previously knew nothing at all. The benefits of such spontaneous thoughts were extremely precious. Ai Hui, who was in deep thought, was not thrilled at the benefits he received. Instead, he was filled with endless agony. He had finally solved the problem with great difficulty, but before he could even rejoice, a tougher problem arose. When he fully comprehended the principles behind the twin weaving technique, he realized that he could not even use it. His current base level was far below the basic base level requirement for this skill. He calculated that the minimum elemental energy level that was needed for this technique was the 4th palace. He had not even activated a single palace. However, he did not intend to give up just like this. He was a practical individual and did not forget what his goal was. That goal was to successfully weave elemental cloths. In fact, this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. When he was in the wilderness, he had been placed in many similar circumstances. When he did not have a grass sword, he would make a wooden sword. He was fine with anything as long as it could be used. When he was in the swordsman school, he did not have any bookshelves to place and arrange the swordplay manuals, so he had picked up scrapwood and had made them himself. Due to having a pathetic amount of resources, poor people would always encounter various difficulties in their lives. It was a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul, using worthless materials flexibly to create something usable. One could say that this was the poor person's wisdom. Even though it was not efficient, it was still usable. In Ai Hui's hands, the twin weaving technique changed beyond recognition. When an elemental energy needle left one's body, their elemental energy would quickly deplete, so Ai Hui attempted to reduce the distance between the elemental energy needle and his finger. Eventually, the distance between the elemental energy needle and his finger had shrunk to only 2 centimeters. Although it did not appear graceful and elegant, it could still be used, and for a rookie like Ai Hui, it was instead much easier to control. For someone like Ai Hui, who had little mastery over elemental energy, it was impossible to make 2 elemental energy needles react to each other. Hence, Ai Hui thought of another method, which was to coordinate his hands and eyes. Even though elemental energy may be sensitive, it was still easier for Ai Hui to control his muscles and coordinate his hands instead. Of course, it was impossible for Ai Hui to harmonize his elemental energy like what Senior Mingxiu had done. If Senior Mingxiu's twin weaving technique could be compared to an agile hummingbird, then AI Huey's twin weaving technique would be compared to a slow-moving snail. However, the hardest part was the movements of the hands. Each of AI Huey's hands controlled an elemental energy needle. His two fingers were poking forward alternatively, and it appeared that AI Huey was weaving a sweater. The aesthetic beauty of the twin weaving technique had completely disappeared in his hands. Fine. It still could be considered weaving, because, in the end, he actually did manage to weave some elemental cloths. However, even though they looked crumpled and ugly, AI Huey still needed to put in an all-out effort to produce such quality of work. It was truly an all-out effort. AI Huey's elemental energy could only last for 5 minutes. And he needed to be extremely focused during these 5 minutes. Any slight mistake would waste his elemental energy. Once his elemental energy was depleted, he would need to enter the suspending golden pagoda to recollect the metal elemental energy. After that, he would have to use the arching fish back to scatter the energy for absorption. This repetitive process would take up to an hour. In other words, he needed to train for 1 hour before he could weave for 5 minutes. The difference between AI Huey's base level and Senior Mingxiu's base level was quite obvious. AI Huey would need an unknown number of days to weave the same amount of elemental cloths that Senior Mingxiu could weave in 10 minutes. AI Huey did not have a moment of rest. He trained crazily, and then weaved crazily. Previously, he had some prejudice towards embroidery, but when he had clearly comprehended the twin weaving technique, he changed his stance. No matter what, he had to learn embroidery. If such dazzling and elaborate control could be utilized in combat, how frightening would it be? For example, if the twin needles were to be used during combat, his enemies would find it hard to guard against its unpredictability. Furthermore, one bolt of cloth was worth 500,000 yuan, but AI Huey did not know how long he would take to weave one bolt of cloth. However, he knew that as long as he persisted, he could definitely weave it. If he could make a breakthrough to the fourth palace, he could then utilize the twin weaving technique. The twin weaving technique was merely a basic weaving technique, yet it was so powerful and so valuable. Without any distractions, AI Huey continued to train day and night. For someone who had survived the wilderness, AI Huey understood the importance of opportunity. When you see an opportunity, you have to make an all-out effort to pursue it. Before you succeed or fail, you should stop complaining about how much hard work you have put in. He continued for 3 days without any sleep. For these 3 days, he engaged in high-intensity training, with the intention of not wasting any time. His body gradually became exhausted from the continuous high-intensity training. Even a maniac like AI Huey found such training to be intolerable. If it were done for a prolonged period, it would even cause injuries to his body. This time around, AI Huey spent a bit more time training in the suspending golden pagoda, enduring the explosive effect of the metal elemental energy to his body. He was trying his best to climb the steel chain for the way out. Elemental energy could constantly be replenished during continuous training. However, this did not apply to his physical strength, which had constantly been drained. He was somewhat dispirited by the process of climbing out. The spirit was willing, but the flesh was too weak. He really needed a rest today. He planned to have a good sleep later. Before AI Huey could even heave a sigh of relief after using all his strength to climb up to the entrance, a staggering figure suddenly came out from the dark and collapsed onto his body. AI Huey subconsciously reached out his hands and tried to catch the figure. That figure lost control of its body. Its swinging arms desperately tried to hold on to AI Huey, resembling someone who was drowning. Both of them collided with each other, lost their balance, and fell into the suspending golden pagoda at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Danger. Chapter 72, Danger. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. The unforeseen event startled AI Huey. Before he could even see who collided with him, he was flooded with a whizzing metal wind. Damn it! Usually, when AI Huey was alone in the suspending golden pagoda, he would tread everywhere with care. However, he was now carrying a person, and his physical strength had been thoroughly depleted. How could he possibly move? The most annoying thing was that the other party was holding him tightly by his waist. He tried to break free a few times but failed. AI Huey was obviously furious. Ruthless thoughts rose in his mind. Once he's out of here, he would bash this bastard up until he's unrecognizable. With this area being so large and the steel chain so noticeable, how could he not see it? What kind of eyesight did he have? Just as AI Huey was about to explode with anger, his hands gave way. A shiver went down his spine. The steel chain broke. The steel chain could not bear the weight of 2 people. AI Huey's expression changed slightly. Both of them were like kites that were out of control. Bang! His body slammed heavily against the wall, and even with the protection of the armor, he could not help but let out a pained groan. Although the armor protected him from the metal wind, it was still very cumbersome. Furthermore, there was a person on his back. Even if AI Huey's strength was at its peak, he would still not be confident of walking out of the suspending golden pagoda alive. Bang! Dot. This time around, it was the person on his back that hit the wall. An involuntary groan came from behind him. AI Huey's rage, which had just simmered down, erupted once more. Duanmu Bangwan. He could identify the other party with just the voice. Previously, both of them had borne grudges against each other, but now, the two enemies had come face to face as their eyes blazed with hatred. It was not surprising at all to see this bastard come here to stir trouble. AI Hui didn't know where his strength came from as he tried to grab Duanmu Huanghun, who was latched onto his back. However, the armor on his body was too bulky, and his movements were limited. He simply removed his armor. Clang! Cling! Clang! It crashed onto the metal fence below. However, before he could do anything, Duanmu Huanghun seemed to discover an opportunity to strike and used all his limbs to cling onto AI Huey's back like an octopus. After removing the armor's restriction, AI Hui felt his movements regain their freedom. However, at the same time, he became much lighter, and the wind now had a greater impact on him. Yet when he realized it, it was already too late. Bang! 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 Both of them were like rubber balls, as they bounced off each other and flew around the pagoda uncontrollably. At this point of time, AI Hui could do nothing else except protect his head. However, as an experienced individual, he was able to react in time. He knew that he would only waste his energy by bouncing around recklessly, and the best thing to do now was to protect himself, save his energy, and wait for an opportunity. AI Hui, who had calmed down, knew what he was doing. He was very familiar with the first level of the suspending golden pagoda. As long as he was blown somewhere near the entrance, he could successfully escape. He no longer cared about Duanmu Huanghun and recovered from his fury. It was as if nothing had even happened. In such a dangerous situation, acting on his emotions would not benefit him in any way. The only thing he could do was remain calm and help himself get out of this situation. The stabbing pain from the metal wind had started to become increasingly intense. Previously, he had already felt that he was at his limit, but the metal wind was now steadily penetrating his body. The feeling self-explosion was quickly growing stronger. However, it did not affect AI Huey's composure. He remained cool and calm. But after the subsequent collision, he finally lost his composure. This time around, the collision took place at his back. The moment the unconscious Duanmu Huanghun collided against the wall, they involuntarily flew back like a spring. AI Hui could only look on helplessly as he bounced off the ground like a rubber ball. With a slight push from the metal wind, they flew towards the second level. Calm down, calm down, calm down. AI Hui kept on repeating to himself. However, he eventually could stand it no longer and swung his head backward. Pow! Like an iron hammer, the back of AI Huey's head slammed directly into Duanmu Huanghun's nose. The unconscious Duanmu Huanghun's body twitched but still remained clung onto AI Hui, not showing even a single sign of loosening its grip. However, AI Huey's rage had simmered down, and he knew that it wouldn't be possible to make Duanmu Huanghun let go of him. He had seen this before in the wilderness. It was a human survival instinct. A person who was drowning would cling on to anything they could get a hold on and would never let go. This effect also applied to people who had lost their consciousnesses. And right now, Duanmu Huan was in this exact state. AI Hui could not care about Duanmu Huanghun anymore as he was now facing an even grimmer problem. He could feel his speed increasing. This was a terrible situation, as it implied that the wind was getting stronger. After training in the suspending golden pagoda for so long, he was very familiar with the place. There was a total of 7 levels in the suspending golden pagoda, and the top part of the pagoda was narrow while the bottom part was wide. The air vent in the first level was the closest to them, yet the wind coming out of it was the weakest. The higher they would go up, the stronger the wind would get. Their bodies whirled along with the metal wind. AI Huey's premonition was getting increasingly stronger, but right now, he was in midair with nothing to hold on. The wind was spiraling upward. The sound of the wind in his ears started to become peculiar and frightening. A sharp noise that could burst his eardrums prevented AI Hui from hearing anything else. The wind had become so strong that he now had difficulty breathing. The pain from the metal wind was akin to that of being slashed with a sword. AI Hui could feel his skin being ripped apart by the intense metal gales. A faint light suddenly shone from behind him. It was the clothes that Duanmu Huanghun was wearing. They were emitting a faint glow, resisting the metal wind. The pair spiraled upward out of control as the metal wind blew stronger and stronger. AI Huey's clothes had already been shredded by the slicing wind, leaving numerous lacerations on his skin. AI Huey was getting anxious. He had been observing his surroundings, and they had already reached the 5th level. Pop! After an explosion that sounded like a popped balloon, the glow around Duanmu Huanghun disappeared. Countless shreds of cloth dispersed in all directions. Even Duanmu Huanghuan's special clothes could not withstand the metal wind. PSSS. Blood spurted onto AI Huey's face. The faint smell of blood seemed to calm the anxious AI Hui down. The blood belonged to Duanmu Huanghun. Even though AI Huey's copper skin was almost fully developed, he could still feel the slashing pain from the metal wind. This showed how powerful the metal wind was. Last time, AI Hui had cured Duanmu Huanghuan's flu, therefore, he knew everything about the fellow's body. Duanmu Huanghuan's body definitely could not endure the metal wind. The reality was just what AI Hui had expected it to be. Fine, red streaks appeared on Duanmu Huanghuan's body, staining his shredded clothes with fresh blood. The blood-stained shreds were being pulverized, bit by bit. Such a lucky fellow. AI Hui laughed bitterly. This fellow fell into a coma and had yet to know the precarious situation he was in now. The faint smell of blood awakened the long-since dormant valor in AI Hui. A fierce look flashed across his face. Without any hesitation, he started to directly absorb the metal elemental energy that was fiercely stabbing his body. This metal elemental energy had not been scattered, and hence wasn't suitable for absorption. However, at this point in time, AI Hui couldn't care less. He must save himself, otherwise, he would die here today. The higher he went, the purer and stronger the metal elemental energy became. AI Hui forcibly activated his natal resonance, and the metal elemental energy channel throughout his body, traveling within like countless steel needles. The needle-piercing pain turned AI Huey's face pale white. Yet he did not stop. However, if this situation continued, without any physical strength or elemental energy, he would be literally heading towards death. Life was more important. Without his life, he would have nothing left. If his natal resonance was injured, he could still find a way to heal it. The metal elemental energy gushed into AI Huey's natal resonance like a group of vicious sharks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Seeking Survival. Chapter 73, Seeking Survival. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Nowadays, the 5 residences and 8 palaces was the most popular and developed training system. Although everyone had their own style of training, none had left out the 5 residences and 8 palaces. The 5 residents and 8 palaces had various functions and uses. However, the most important aspect was the natal residence. One could see its importance simply from the word natal. Fire was associated with the heart, wood with the liver, earth with the spleen, metal with the lungs, and water with the kidney. They collectively constituted the source of elemental energy. The natal residence was able to store a huge amount of elemental energy, but its most important use was to absorb elemental energy and channel it elsewhere. During combat, the natal residence was responsible for channeling one's elemental energy. During the process of training, elemental energy needed to make a circulatory cycle revolution. The purpose of the circulatory circle revolution was to purify and compress elemental energy. The purification of elemental energy was to get rid of its impurities, allowing one to obtain a purer form of elemental energy. Meanwhile, the compression of elemental energy allowed one to store a greater amount of elemental energy. No matter how weak or strong a person was, the natal residence would have to transfer and bear the weight of an abundant amount of elemental energy. However, it would need only a small amount of elemental energy to injure the natal residence. Those high-level elementalists all had a high concentration of elemental energy in their bodies, making them extremely strong. Those who specialized in body tempering had bodies that were comparable to the bodies of dire beasts. When one's base level was low, their body would be very weak, so during the initial stages of their training, many people tended to choose training grounds with elemental energy that was mild in nature. When such elemental energy was purified and compressed, it would not inflict any injury on one's body. No one would joke around with their natal residence because once the natal residence became injured, it would be very troublesome. When the sharp elemental energy gushed into AI Huey's natal residence, his natal residence was immediately injured. Along with indescribable piercing pain, countless fine lacerations appeared all over his lungs. However, he did not stop. Even though the process was painful and torturous, he was re-energized by the influx of elemental energy into his lungs. Yet this was not enough, as he still had to direct the elemental energy to complete a circulatory cycle. As the elemental energy endlessly gushed into his lungs, AI Hui quickly discovered that he could not channel so much elemental energy. His base level was too low, and since the capacity of his natal residence was not high enough, its ability to channel energy was limited. Furthermore, the elemental energy that surged through his body was not only pure in nature, but its amount was tremendous as well. As the elemental energy continued to gush into his natal residence, the number of wounds in his lungs increased rapidly. It was a very precarious situation. If he could not quickly come up with a plan, his natal residence would be ripped to pieces by the sharp, slashing elemental energy. The wounds in his lungs were becoming increasingly wider, and it began bleeding more and more. The blood foamed up from his lungs and entered AI Hui's mouth as he breathed. The familiar, sweet scent of blood brought AI Hui back to his time in the wilderness, a place where dangers lurked everywhere, and death could follow any moment. How many times had he encountered death? Live or die? It would all depend on what he would do next. His hair stood on end as a shiver went down his spine. He could not remember anything, but he soon felt a familiar presence. Like a veteran warrior that stepped onto the battleground once more, a peculiar flame lit up in his previously ice-cold eyes. His attention became unusually focused, and his brain began working extremely fast. His surroundings slowed down and became silent. The surging elemental energy in his body was like a group of sharks, destroying his vitality. It was sharper, purer, and more congealed than the metal elemental energy on the first level. It was like elemental energy needles. Elemental energy needles. AI Hui seemed to catch on to something. They were indeed similar to elemental energy needles. In fact, from their shape and nature, their intrinsic qualities seemed to be exactly the same as that of elemental energy needles. The only difference was that they were not conjured by AI Hui himself. He thought about how difficult it was for him to conjure elemental energy needles, and how hard it was to sustain them. After spending so much time and effort, he could still only weave a meager amount. Yet right now, there were so many elemental energy needles, making him feel embarrassed of his incapability. Wait, there were so many elemental energy needles. As if a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind, AI Hui suddenly thought of the twin weaving technique. In the twin weaving technique, AI Hui had never been able to understand how the element's energy needles reacted to each other. All the details of Senior Mingxiu's demonstration emerged in his mind as he clearly remembered that there was only one invisible string when Senior Minghui was controlling two elemental energy needles. She must have used the reaction between the two elemental energy needles to control the other needle. Yes, it must be. He finally figured out what was going on. Was it possible for him to control a few elemental energy needles, and then use their reactions to channel this elemental energy? AI Hui's simplified version of the twin weaving technique skipped this step by using muscle control to coordinate between the twin needles. He did not have enough elemental energy for such complicated coordination of the needles. However, right now, his body was filled with a large amount of elemental energy, and hence, he did not have to worry about the depletion of elemental energy. Another fortunate fact was that the part of the body that controlled the elemental energy needles was the natal residence. If the difficulty level of controlling elemental energy from the outside of his body was difficult, the difficulty level of controlling elemental energy in the natal residence would be amateur. He was a master in the aspect of his natal residence. At this moment, AI Hui's state of mind was clear and bright. He did not know if this plan would work, but he had no other choice. Other people might find it very difficult to fight for their lives when encountering death, but to AI Hui, this was an experience that he was used to. He locked onto one of the densely packed elemental energy needles and started to experiment with it. It started off smoothly as the elemental energy needle floated in the air. However, he could not control it to interact with the other elemental energy needles. What surprised him was that there did exist a reaction between the elemental energy needles. However, this reaction was very weak. It was so weak that it could not even make the other needle tremble. He was not discouraged, though. To him, this was a very high-level technique, and even if he understood the principles behind the technique, it would still be very difficult for him to actually execute it. It appeared that the reaction field between the elemental energy needles was not responsible for the intensification of the reaction between them, but rather, it was due to some type of unique technique. Could it be that he had overlooked something by mistake? He carefully recalled every single detail in Senior Mingxiu's demonstration, before suddenly remembering something that he had neglected. At that time, when Senior Mingxiu had stretched her body, she had formed an alluring image. Faint mist had appeared and lingered around her, continuously changed its shape, while numerous specks of light had appeared in the water ripples that she had created. These light specks would randomly illuminate and extinguish themselves, resembling a lake that was filled with twinkling stars. These were the two things that he had yet to understand. Even now, he did not know what it was, but he still decided to give it a try. He decided to start by mimicking Senior Mingxiu's movements. That image was incomparably harmonized and filled with strength and beauty. It had left an extremely deep impression on AI Hui. Senior Mingxiu did not have a muscular body, but AI Hui saw strength and power in her movements. AI Hui did not care that his body was hovering in the air. His arms stretched forward comfortably, and each of his fingers was spread wide open. All the muscles in his body were slightly tensed, and his legs were curled up, shifting his body's center of gravity to a perfect position. AI Hui had remarkable control over his muscles. Furthermore, he had a very accurate impression of Senior Mingxiu's movements, so his posture was exactly the same as hers. Exactly the same. The moment he assumed that posture, he could feel a transformation begin to take place in his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, An Unforeseen Event. Chapter 74, An Unforeseen Event. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. The elemental energy in his body suddenly turned vigorous. No, it was surging. AI Hui had never seen so many elemental energy needles simultaneously jump before. Previously, they were similar to numerous iron nails, but now, they resembled magnets. Some were attracted to each other while some repelled each other, creating a huge mess. There were simply too many elemental energy needles in his body. These innumerable needles surged into his natal residence, creating a storm of destructive force. And after being wrecked by such a storm, the natal residence's past wounds were ripped back open. AI Hui spat out another mouthful of blood. Instead of feeling surprised, however, he felt happy. As long as his theory worked, he was fine with anything. He was most worried that the elemental energy needles would stay unmoved in his body. As long as there were changes, there would be an opportunity for him to live. Right now, he was in the worst possible scenario, and any changes would be a good thing. At least he had a chance to make a difference. AI Hui could presently not care about anything. Perhaps even Senior Mingxiu could not explain what was going on with him now. No one had ever done such a thing before. Even brave individuals would not dare to fool around with their natal residences like him. However, AI Hui had no other choice, and a tremendous amount of elemental energy had gushed into his natal residence, far exceeding the limit his body could take. It had long been a hopeless situation for him. He would not hesitate to try any method he could think of. The storm in the natal residence not only started abruptly but ended abruptly as well. The surging elemental energy needles began to align themselves with each other in an organized fashion. If these needles could be previously compared to vicious sharks filled with destructive force, then they could now be compared to a magnetic molehill made up of countless magnets. Yes, they were now extremely quiet and stable. After the elemental energy needles had gotten attracted to each other, their sharpness decreased significantly. The needles themselves also soothed down by a reasonable amount. What surprised AI Hui, however, was that the wounds of his natal residence had started to heal. The magnet-like mass of metal elemental energy was of a higher base level than AI Hui's, and as such, he could not absorb them. Nevertheless, AI Hui's natal residence was acutely sensitive to this metal elemental energy. His natal residence also benefited greatly from this pure and high-level metal energy, and his wounds were rapidly healing. AI Hui finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had not expected events to unfold this way. He had initially intended to use the reaction between the elemental energy needles to direct the needles into completing one circulatory cycle, hence obtaining a temporary short burst of power that could help him escape. This hope of his had been completely shattered. Even though he found a way to increase the reaction, he had still not expected the elemental energy needles to be attracted to each other like magnets. He now knew what the problem was: there were too many elemental energy needles. Senior Mingxiu could use one elemental energy needle to control another. However, if there were too many, Senior Mingxiu could do nothing as well. Furthermore, the reaction between the needles on Senior Mingxiu's hands was not as clumsy as his. AI Hui guessed that it could be due to the natal resonance. Senior Mingxiu had controlled the two elemental energy needles from outside of her body, weakening the reaction between the needles. Alright, what he did was wrong and what Senior Mingxiu had done was correct and normal. Who would anyone do such thing like him? His natal residence had the strongest control over his element energy, making it very likely that the reaction between the elemental energy needles would become stronger in the natal residence. After roughly figuring out the reason, AI Hui was not happy at all. The elemental energy in the metal wind gushed into his body in an endless stream. Right now, the mass of elemental energy needles in his natal residence was like a huge magnet, generating a powerful attractive force. AI Hui did not need to channel the elemental energy in his body as it was being automatically pulled to the mass of elemental energy needles. As more and more needles pulled towards it, the previously dispersed mass of elemental energy needles started to collapse to the center, becoming denser. From a small and fragile snowball, it eventually became an enormous solid ball of ice. There were too many elemental energy needles being added to the mass. Hui trembled with fear when he saw the mass of elemental energy needles that was continuously expanding. No matter how hard he tried to channel his natal resonance, he could not absorb the slightest bit of the mass of needles. Hui's natal resonance simply did not have the capacity to absorb such high-level metal elemental energy. As Hui saw his natal resonance being filled up bit by bit, he started to feel uncertain. He would soon implode and die while his natal resonance would be stuffed to death. The only thing that comforted him was that the mass of elemental energy needles was currently not actually harmful. When Hui saw that his natal resonance was completely stuffed, his heart sank. Previously, he could at least control 1 or 2 elemental energy needles, but this mass of elemental energy needles was totally out of his control. No matter how hard he tried to move it with his natal resonance, it just wouldn't budge. Bang! He slammed heavily against a wall. Wait, he had been blown upward. How could he have possibly slammed against a wall? A look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. The top level of the pagoda, they had been blown all the way up to the top level of the pagoda. Indeed, the metal wind was pressing the both of them to the ceiling of the pagoda, all the while making them feel as if they were being slashed by many sharp swords. Yet it was currently a chance for Hui to escape from this seemingly impossible situation. The metal wind was so fierce that he could not open his eyes, however, he could still feel the direction of the wind. There were 5 air vents in the top level of the pagoda, and they could escape out of any one. At this point of time, he recovered some of his physical strength. He followed the direction of the wind and inched sideways while sticking to the ceiling of the pagoda. The wind was incredibly powerful, making him feel as if there was a giant hand pressing firmly against his body. Meanwhile, behind him, Duanmu Huanghan remained unconscious and covered with blood. This fellow had an affinity with the wood attribute, and since metal chopped wood, being ravaged by the metal wind for such a long time was akin to receiving a torture, even if he were conscious, he would still be injured severely. At this point of time, Hui had stopped complaining about Duanmu Huanghan and merely hoped that he would survive. He had developed this mentality after braving through such a catastrophe together. He did not care about anything but surviving. Carrying the wretched Duanmu Huanghan, Hui tried his best to move towards the air vent. After a while, he established that he was moving in the right direction. He no longer needed to move by himself as the strong wind was pushing him towards the air vent. This was because the wind became stronger as he drew closer to the air vent. Hui protected his head from smashing into the edges of the air vent by curling his body into a ball. Even if he had a big and robust physique, it would still be extremely dangerous to crash into the edges of the air vent because of the fierce winds. Classmate Bangwan, I'm afraid you'll have to fend for yourself, Hui muttered to himself. Finally! They were about to be out. Hui was filled with joy as he had gained a new lease of life. Even though he could not open his eyes, he could feel the light grow increasingly bright. This meant that he was gradually approaching the air vent. At this point of time, he completely lost control of his body, and it was as if he was going to be extruded out of the air vent by a powerful stream of air. Bang! He felt his arm slam into something, and he was engulfed in a world of darkness. The last thought he had before he lost consciousness was, I can't be that unlucky, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, An Old Friend. Chapter 75, An Old Friend. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Mingxiu was lost. Not long after she left the city, she had become lost in the woods of the countryside. Ever since she was young, she had led a simple and straightforward life in the embroidery workshop. Other than looking after the embroidery business, she basically did not engage in other activities. The teachers had doted on her as well, and even when she went out to collect debts, she would be accompanied by professional bodyguards. She did not have any experience traveling solo in the countryside. However, she was not really worried. The induction grounds countryside had long been purged a few times. Those fearsome monsters that could threaten the students had been repeatedly annihilated by the older generations. The induction ground was the safest place in the Avalon of 5 elements. This was a fact. Other than the injuries that occurred during duels or competitions in various training halls, there were not many fatal incidents. The induction ground even encouraged competition among students, and the schools would not look into accidental injuries that occurred during duels and contests. Another source of injuries would be school missions. Although there were many dangerous missions, the induction ground encouraged students to engage frequently in such missions. This had always been a custom of the induction ground. It was built upon smoke and ashes and had never withdrawn from danger before. The threat of the wilderness had still not been resolved. The Avalon of 5 elements needed valiant warriors, not sheltered babies, and the induction ground could never forget this principle. A lot of customs in the induction ground followed this principle. The Society of Excellence was also a product of this principle, and the custom of bringing the frontline troops back to the induction ground as instructors had been established by the induction ground since early times. Li Wei and Zhou Xiaoxi regarded their stints as instructors in the Society of Excellence as a holiday. However, when both of them heard the siren, their old habits kicked in, making them the first ones to respond to the situation. Compared to them, the other teachers had a much slower response time. When both of them saw the unconscious guard and learned that the suspect had escaped to the countryside, they started the chase. After reaching the city gate, they split up. Li Wei spread the azure wings on his back. Azure wings had first appeared after the Avalon of 5 elements had been established. They were made of refined clouds, which were harvested in Pallet Cloud Village and then refined by water elementalists using a special technique. Before the appearance of azure wings, the sky was the territory of dire beasts. Mankind could not easily defend themselves from the dire beasts that could fly, and it was not until the creation of azure wings that they could go head-to-head with those dire beasts in the sky. Currently, the azure wings were the most widely used single flying equipment. After thousands of years of development, the Pallet Cloud Village was able to export a larger variety of the types of clouds, allowing it to live up to its name. As such, there was now a rich collection of types of azure wings available. Initially, only water elementalists were able to use azure wings. However, after generations of hard work, water elementalists had developed various azure wings that were suitable for other types of elementalists. With a wingspan of 7 meters, Li Wei's azure wings were copper red and had a sturdy body speckled with a metal elemental glow. It was known as Copper Bone Bird and was suitable for metal elementalists. Copper Bone Bird did not have a high flying speed, however, it could bear a hefty load. Li Wei was from the infantry division, and his body had already developed copper skin and metallic bones, therefore, standard azure wings would not be able to carry his heavy weight. Furthermore, Copper Bone Bird had a rather powerful defensive capability, making it difficult to get damaged. He flapped his azure wings, stirring up a huge gust of wind, before soaring into the sky. He hovered above, scanning through the woods with his eagle-like vision. If he were in the wilderness, he would definitely not do such a thing. He specialized in land battles, not air battles. But he did not have such worries in the induction ground. After a while, he discovered a girl. He remembered that the guard had mentioned that some girl was pursuing the suspect. He leaped from the air and landed nearby the girl. He introduced himself. "I'm Li Wei from the infantry division. I'm an instructor from the Society of Excellence in Central Pine City. Pleased to meet you. I'm Lu Mingxiu from the Jade Embroidery Workshop." Mingxiu returned the greeting politely. Lu Mingxiu from the Jade Embroidery Workshop, Li Wei thought silently, as he carefully analyzed her face. She indeed looked familiar. He quickly asked, "Is your elder brother called Mr. Lu Chen? Brother Li knows my brother?" Mingxiu was astonished. Li Wei did not expect his guess to be right. He grinned. "Mr. Lu saved my life before. That time when I was injured, I stayed at his place for a month." He mentioned that Miss Mingxiu was training in embroidery. Then, now that I saw that Miss Mingxiu and Brother Lu looked very much alike, I took the liberty of asking Miss Mingxiu this question. I really didn't expect it to be Miss Mingxiu. "Is Miss Mingxiu chasing the suspect?" "He has escaped. The woods are too large. After making a turn, I became lost, and I can't find which direction he went," Mingxiu replied, distressed. "Miss Mingxiu can return to the city first. I shall take care of the rest," Li Wei said. "We will go together." Mingxiu shook her head and continued, "And Brother Li can just call me Mingxiu. Miss Mingxiu sounds too formal." When Li Wei saw how resolute she was, he decided not to persuade her anymore. The induction ground was anyway supposed to be very safe. Furthermore, that guard had merely fainted, and no one was injured. This should be some kind of prank. During his school days, he had done many unruly things as well. He felt that the school authority had somewhat overreacted. However, they could not be at fault, since Central Pine Academy's reputation had finally risen after great difficulty. The school authority did not want the school's reputation to now be affected in any way. Besides, he was now here taking care of this incident. Li Wei was very confident in his capability. With him around, it was impossible for anyone to harm Miss Mingxiu. Instead, he had hesitated when Miss Mingxiu had asked him to call her by her name. Mr. Lu was someone whom he respected very much. Mingxiu could sense Li Wei's hesitation. She assured him with a gentle voice. "Since Brother Li is my elder brother's friend, you're naturally my friend too. Unless Brother Li does not wish to be Mingxiu's friend? Li Wei was a no-nonsense man who was used to coquettishness. Upon hearing these words, he smiled. I shall respect your decision, then. Mingxiu revealed a pleasant smile before quickly becoming distressed. What should we do now? When Li Wei saw Mingxiu's gentle and graceful smile, he was slightly struck dumb. He quickly returned to his senses and withdrew his gaze. With confidence, he replied, Mingxiu, follow me. To Li Wei, pursuing a trail in the countryside was nothing out of the ordinary. He quickly found traces and started to follow them. Mingxiu was impressed by Li Wei's efficiency and skill. Brother Li is indeed skilled. You can identify the trail even in such a large woods. Li Wei replied shyly, my skill level is considered average, there are people with higher skill level than me in my division. When Mingxiu saw the tough and fierce man behaving shyly, she laughed softly, as she found it extremely funny. This time around, Li Wei's face blushed. When he realized his own reaction, he suddenly wished that he could go hide somewhere. To conceal his awkwardness, he looked around with a feigned composure and gave a sudden exclamation of surprise. Has Brother Li discovered anything? Mingxiu asked with her eyes wide open. That person has gone to the suspending golden pagoda, Li Wei explained. He could immediately identify the correct direction as he was very familiar with the terrain around the suspending golden pagoda. Let us go then, Mingxiu said excitedly. Although she had a gentle nature, she was, after all, a girl. Having spent most of her time in the embroidery workshop, she had seldom encountered such a situation and felt that this was something new and exciting. Li Wei was infected by Mingxiu's liveliness and chuckled heartily. Let's go and find that lad who caused so much trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Discovery and Astonishment. Chapter 76, Discovery and Astonishment. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. When the two of them rushed to the suspending golden pagoda, they did not see anyone. Instead, their gazes were immediately attracted to something beneath the pagoda. A huge stone was tied by a thick metal chain, and a part of that metal chain was snapped off. Li Wei had previously trained at the suspending golden pagoda and could figure out the purpose of the metal chain after some slight thinking. He couldn't help but feel that it was much more brilliant than his method in the past. When he had trained at the suspending golden pagoda, he had sustained countless sufferings, but in exchange, he had managed to achieve a body of copper skin and iron bones. There were very few students who managed to reach the state of achieving a body of copper skin and iron bones in the induction ground, and due to the quality of his body, he was chosen to be part of the infantry division, one of the 13 divisions, much to the surprise of numerous people. He couldn't believe that there was someone who was walking down the same path as him. His interest tremendously increased. The suspending golden pagoda was not only one of the most neglected training grounds to the people of Central Pine City, but also to those from the neighboring cities. It could be said to be almost deserted due to a single reason: training there was simply too unbearable. It was much tougher than the average training, and furthermore, it took a long time to achieve the desired effect, which also made it a test of determination and willpower. There were very little who could endure it. Come to think of it, the infantry division was similarly not favorably seen upon. The infantry division was also known as the laborer division. Despite being an elite division like the infantry division, the Sky Edge division was more glorified and was more popular amongst girls. Li Wei was more than envious. The number of students who turned up for the 13 divisions' yearly recruitment was lesser than those that turned up at the Sky Edge divisions by a huge margin. In fact, there was even a year where they did not manage to hit the recruitment target, which became a joke that spread throughout the 13 divisions. Li Wei's heart beat faster after he saw the metal chain. It would really be a huge benefit for the infantry division if he could find a good seedling. The metal chain broke. Did an accident occur? Li Wei's heart jumped in alarm. At that moment, he heard Mingxiu's surprised shout. It is Junior AI Hui. Li Wei looked up and realized that other things were lying near the steps below the pagoda. He hurried over. There was a knapsack filled to the brim with yarn and a few threads of yarn scattered on the floor. Mingxiu's face was filled with alarm. When she saw the knapsack filled with yarn, she had a slight feeling that it was Junior AI Hui, but it was only after checking all the yarn and identifying the logo of the embroidery workshop that she confirmed that it was indeed Junior AI Hui. She had searched for Junior AI Hui in countless places but to no avail. Mingxiu had not expected Junior AI Hui to train at the suspending golden pagoda alone, as it was such a deserted area. She started to feel nervous. Junior AI Hui was definitely not the suspect. She had exchanged hands with the suspect, and the suspect's base level was much higher than Junior AI Hui's. She was worried that the suspect had harmed Junior AI Hui, especially after seeing the broken metal chain. However, there were no traces of blood or a fight. Li Wei was more experienced. He gazed around and noticed a small piece of cloth on the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and said, "There's a piece of muslin here." Mingxiu, who was initially flustered, had slightly calmed down. But when her gaze fell upon the piece of cloth on Li Wei's hand, she could not stop her body from trembling. She was in a state of disbelief. Li Wei noticed Mingxiu's expression and passed the small piece of cloth to her. It was only a small piece of muslin, which was evidently incomplete as it was still connected to 2 strings of yarn. The muslin was also creased, of inferior quality, and had many uneven parts. If someone produced such a product at the embroidery workshop, she would definitely return it back. However, it caused Mingxiu to be very shocked. Despite its inferior quality and ugly appearance, it was a piece of elemental cloth that had been weaved with the twin weaving technique. Junior Ai Hui was a novice who did not have any prior experience in embroidery and had spent half a day to thread a single needle, but he could actually produce an elemental cloth after seeing her demonstration just once. How could she not be astonished? She had grown up in the embroidery workshop but had never heard of such a thing before, let alone see it happen. The embroidery experts that she had met, including herself, could definitely not achieve such a feat. She clearly remembered that she weaved her first muslin cloth with the twin weaving technique only 7 months after entering the embroidery workshop. She could still remember the admiring and pleased gaze of her teacher. But Junior Ai Hui only saw it once. Apart from shock, countless doubts started to rise in her mind involuntarily. Since Junior's base level was so low, how could he manage to use the twin weaving technique? Could it be that he saw the demonstration once and understood the twin weaving technique? Were there really people with photographic memory in this world? She could see that Junior Ai Hui had a difficult time weaving from the creases on the muslin cloth. However, this was not a question of how tough it was, but rather of how it was even possible. He was able to weave the cloth with just his natal residence opened. If not for the special logo of the embroidery workshop on the cloth, she would have assumed that it was accomplished with the help of others. Mingxiu felt that the knowledge she had accumulated over the years from learning weaving had been completely undermined. Li Wei saw that Mingxiu was out of sorts, seemingly deep in thought, so he did not disturb her. Instead, he started to survey the surroundings. When his gaze fell on the pagoda's wall, which was not far away, his pupils suddenly constricted. There was a distinct row of dents in the pagoda's wall. He suddenly thought of his previous trip to the pagoda. He had already seen the dents in the wall, but those previous dents were not distinct and weren't easily noticed by the naked eye. He had only discovered their existence by accident. At that point in time, he had assumed that the dents were caused by a beast, but now, after looking at the row of distinct dents, he realized that they were actually created by a human. Someone had been training and had rammed into the wall of the pagoda. Looking at the different shapes and magnitudes of the dents, Li Wei made a sudden decision. He approached a dent and turned around, leaning his back against the pagoda's wall. His back and the dent made a good fit. Indeed. It was a dent that was created by someone ramming their back into the wall. If Li Wei's emotions could be said to have been stirred after seeing the mental chain a moment ago, then when he now looked at the row of dents, his eyes could be said to be practically emitting rays of light. What a ferocious person! Other than Li Wei, nobody had a better understanding of how solid the wall of the suspending golden pagoda was. Creating a dent in the wall required a horrifying amount of strength. The different types of killer moves that used the power of one's back flashed through his mind. Which move was able to produce such power? Such tremendous strength also required at least 4 palaces. Also, it was evident that the person was improving, the dents were getting deeper. Given Li Wei's current strength, it would be easy for him to achieve similar strength, but for someone to be training here, it was definitely a student. It was an incredible feat for a student to attain such a standard. However, the primary factor that contributed to the spark in Li Wei's eyes was the method used. This person was a perfect fit for the infantry division. This won't do. No matter what, he had to bring that person into the infantry division. Li Wei had already made the decision in his mind. Suddenly, his thoughts returned to the broken metal chain, and his eyelids twitched. Could it be that that fellow was training inside and had met a mishap after the metal chain snapped? He decided to rush in to find them. Given his current power, the suspending golden pagoda was no longer a threat. However, just when he turned around, he heard a loud bang from the top of the pagoda. The two of them started in unison, before subconsciously raising their heads to look for the source. Mingxiu recognized Ai Hui at a glance, but the next moment, she became even more shocked. More than half of Ai Hui's clothes were torn, exposing his well-defined muscles. He was carrying someone whose clothes were in bits and pieces, and the snow-white skin of that person could be seen stained dark red. They streaked across the air, leaving a splatter of fresh blood in their wake. Mingxiu's first thought was that the person on AI Huey's back was a woman, but when she saw the face, she couldn't help but halt in her tracks. Hey, isn't that student Bangwan? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, The Awakening. Chapter 77, The Awakening. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. AI Hui woke up in a daze. He had a bad dream, in which he was struggling in the middle of a gale and was unable to grasp a hold of anything. He had also dreamt of Fatty, who was carrying his corpse and sitting in a pool of mud, crying, his tears lost to the brutal winds. He had dreamt of Boss, who had made him burn all the swordplay manuals. He had stood in the empty training hall for ages, feeling helpless and lost. AI Hui woke up. His eyes were unfocused and dull, but after a moment, his gaze started to focus, and a feeble ray of light was lit up in the midst of an endless sea of gray and bleakness. It lit up the cold, engraved face of the metal and stone wall, akin to a spring breeze that vigorously blows and revitalizes the wintry landscape of the wilderness, delivering a fresh breath of life. He had not experienced a nightmare for a long time. He rested on the bed and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. How was Fatty doing now? Was he still going around as a swindler and not training? Do not consume so much sugar, you are already so fat. If someone bullies you, remember the name but do not tell me. Even if you tell me, at least wait till I have higher skills than now. Or else if I am unable to curb the urge to avenge you, both of us would be in a terrible situation. Do not worry, I will train properly. If I am unable to defeat them, I will beat you instead, for provoking such a highly skilled enemy. He wondered how Boss's life was in the heavens. He guessed that there was no more swordsmanship in heaven. Boss, you must do as the natives do. As a human, no, as a ghost, you must be more realistic and not be so stubborn. Do not conduct business as you are not suitable. Find a stable job and do it well instead. There should be dozens of jobs like that in the heavens. It would not be qualified to be called heaven if there were no stable jobs there. AI Hui, you must work hard. After telling himself that last sentence, he let out a long breath. The nightmare and the negative emotions were also exhaled out with the air. He went back to his usual self. The dull and dark state, the fearfulness, and the feeling of being a coward had all vanished as if nothing had even happened. His gaze was steady and calm. He was still the formidable AI Hui who was scared of nothing. He struggled to get out of bed but was met with a sharp pain in his left arm. He expertly ascertained that his bone was fractured. This was not the first time he had met with such an injury. Recalling the last moment when he rushed out of the suspending golden pagoda, he seemed to have knocked into something and had evidently injured himself. He did not realize that it was his left arm. As long as it was bound up properly and treated with medication, AI Hui would recover in no time. He had ample experience. External injuries such as fractures seemed to be serious on the surface, but in reality, they were not a big issue. As long as they would be treated properly and on time, there would be a rapid recovery. An internal injury, on the other hand, was a real nuisance. It would be very troublesome if there were injuries to the 5 residences and 8 palaces. He reckoned that he was in big trouble. AI Hui laughed bitterly. He was in a bit of a mess. He still did not know the condition within his body. Suddenly, he heard sounds of squabbling come from outside. Shachuan, he truly is a genius. He just opened his natal residence and could use the twin weaving technique to weave the elemental cloth. Till now, I am unable to comprehend how he did it. This is simply too unfathomable. The voice of the old lady was filled with admiration. AI Hui secretly felt pleased. Being praised by others was indeed a happy thing, not to mention that he had sacrificed a lot. He is a genius. A weaving genius. Shaochuan, it was my fault previously. His talent is simply amazing. You must let him come to the embroidery workshop. I will educate him personally, and I want to take him as a closed-door disciple. The old lady was evidently very agitated. AI Hui was struck dumb. Please don't. Although weaving was a profitable job and offered a bright future, he was, after all, a man. It would be very awkward to always be dealing with weaving for the rest of his life. The old man was initially pleased, but once he heard that the old lady wanted to fight over AI Hui, he could not care less anymore. This is out of the question. He is my disciple. I have only one disciple, and he is going to be carrying my legacy in the future. You are wasting his talent. You are being irresponsible. The old lady coldly remarked, given your insubstantial theories, he could still follow and learn. Whatever you say, my answer shall still be definitely no. The old man rejected her bluntly. The old lady immediately became angry. Wang Shouxuan, what do you mean by this? I have already apologized to you. What more do you want me to do? I have been following you for so many years, and this is how you treat me? It was my fault previously. When did I ever benefit from any good fortune after being with you for so long? When did I beg you for anything? If you are at the induction ground, I will follow you to the induction ground. I let you squander whatever you want, and this is how you treat me? Wang Shouxuan, you better explain things to me clearly today. Boo hoo hoo. Looking at his old partner reduced to tears, Wang Shouxuan became terrified. He softened his tone. I did not say anything. Why are you crying? My disciple is also your disciple. If he does not learn properly, you can break his legs. Li Wei and Mingxiu were at the side, looking down at the floor and standing still like statues. Li Wei felt weak and inwardly regretted that he rushed over. The spectacle unfolding did not seem like it was supposed to be seen by an outsider like him. Teacher, oh teacher, please do not hold this against me, Li Wei thought to himself. Mingxiu had seen many such spectacles and did not feel too awkward. However, she also knew not to cut in at this moment. Seeing that his old partner had stifled her sobs, Wang Shouxuan continued, but we have to consider Ai Hui's opinion as well. Having heard that, the old lady stopped crying and raised her voice. He has objections? Ai Hui, who was in the nearby room, felt his heart tremble. Of course, he would not have objections. Wang Shouxuan coughed lightly. Look at how much he wanted to enter the embroidery workshop. But we have to think over this properly. If he were a girl, I would give him to you without a second thought. But he is a boy, and you are more familiar with weaving than me. When was there a male weaving master? I am also clear of his temperament, he loves to fight. Learning to weave is one thing, but to let him weave for the rest of his life might be difficult for him. The old lady became silent. Wang Shouxuan's sentence was straight to the point. In fact, before she came, she too had felt that it was a pity that Ai Hui wasn't a girl. While it wasn't to say that there were no males who learned to weave, they were incredibly rare. Not to mention that there were no male weavers who had managed to achieve any accomplishments. Seeing that he was winning the argument, Wang Shouxuan quickly continued, my point is, let him go to the embroidery workshop when he has recovered. Let him learn first, and we will decide from there. We should not be anxious about whether he has good skills or whether he is interested in weaving. His future should still be decided by him. The old lady's face was not as black as before, and she gave a snort and said, finally there is a humane sentence coming from you, after wasting so many of my tears. Mingxiu, let us go back to the embroidery workshop. With that, she left haughtily, without a trace of that tearful grandmother of a few moments ago. Uncle, we are leaving. Mingxiu hurriedly bowed to Wang Shouxuan, waved to Li Wei, and ran after her master. Wang Shouxuan looked at his old departing partner and let out a sigh of relief. The battle that he had just fought had given him a huge shock. He grabbed the teapot that was on the table and started to take big gulps of water. Putting down the teapot, he asked Li Wei, who was at the side, what happened to you again? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, The Teacher's Faith. Chapter 78, The Teacher's Faith. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. I want to invite student Ai Hui to join the Society of Excellence. Li Wei carefully said. Although teacher Wang wasn't that well known, Li Wei did not dare to display any signs of negligence. He had attended school at the induction ground and knew that the teachers were all hidden talents. He hadn't sensed it as a student, it was only after leaving the school that he realized that the teachers were all very remarkable individuals. Furthermore, as a student, Li Wei had attended teacher Wang's lessons before. He was glad that he had come to teacher Wang's place. After hearing that Ai Hui had a teacher, he didn't dare raise the invitation to Ai Hui without permission. We should talk about this next time. The old man's tone to Li Wei was not that courteous. He waved his hand and stopped Li Wei from speaking. Li Wei retreated tactfully. However, in his heart, he had become even more determined in his resolution to bring Ai Hui into the Society of Excellence. The teachers in the induction ground had very high standards. To get into his good graces, Ai Hui's talent was definitely thought highly of. The recent debate had further proved his point. Even Master Han Yuqin wanted to take Ai Hui as a disciple. What other thoughts could he have? Such a fine young talent. He would regret if he just let him pass by. The wheels were turning in Li Wei's head, as he thought of how he could invite Ai Hui into the Society of Excellence. And afterward, ignite his interest in the infantry division. After the old man had driven Li Wei away, he entered the room and saw Ai Hui, whose eyes were already opened. He laughed. You heard everything right? What do you think? Are you interested in weaving? AI Hui shook his head. While Disciple might get an income through weaving, Disciple is unwilling to weave for the rest of his life. See, I know you like the back of my own hand. The old man was very pleased, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. You could actually weave the muslin cloth. Even I received a shock. However, the old man immediately turned stern and said, anyway, you should not be going to the embroidery workshop for some time. Your injuries are quite serious, and it would be troublesome, but... AI Hui recalled the big piece of magnet in his body and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Is it very severe? The old man did not answer his question, but instead, replied, tell me the specific details of what exactly happened. AI Hui started to recount his experience, how he managed to train and weave simultaneously in the suspending golden pagoda, how he was knocked back when he wanted to come out, and how he was subsequently swept up to the top of the suspending golden pagoda. He had only been trying to save himself when he had injected the elemental energy into his natal residence. The old man listened till his eyes formed a straight line. Not only was he shocked by his own disciple's fierce resolution, but he was also full of admiration for AI Hui's courage and insight. He could not help but ask, how did you think of the mutual attraction of the elemental energy needles? The twin weaving technique. Didn't Senior Mingxiu demonstrate it once? AI Hui said matter-of-factly. The old man stared blankly at AI Hui, and after a long while, he finally replied, I am starting to believe the old woman's words that you are a weaving genius. His wife was an embroidery master, and he naturally understood the embroidery process more than others. Especially that old woman's twin weaving technique. Very few people knew that there was actually a connection between him and the twin weaving technique. People only knew about Han Yuqin, the embroidery master, while Wang Shouxuan was comparatively unknown. There were very few that knew that they were childhood sweethearts. It was widely known that Master Han Yuqin had invented the twin weaving technique at the age of 19, but no one knew that it was Wang Shouxuan who had initially discovered the induction effect of the elemental energy needles. As a result, the old man was even more impressed by AI Hui's talent. To be able to understand the complexity of the twin weaving technique, after seeing it merely once, such talent was truly unheard of. It was both a good and a bad thing that his disciple was this talented. This was because a talented disciple would create much more trouble than an average person. Just like this time. AI Hui thought of Duanmu Huanhun, and he could not help but ask curiously, Teacher, how's that fellow now? The old man knew that AI Hui was referring to Duanmu Huanhun, and he replied huffily, his teacher is Dai Gang. Why are you even worried about him? I am not worried. AI Hui fumed with rage, I am awaiting my compensation from him. That hypocritical chap got me into so much trouble. This matter shall not rest until I destroy him. Teacher will support you. The old man was very much in favor of AI Hui's declaration. How about my injuries? AI Hui's eyes widened as he looked at his teacher with an innocent face. Very troublesome, his teacher muttered. The base level of the metal elemental energy in the suspending golden pagoda is much higher than your natal residence. Your body is too weak for the strong metal elemental energy, and your natal residence is unable to absorb and digest it. Furthermore, as you are unable to train these days, it will be devoured straight by your body once the metal elemental energy enters. If you have opened 4 palaces, then this elemental energy mass would be very nourishing for you, and you would be able to slowly absorb it. AI Hui was anxious. What should I do? There's always a solution. The old man continued haughtily, while your teacher might not be Dai Gang, he is still capable of doing something. AI Hui let out a breath in relief. As long as there was a solution, all was good. This matter still needs the help of your mistress. The old man thought for a while before warning him, your mistress does not have a good temper. You should agree with whatever she says and should not offend her. Once she is offended, I will be unable to do anything as well. I owe her too much. The old man said the last sentence with slight guilt and regret. AI Hui's fracture recovered speedily. His body was inherently strong, and his recovery ability was much better than that of the average students. He did not idle around while recuperating. Although he was unable to train, he had no qualms about attending lessons. When he went to class, his classmates noticed the injuries on his hand and some even asked about it concernedly. Duanmu Bangwan did not appear. AI Hui presumed that he had still not recovered, and when he asked his classmates, nobody knew when Duanmu Bangwan would come. It seemed like the mishap which led to the injury on himself and Bangwan had not circulated. AI Hui laughed coldly. Wait till he sees that fellow again. He would definitely get his revenge. He had wasted a lot of days without training and had delayed a few matters. He did not know if there would be any repercussions. He was so unlucky. In the middle of his recuperation, he also made a trip to the Vanguard training hall. Lulan examined him and also said that his condition was incurable. There was still no news from that lady from the noodle shop. It was like she had disappeared into thin air, making Ai Hui feel flabbergasted. Ai Hui had always regarded injuries as a common occurrence, and he kept a balanced mindset and lived his life to the fullest. The old man was always busy from dawn till dusk and his eyes were filled with red veins. Ai Hui knew that his teacher was busy with helping him in his recovery and was secretly very touched. Finally, the day came where the old man asked, "How are your injuries?" "They have all recovered." Ai Hui waved his arm, proving that it was almost as good as new. "Then let us solve your problem of that mass of elemental energy." As the old man expressed what Ai Hui had long been expecting to hear, Ai Hui continuously nodded his head, only one step away from exclaiming that his teacher was brilliant. Although this lifestyle was enriching, Ai Hui felt that his body was becoming rusty from being unable to train. "Are we going to the embroidery workshop?" Ai Hui thought of his teacher's words that he needed his mistress' help and could not help but ask aloud. "Why should we go to the embroidery workshop?" The old man had a weird expression and continued, "Follow me." Ai Hui followed the old man to a familiar place. The courtyard, which seemed to be made for collecting rubbish, was filled to the brim with junk. He definitely did not have any good memories of this place. However, after seeing what was in the middle of the courtyard, Ai Hui's expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Teacher's Instructions. Chapter 79, Teacher's Instructions. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. The junkyard contained memories that Ai Hui did not wish to recollect. However, while walking in, he realized that there had been drastic changes to the junkyard, which led him to believe that he had arrived at a different place. 5 luxuriant pine trees practically occupied the whole junkyard, yet he clearly remembered that previously there were no trees. All the pine trees were taller than 10 meters, as if they had been growing there for a few decades. Ai Hui knew that this was done by wood elementalists. Back in the wilderness, whenever they had stopped to set up camp, they would plant various strange vegetations near their campsite. If they wanted to stay in a treehouse, then within half an hour, wood elementalists could grow a Zykoa acuminata tree with a height of more than 20 meters. They could also manage to grow poisonous grass that had neither fragrance nor color. Fields of thistles and thorns, along with windchime grass, could act as warning signals as well. If earth elementalists were said to have eccentric dispositions and strange skills, then every wood elementalist was said to be a botanical expert. The dispositions of wood elementalists were usually on two opposite ends of the spectrum. There were those who were kind, extremely kind, and would not bear to kill even an ant. And then there were also those who were twisted, extremely twisted, and would even use otherworldly techniques to murder. They would not let anything, even a corpse, remain. The 5 pine trees were coincidentally arranged in the shape of a ring. Between each tree, there were many colorful vines, forming something similar to a brightly colored rattan wall. An ice-cold copper armor was placed in the middle of the 5 pine trees. Upon seeing the armor, Ai Hui's expression changed. The memories of the 1,000 prajna still gave him nightmares. Moreover, the volume of this armor was much larger than the 1,000 prajna. There were also many colorful vines that dropped from the pine tree and pierced through the armor. Ai Hui swallowed hard. The scene before his eyes reminded him of the blood-sucking rattan, one of the evilest plants used by wood elementalists. Many kind wood elementalists themselves loathed the blood-sucking rattan as well. It was very frightening. In the wilderness, he had experienced firsthand how a wood elementalist made use of the blood-sucking rattan to reduce an elephant to just skin and bones within a minute. For a long period, that scary scenario had kept repeating itself in Ai Hui's nightmares. How about this? Pretty good, right? The old man was quite proud. I had to get a few wood elementalist masters to do this for me. The metal elemental energy in your body is simply too stable. It would not be an easy feat to move it. But you don't have to worry, Master has years of experience in the interaction between the different types of elemental energy. Furthermore, it would definitely not be a problem with the participation of your mistress. Ai Hui felt more assured after that. After all, mistress' nickname, Master, was quite intimidating. Your situation is relatively serious. In fact, it's more serious than I had previously thought. The old man's expression became stern. There is simply too much regarding quantity. Perhaps you would be able to understand if I explain it in another way. If you had opened 4 palaces, then to completely absorb and digest the mass of elemental energy, you would need approximately 8 years. And if you had opened 5 palaces, the time frame would be shortened to 4 years. Ai Hui jumped in alarm. Not such a long period of time, right? I did not stay inside the pagoda for so long. It is much longer than you imagined. The old man looked at Ai Hui with a face of pity and continued mockingly, come to think of it, you were ignorant and had no fear. I am very impressed by the fact that you dared to go to the suspending golden pagoda when you had just opened your natal residence. Do you know who would usually dare to go? For palaces, only the students who opened 4 palaces would dare to. This is because the elemental energy of the metal wind is very pure and the base level requirement is very high. Without the support of 4 palaces, it would be very difficult to absorb and digest this energy, but Ai Hui opened his mouth, but no words came out. And this is only the first level. Someone had previously conducted research. With each increasing level, the purity of the elemental energy would increase by approximately 3 times. You, my disciple, took a walk around the 7th level. The old man clicked his tongue and continued, for many years, nobody has dared to do such a thing. If this spreads, you might even become famous. Ai Hui was dumbstruck. It was evident that the old man was not going to let him off the hook easily. If that were the only thing that happened, you would not have absorbed so much metal elemental energy. However, you, my disciple, are a genius. You thought of using the twin weaving technique to circulate your elemental energy. What an exquisite and brilliant idea! Thereafter, you had lost control, and the elemental energy became uncontrollable. The elemental energy mass compressed itself continuously while the attractive force kept on increasing, absorbing the elemental energy steadily. I was bored while doing my business in the toilet yesterday and did some calculations for you. Approximately 80% of the elemental energy in your body was absorbed by itself. What's worse is that you, my disciple, used such a brilliant inspiration on your own natal residence. This is not just difficult, this is creating extreme difficulty for yourself. If it were just in the palace and not the residence, the difficulty level would be much smaller, the old man said, with a face full of ridicule. He suddenly realized something, and continued, oh, I forgot that you, my disciple, had only managed to open your natal residence. It was only after seeing Ai Hui's pale face that the old man slowed down his speech. With a serious expression, he said, the reason why Master is saying so much is to give you a shock, but Ai Hui helplessly looked at his harsh master. You might be able to win unexpectedly, sometimes due to luck and taking risks, but it is not sustainable. You have more real-life experiences than Master, and you should know that success is mostly based on capability, and intelligence would be effective occasionally. Training is a long battle, and training to be strong to defeat the weak is the right way to go. If you are to rely on luck and you meet with any mishaps, you would be consigned to eternal damnation. There was a rare note of seriousness to the old man's tone. Ai Hui jolted and replied courteously, disciple will bear this in mind. The old man was satisfied with Ai Hui's attitude and continued slowly, okay, we are done with the negatives. Let's talk about the benefits now. When Ai Hui initially heard the word benefits, he paused for a moment, before asking excitedly, don't tell me there are benefits too? Of course. The old man continued, you have to think of it this way. There is so much elemental energy in your body. How could there not be any benefits? Do you usually have so much elemental energy? Furthermore, it is such pure elemental energy. But it is of no use, Ai Hui said, his face filled with confusion. The old man said impatiently, where did your intelligence go? You can always think of something. Has teacher thought of a solution? Ai Hui rushed forward and looked at his teacher with a fawning face. How could I be your teacher otherwise? The old man said with a smug face, your body's internal elemental energy is simply too compressed. If we break it up completely, your natal residence would explode. Do you know about the spirit stone in the cultivation era? Yes, I have heard of it, Ai Hui said truthfully. Inherently, the spirit stone is actually the spiritual force being compressed to the maximum point, before being solidified into a crystal. The elemental energy mass in your body now is slightly similar to the spirit stone. Many people have tried to create the elemental stone but to no avail. On the contrary, you managed to do it by a stroke of luck. Just imagine that massive elemental energy as an elemental stone with a high base level. Do you feel a little more awesome about yourself if you think about it that way? Ai Hui replied honestly, nope. No? The old man widened his eyes. At your current level, that massive elemental energy can never be used up and can self-replenish. Isn't that awesome? But I am unable to use it, Ai Hui said matter-of-factly. Who said that you are unable to use it? The old man almost went crazy with rage, and he countered, then what have I been doing? Ai Hui was surprised, and with a shocked face, he asked, didn't teacher say it was a treatment? I thought it would be a removal or something along the same lines. That is too easy, the old man said loftily. AI Hui gulped. Why did he suddenly feel guilty? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, Gloves and Blood Bandage. Chapter 80, Gloves and Blood Bandage. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise. This is something that can't be helped. The old man coughed softly. Hearing these words, AI Hui suddenly felt at ease. The elemental energy has been compressed to an extreme degree, and once it collapses, your natal residence will be destroyed. This is why we are trying to prevent it from caving in on itself. Or you can treat it as an iceberg that we are trying to melt bit by bit. Since its base level is extremely high, a small portion of the melted energy can be used for a long time. However, the thawing process will not be easy. We'll have to use certain specialized equipment such as this one. Oh. I can't remember the name of it. The old man had a strange expression. The elemental energy in your body contains a powerful attractive force that behaves like a magnet. This will be our greatest hurdle as it's extremely difficult to overcome this kind of attraction. However, if we only need to influence a small portion, then it's still possible to do so. Have you noticed these rattans? They are able to generate powerful wood elemental energy, and since metal chops wood, the wood elemental energy will induce a strong attractive effect on the metal elemental energy, thereby controlling a small portion of it from the energy mass. This is the portion of metal elemental energy that you will be able to control. After listening to the old man, AI Hui vaguely understood what was going on. So, we're using the wood elemental energy as bait? To pull out a portion of metal elemental energy from the mass? Yes. You got it. The old man briskly nodded his head. Shall we begin then? Without any hesitation, AI Hui nodded. Okay. Though the past few days had been enriching, his inability to train made him feel as though something was missing. His life was dedicated to becoming an elementalist, and training had become an inseparable part of it. After equipping the copper armor, he placed the massive copper helmet on his head, narrowing his field of vision as the world around him became hushed. He could hear his own heartbeats, which were steady and vigorous. The rattans on the copper armor lit up one by one, illuminating the courtyard with its bright, enchanting glow. The old man's gaze sharpened, and from time to time, he glanced at the control panel in his hands. The elemental energy mass in AI Hui's body started channeling, making him uncomfortable. To him, it was like a huge monster living inside his body that was comparatively far too inferior. When the monster was calm and quiet, he did not feel anything, but when it began to get agitated, AI Hui felt as though his body was going to be ripped apart at any time. Lacerations began to appear in his natal residence. It was at this moment that AI Hui realized the terrifying amount of elemental energy in his body. The slightest movement from the mass was enough to inflict injuries on him. It was as if AI Hui was in a stormy sea, undulating along with the choppy tidal waves. His world spinning and his vision turning dark, AI Hui's consciousness flickered. Outside, the old man became anxious as well. The rattans on the copper armor dimmed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 1/3 of them were extinguished. With each extinguished rattan, the old man quickly plucked it off. Persevere, he muttered to himself. As time passed, the glow of the rattans diminished one at a time, the old man continuing to remove them in succession. Half an hour later, when the last rattan dimmed, the old man opened the armor as quick as possible. Boiling steam surged out from within the armor. AI Hui had already lost his consciousness and his face was pale white. When the old man pulled AI Hui out of the armor, the latter's body was drenched in sweat, looking as if he was being out of a pool of water. The old man observed the elemental energy mass in AI Hui's body. When the old man saw the elemental energy mass was stabilizing gradually, he then felt at ease. When the old man removed the last extinguished rattan, he looked somewhat surprised. The ashen green rattan was nondescript without any particular design except that it was soft and smooth, as though it had been polished by sandpaper. It was a sword rattan. 3 days later, AI Hui was playing with the sword rattan. After spending 1 day in a coma, he woke up only to have the old man immediately throw this at him. Sword rattans had a soft texture, yet they were highly durable and resistant to wear. Once polished, they had a pleasing texture. Sword rattans were called so for their use as the material for top-quality sword hilts with natural grips. Master said that this was the rattan that suited him the most. AI Hui felt that his fate was tightly linked with swords. So far in his life, there were swordplay manuals, swordsmanship, and a sword embryo. Now there was the addition of a sword rattan. Could it be that he was born to be a swordsman? He was playing idly with the sword rattan when he spotted the sudden entrance of his mistress and senior Mingxiu. He hastily stood up and greeted them, Mistress. Senior Mingxiu. Han Yuqin did not expect Ai Hui to call her mistress, as such, she could not help but smile. Good boy. The bit of animosity from their previous tiff disappeared into thin air. Mingxiu smiled gently at Ai Hui. Seeing the old man enter, Han Yuqin's smile disappeared, and she harumphed. Long used to his wife's antics, he merely said, Have you finished making it? Take it out, Han Yuqin ordered Mingxiu. Mingxiu took out a pair of ashen green, fingerless gloves and passed them to Ai Hui. Junior, try them on. These are the sword rattan gloves that Mistress made without sleep for 3 days. Mingxiu. Only now did Ai Hui notice the fatigue in Mistress' face and her bloodshot eyes. Thank you, Mistress, he said emotionally. Such a good boy. Han Yuqin praised Ai Hui amicably. Following which, her tone changed and she crooned coldly, The disciple is so much better than the master, at least he still cares about his mistress, unlike someone who doesn't concern himself with me. Slightly embarrassed, the old man coughed softly. I didn't manage to say it in time. Thank you for your hard work. Han Yuqin uncaringly turned her face away with a humph. Just as Ai Hui was about to put on the gloves, he was stopped by Han Yuqin. Wait, put on this bandage first. Bandage? Ai Hui was stunned. Han Yuqin took out an archaic bronze box and passed it to Ai Hui. When the old man saw the bronze box, his eyes widened. That piece of blood-refined cloth? Han Yuqin gave a soft sound of acknowledgement, but her face was covered by an unconcealable smirk. Ai Hui opened the bronze box, releasing a bolt of killer intent that slammed into his face. The scent of blood overwhelmed him, but upon a second sniff, it had disappeared, as if the smell from earlier had been a hallucination. The cloth was obviously an antique, but the bloodstains appeared to have dried up not too long ago. I incidentally came across this piece of blood-refined cloth in the past. It should be an artifact from the cultivation era. I don't know which blood sect it belongs to, it is certainly not an orthodox artifact. However, even after thousands of years, it has not rotted, proving it to be a good item. I'm unsure whose blood is on the cloth, but it exudes a strong killer intent. It's too demonic for me or Mingxiu to use, as such, we have never touched it. Your master hasn't given you a single welcome gift since accepting you as a disciple. I have cut this piece of blood-refined cloth into 2, making them 2 pieces of bandaging. While they're not suitable for treating wounds, they are useful for protection, especially since your body is weak. With these 2 blood bandages, it will be very difficult for any weapon to harm you. They can help you withstand a portion of any attack, preventing your body from giving way or collapsing. Later, Mingxiu will teach you how to wrap the bandage, Han Yuqin explained with a gentle voice. A wide grin appeared on the old man's face and he yelled, What are you waiting for? Quickly thank your mistress. Ai Hui was touched and gave a sincere bow. Thank you, mistress. An unfamiliar feeling of warmth, like sunlight, shined upon him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, 3-Minute Hero. Chapter 81, 3-Minute Hero. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise. Senior Mingxiu's bandaging technique surprised Ai Hui. She had said before that her limited medical knowledge came from her brother who was an exceptional doctor. However, the way he saw it, her medical knowledge was not little at all, but rather, quite detailed. She started by wrapping the bandage diagonally across the top half of his body, then down his shoulders and arms to his wrists. Lastly, the blood bandage was tied to a knot on each of the sword rattan gloves. This way, the bandage wrappings on both left and right arms were symmetrical to each other. The blood bandage was surprisingly long, enough to wrap around the necessary body parts. Ai Hui became acutely aware of his clumsiness after taking more than 10 tries to get it done. Finishing, he felt a change had taken place. Chilly killing intent from the bandage entered his body, exerting a calming influence on the elemental energy mass. Ai Hui immediately felt his body relax, and the feeling of being as lithe as a swallow returned to his body once more. It seemed the blood bandage's tight wrapping did not limit his body's movements but made him more agile instead. Now try untying the knots on the gloves, Mingxiu encouraged. All eyes were trained on Ai Hui, especially the old man's who looked on somewhat nervously. Taking a deep breath, Ai Hui untied the knot on his right wrist. The elemental energy mass in his natal residence shuddered before a strand of elemental energy swam out from it and rapidly entered his right palm. Despite the elemental energy strand's weak nature, it was extremely pure. It swam through his body with lightning speed, reaching Ai Hui's right palm in no time. Just as it was about to penetrate through the sword rattan gloves, it unexpectedly stopped in its tracks, blocked by an invisible wall. The gloves woven by a master weaver were indeed extraordinary. Joy coursed through AI Hui, and realizing he could control this strand of metal elemental energy, he became even more excited. With a jolt of his body, he appeared like a phantom before the trunk of a large pine tree in the corner of the courtyard. It had been a while since he last practiced arching fish back, but now it activated instinctively, ferociously slamming him backwards. Crack! The pine tree, as wide as two men together, shattered, the point of impact spraying countless wooden shavings. The top half of the tree snapped and flew through the air. Rumble, dot. It smashed into the courtyard wall, filling the air with dust and dirt. The wall remained standing, thickly dotted with numerous wooden fragments. Everyone was dumbstruck with terror after witnessing such a ferocious strike from AI Hui. Is this guy a bear? The old man muttered. AI Hui stared with similar astonishment at the tree stump, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. Was this truly the arching fish back? Now you can feel the power of it, right? The old man returned to his senses and spoke with excitement. Even though it's just a small strand, the high-quality elemental energy can generate far greater power than what is generated by low-quality elemental energy. This is also one of the reasons for training. The elemental energy you are able to wield now far surpasses your base level. The benefits are already quite obvious. Your fighting capabilities will improve immensely, and you will gain a stronger tempered body. So why, then, do we need the sword rattan gloves? With these, you'll be able to direct the elemental energy to your palms. This will be useful in activating the palaces in your left and right hands. It feels good to be an expert, right? Now since we've finished talking about the benefits, let's talk about the drawbacks. AI Hui pricked up his ears. Seeing AI Hui's calm countenance, rather than ecstasy, after obtaining stronger powers, the old man subtly nodded. AI Hui truly deserved to be his disciple. His maturity at such a young age was rarely seen. The problem is that there will be a heavy strain on your body. Does this sound confusing? There's actually nothing complicated about this. When this strand of elemental energy slowly revolves in your body, it will help in your training. However, in combat, the elemental energy will revolve very quickly around your body. The higher the level of elemental energy, the faster its revolution speed. This is what will strain your body greatly. When the pressure gets too great, your body will sustain irreversible damages. How long can I fight? AI Hui asked calmly. The old man held out 3 fingers and answered, given your current physical status, it is considered safe to fight for no more than 3 minutes. That's quite good, at least I can be a 3-minute hero, AI Hui quipped. When Han Yuqin and Ming Xiu heard the phrase 3-minute hero, they broke out in laughter. You're right. However, during this period of time, as your body becomes stronger, the duration will increase as well. Your main objective is to activate the palaces in your left and right hands. Once you do, not only will you be able to use more elemental energy, it will be much safer for you as well. You have to keep in mind that although you have the blood bandage, that mass of elemental energy remains in your body as a ticking time bomb. If anything goes wrong, your body will explode into countless pieces with a bang, the old man chimed in. This result was within AI Hui's expectations. He remained unperturbed as he knew that this was inevitable. He was not someone born under a lucky star. You win some, you lose some, there was nothing to be surprised about. Everyone present thought AI Hui was joking when he mentioned the phrase 3-minute hero, but that was not the case, and he was fine with it. Although 3 minutes were short, it was still enough for him to accomplish many things. A real battle could be decided in an instant. With a whole 3 minutes of immense powers, AI Hui would not waste a single second. With a straight face, he asked, how should I train? You won't need to go to the suspending golden pagoda for very long, the old man teased before a solemn look overtook his face, and he continued, there's a crucial problem with your training, the strand of elemental energy cannot return to the natal residence. If it does, it will only be absorbed back into the elemental energy mass once more. Hearing these words, the previously calm AI Hui lost his composure, and he asked, how should I train then? The basis of training was to direct elemental energy using the circulatory cycle revolution, of which the natal residence was both the starting and ending point. If the elemental energy could not return to the natal residence, how could he train? The old man revealed a smirk, replying, I have already come up with a solution for this problem. It's simple, we won't use the circulatory cycle revolution. Not using the circulatory cycle revolution? AI Hui thought he misheard. Han Yuqin and Ming Xiu revealed surprised expressions as well. That's right. No circulatory cycle revolution, the old man replied without hesitation. What's the purpose of the circulatory cycle revolution? To purify and absorb elemental energy. Currently, the elemental energy in your body does not need to be purified since it is already extremely pure in nature. Furthermore, there is an abundance of it. What you need to do now is toughen your body, especially your palms. To activate the palaces in your left and right hands, there are two conditions. The first is to make sure your hands are sensitive to elemental energy. The second condition is to make sure there is enough elemental energy. The elemental energy you have is pure in nature, but the amount you control is far too little. It is far from enough to activate the palaces in your hands. Aihui felt that what his master had said made sense, and he could not help but ask, "What do I need to do specifically?" "For this, you will have to depend on your mistress." The old man smirked. "Depend on me?" Han Yuqin was baffled. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she thought of something. "Are you talking about?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, Lu Lan's Medical Care. Chapter 82, Lu Lan's Medical Care. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Aihui, how are you feeling? Lu Lan, who was standing on one side, asked with sincere concern. Aihui had actually wanted to start training as soon as possible. However, Mistress had said that she needed to prepare for a few days and that she still lacked certain items. At the same time, Master was putting on a mysterious front. It appeared that the training this time around would be quite special. However, as compared to his prideful master and temperamental mistress, the training made Aihui felt more at ease. How could he think of such things? How could he not have confidence in his master? When Aihui realized that he was having such thoughts, he felt ashamed and guilty. He reflected upon himself for a long time. Why was he thinking like that? For the next few days, Aihui attended classes as per usual since he could not train. He was filled with enthusiasm towards all his classes. The only regret he had was that he wasn't able to encounter his fellow classmate Bangwan and claim the compensation for the damages the latter had caused. After the lessons had ended, Aihui returned to the training hall. Lu Lan, who had been anxiously waiting for Aihui, scurried over. It just so happened that Aihui had wanted to find out the current status of his body. With Lu Lan, who specialized in healing, by his side, Aihui did not have to worry about any accidents happening. 3.5 minutes. Aihui, who was laying on the ground, felt rather happy. He had lasted a whole half-minute longer than what Master had anticipated. To other people, an additional 30 seconds would be equivalent to an extra few breaths of air. However, to Aihui, the additional 30 seconds would allow him to execute quite a few attacks. "Your attacks are rather powerful," Lu Lan analyzed, as the yellow light in his eyes flickered. "Your normal attacks have roughly reached the level of 2 palaces. Your arching fish back is your most powerful attack. With a conservative estimate, it has a killing power of 3 palaces. I do not have enough information and could not make an accurate comparison. Your body is outstanding, and this can provide a significant boost to your fighting capabilities." Lu Lan's assessment was very accurate, almost identical to Aihui's own assessment of himself. During the 3.5 minutes, although Aihui's base level was around 2 palaces, his fighting strength exceeded that level. Other than his remarkable fighting techniques and experience, his excellent body also played a major role in improving his fighting capabilities. The high-level elemental energy allowed him to successfully develop the copper skin. Copper skin contributed an important upgrade to his body. His strength and reaction time had also increased 1-fold, and his body had become much tougher. Non-refined sword reeds would not be able to inflict any cuts on his skin. This meant that even if he didn't have elemental energy, his base power was at the level of 2 palaces. Developing a tempered body was a difficult process. However, if one were to succeed, it would provide a comprehensive boost to their fighting capabilities. Similarly, the power of arching fish back had exhilarated Aihui. Arching fish back was an escaping technique and was usually used to escape from body locks. It was incapable of inflicting any damage. Aihui had ingeniously used it during battles and had discovered that it was a rather good technique to be used during fighting. He then subsequently mastered this technique to the point of perfection during his training in the Suspending Golden Pagoda. Other than Aihui, no one would waste so much time on an escaping technique that had limited uses. This could, however, be linked to Aihui's past experiences. He was extremely meticulous and sensitive to every detail that was related to fighting. He could accurately sense the increase in his powers. If it were in the past, he would have to find loopholes in his opponent's defense before executing the arching fish back. However, now, if an opponent tried to block his arching fish back head-on, they would indeed suffer. The densely packed wood shavings that were deeply embedded into the wall of his master's courtyard was the best display of his arching fish back's might. Combat was very complicated, however, strength was still what mattered the most. When a person who had a base level of 4 palaces fought against another who had a base level of 2 palaces, the former might not necessarily win, yet the probability of them winning would definitely be higher. The stronger one was, the more trump cards they had. This would ensure that they would obtain an advantageous position in combat. Right now, if AI Hui were to fight against any student in the induction ground, he would win easily as he had rich fighting experience. However, when he would step out of the induction ground and enter the wilderness in the future, it might not be the same case. That was a place where everyone knew how to fight and those who did not would be eliminated. Strength was everything. And only strength could bring a sense of security to AI Hui. Lulan, I can't move, AI Hui groaned, as he lay on the floor. Although the 3.5 minutes were exhilarating, the strain it put on AI Hui's body had far exceeded what he had expected. Currently, his body was sore and aching, and his fighting capabilities were totally crippled. His muscles were involuntarily trembling as well. Lulan is coming. With a loud cheer, Lulan transformed into a massive hammer of sand. Bang! 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 The huge sand hammer struck AI Hui's body. AI Hui felt so comfortable that he was grasping for cold air while moaning, ah. Ah. Correct, you're right on the spot. Harder, please. After enjoying for quite a while, AI Hui felt that it was enough, and he yelled, Lulan, change to another form. No problem. Lulan yelled happily as he transformed into 2 huge sand palms and began to massage AI Hui's body as if he was kneading dough. There's the right amount of force. There's the right amount of pressure. Everything is the right amount, AI Hui felt that his body was as soft as a dough, not belonging to him anymore. After a while, Lulan transformed into numerous little sand wheels that rolled around AI Hui's body. Lulan, you really know a thing or two about massage, it's ticklish. With a bang, Lulan transformed back to his original form. When he saw that AI Hui had fallen asleep, he pulled him to the hot spring at the back of the courtyard and tossed him inside. AI Hui woke up with a start. At that moment, his pupils dilated as he scanned his surroundings, and he finally heaved a sigh of relief only after he noticed Lulan. I actually fell asleep. AI Hui felt somewhat embarrassed. Lulan had put in so much effort to massage him, and he had fallen asleep instead. Good job. It's okay, AI Hui, Lulan replied casually. Then, he asked, AI Hui, what shall we do next? Next up, AI Hui had wanted to suggest taking a nap, but when he saw Lulan staring anticipatively at him, he changed his mind. Is there any news from the young lady of the noodle house? No, Lulan shook his head. When AI Hui felt that his strength was recovering rapidly, his spirits were raised. We shall go to the training hall now. AI Hui wanted to fulfill his promise to the lady at the noodle house despite the fact that he did not carry much hope of successfully finding that person. Okay, AI Hui. Lulan replied enthusiastically. A smile appeared on AI Hui's face when he saw Lulan's happy reaction. Lulan reminded him of Fatty, however, in this case, Lulan's character was far better. Such a nice sand puppet. Fatty, that bum, he did not even know how to massage. The hot spring was able to help him regain his strength quickly, and after a while, he had regained most of his strength. In summary, he could only fight for 3.5 minutes, that was his limit. After the time was up, he would lose all means to defend himself. Hence, it seemed reasonable for his master to set 3 minutes as a time limit for him. It was much easier to recover from exhaustion that was derived from the revolution of elemental energy. Lulan, is there anything that can regain my strength after what happened just now? AI Hui suddenly asked. Lulan slanted his head for a moment before nodding his head. Yes, you can drink the energy replenishing soup. Is there anything that can be carried along with me? AI Hui carried on. Lulan nodded again. I can make biscuits. Are they expensive? AI Hui asked. They're not expensive. Lulan shook his head, as he continued, any ingredient that's related to elemental energy will be costly. Any ingredient that's related to just energy will be cheap. A lot of biscuits can be made with just 50,000 yuan. However, you will know how well they work only after you eat them. I can come up with the money. Lulan, please help me make the biscuits. AI Hui clenched his teeth. No problem, AI Hui. Lulan felt very pleased that he could help AI Hui again. When AI Hui felt that his strength had recovered, he yelled with vigor, let's go. To the training hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Zhu Yan and the Young Girl. Chapter 83, Zhu Yan and the Young Girl. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Actually, you don't have to care so much about your previous loss. The young girl continued to comfort the masked young man beside her. When she saw the banners that advertised blind battle along the streets, she became very excited. The girl was average-looking, and her eyes were flickering, displaying traces of wittiness. Master had once said that you must pick yourself up from where you had fallen. The voice that came from behind the mask contained a hint of chilliness. One could sense that the words were being spoken through clenched teeth. The other party did not respond to your challenge. The young girl continued to persuade him, the induction ground is so big, and there are so many students. If the other party doesn't reveal himself, how are you going to find him? Master had said that you must pick yourself up from where you had fallen. The masked youth continued to repeat these words through his gritted teeth. The young girl shook her head. Being stubborn was not a good thing. She spread out her hands and asked, "So are we now going to the training hall that you went to last time?" "You're right." The masked youth's eyes were blazing with vigor. Master had said that you must pick yourself up from where you had fallen, but... The young girl put a hand on her forehead and gave a helpless look. He used to be a high-spirited teenager in the past, but look at him now. This only proved a point: be careful when choosing someone as your master. Without even taking a glance at the young girl, Zhu Yan entered Central Pine City. However, when he stepped onto the street of Central Pine City, he immediately almost went insane. Those painful memories seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Seclusion, tough trainings, didn't he do all of them just to prepare for today? He had to defeat that fellow this time around. Unable to restrain his emotions, Zhu Yan clenched his fists tightly. Master had said that you must pick yourself up from where you had fallen. Aren't you worried that he won't be there? The young girl asked casually. However, before Zhu Yan could reply, she changed the topic and asked, "Do you know which class Duanmu Huanghan is in?" But although Zhu Yan was brooding over his loss, he was still clear about what was going on in his surroundings. He suddenly came to a realization. "I had been wondering why you wanted to follow me. So you're following me for the sake of Duanmu Huanghan?" "Of course," the young girl replied, filled with confidence. "If it wasn't for Duanmu Huanghan, why would I come to this lousy place? Duanmu Huanghan, my new idol, do you know how handsome he is? He's 10,000 times more handsome than you." Zhu Yan humped and yelled, "Childish. Don't be jealous of him." The young girl appeared to be completely smitten. "Do you know how popular he is? In school, if I shout out for people to come with me to take a look at Duanmu Huanghan, half the girls in the school would follow me. The most important thing is that he's not taking it." Zhu Yan ignored her. Love-struck fool. Later on, if you can't find the person you're looking for, can you accompany me to look for Duanmu Huanghan? The young girl grabbed Zhu Yan's elbow and pleaded coquettishly. "No. I will definitely find him." Zhu Yan shook his head resolutely. "People might be busy." "Who will be so free to come here and take part in the blind battle?" the young girl retorted. However, when she saw Zhu Yan's murderous eyes, she quickly changed her tone. "Might be. I'm saying that he might be busy, okay? I will definitely find him." Zhu Yan had a determined look on his face. "I have a feeling that he's waiting for me. It's over, it's over. This guy is hopeless." A look of despair appeared on the young girl's face. "You don't understand." Zhu Yan gave the young girl a look of disdain. Zhu Yan stopped at a training hall and looked at the familiar words on the banner beside the door. The memories of that day flooded into his mind. His previous loss was still vivid. He clenched his fists and entered the building with a determined expression. "This is the place?" The young girl understood and quickly entered. The moment they entered the training hall, the young girl was overwhelmed by the unceasing cacophony of clamor, but she soon became excited. It was so lively. This place was far more lively than the training hall in her school. No wonder so many people liked to come here. Zhu Yan steadily walked into the crowd. The young girl secretly stuck out her tongue. The moment Brother Yan had arrived at this place, his attitude had changed completely. Right now, his body was surging with a fervor for battle, blazing like an actual fireball. She had never seen Brother Yan behave like this before. It appeared that the loss Brother Yan had suffered last time had had an enormous impact on him. In her eyes, Brother Yan used to be no different from most of the younger generation of those aristocratic families. However, after that loss, he seemed to have become another person. The current Brother Yan was no longer the same person that she knew. She hoped that Brother Yan could find the opponent that had defeated him. She was rather curious about how that person looked like. While the young girl was looking around, Zhu Yan directly walked towards the employee and said with a deep voice, "I want to take part in the next round." After receiving a number tag, Zhu Yan turned towards the young girl. Find a place and wait. Zhu Yan promptly walked straight to the resting area to mentally and physically prepare himself while he waited for the next round to start. The young girl was left dumbfounded, but after a while, she returned to her senses. She stomped after Zhu Yan and yelled angrily at him, "How can you leave me alone like this? You will definitely lose." "No. I will win," Zhu Yan answered back with a resolute tone. "Master had said that you must pick yourself up from where you had fallen." The young girl was speechless. Meanwhile, on the street, Aihui walked out of the last training hall and shook his head. "There's nothing again." Lulan assured him, "Aihui, don't panic." "I'm not panicking." He shook his head again. He wasn't disappointed with this result. After all, it took more than just luck to find a needle in a haystack. "Aihui, what shall we do next?" Lulan asked. "Next?" Aihui recalled Lulan's anticipative look and immediately felt guilty. Recently, he had been busy with training and had not bothered about Lulan at all, but Lulan had still put in so much of effort to help clean the training hall. He was such a nice sand puppet. "Lulan, do you still remember that training hall?" Aihui suddenly asked. "The one where we won the fight?" Lulan's eyes lit up. That was the first time he had taken part in a fight. Even though he was at a loss in the beginning, he had eventually managed to help Aihui. To Lulan, it constituted a beautiful memory. "Yes, that's the one. That training hall offers more prize money. That time we won 50,000 yuan, right?" Aihui's eyes were blazing as he spoke with extreme confidence. "Since my powers have increased so much, no matter what I have to earn back the money for the biscuits." "Okay. Okay." Lulan cheered. Lulan thought to himself, during this period of time, Lulan has not been slacking off. Later, Lulan will certainly shock Aihui. Aihui clearly knew that the last victory was due to luck. This time around, he wanted to win with his own capability. True power can only be revealed in a real fight. The reason why he chose the training hall was that he could bring Lulan along. Ever since he had promised the girl from the noodle house to search for that person, Aihui had become very familiar with the training halls of Central Pine City. Without spending much effort, he was able to easily find that training hall. Before Aihui opened the door to enter, he put on a mask, turned around, and asked, "Lulan, are you ready?" "Lulan is ready." Lulan spoke with an indescribable excitement. Aihui felt rather excited too. Could it be that he had not fought for a long time? When he opened the door and entered, a rowdy din blasted him in the face. Aihui felt his body become exuberant and his blood boil. "We will take part in the next round," Aihui said as he walked towards the employee. The employee stared at Lulan. "He's my sand puppet," Aihui yelled with conviction. "Have you come before?" The employee returned to his senses and handed over a strand of soul-fogging grass. "Do you know how to use it?" "We know." Without any hesitation, Lulan took the soul-fogging grass and put it on his head with peerless confidence. On Lulan's head, there was a strand of grass standing by itself, swaying in the wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Lu Buling. Chapter 84, Lu Buling. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Honestly speaking, humans were strange and contradictory creatures. When they were fighting every day in the wilderness, they looked forward to a peaceful life. But when they were in the induction ground, where they could actually lead comfortable lives, they instead looked forward to taking part in battles. Aihui felt somewhat emotional as he stepped onto the blind battle arena. Life in the induction ground was not as boring as he had expected it to be. Although his life here may not be as intense and exhausting as the one he had led in the wilderness, there were still many twists and turns that made his days colorful. He thought of the people he had met and the events he had encountered. Lulan, Master, Mistress and Senior Mingxiu were all friendly and kind-hearted individuals. There were peace and comfort in every aspect of his life. His powers had increased significantly as well. He was indeed leading a beautiful life. The arena was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Aihui could not help but feel astonished. It seemed that the arena had been upgraded. Last time, the training hall had used ink night fumes and had required contestants to wear masks. All those were not needed anymore. He raised his head and looked at the elemental energy shield above, and guessed that the shield was responsible for this upgrade. Aihui's guess was right. Ever since the concept of blind battles was created, it had undergone many changes. Training halls now depended on blind battles to earn money, and all of them had racked their brains to improve the concept. By doing so, all of them wished to distinguish themselves from the rest. Nothing was more motivating than that. This training hall had adopted an original approach to blind battles. They designed a type of elemental energy shield called the light absorption dome. The dome was able to absorb light, causing just darkness to remain within. However, the audience seated outside the dome could still clearly observe the battles happening inside. Furthermore, to ensure that the audience obtained a good view, seats had been set up in midair around the arena. Of course, these seats, which granted an excellent view of the battle, needed to be purchased. Zucchioni was seated on one of those seats. In fact, she had purchased one of the best seats available. She was very curious about how much progress Brother Yen had made after his seclusion. Although she was tired of hearing Brother Yen's master's favorite saying, "Pick yourself up from where you had fallen," she understood that his master was a training fanatic. Lu Buling was not really famous in the Avalon of Five Elements. Compared to Duanmu Huanghuan's master, Dai Gang, Lu Buling had a much lower reputation. He had always been single, leading a solitary life, without many accomplishments as well. His most impressive accolade was that he took up the position of division leader of the Icy Flames division for 3 years. However, due to his addiction to training, he had completely ignored the affairs of the division, resulting in a boycott of all his subordinates. He had also felt that the duties of a division leader hindered the progress of his training, and hence, he left the division. Lu Buling was most famous for his tough training. Reportedly, Dai Gang had once said that if he had put in half the amount of effort Lu Buling had put in training, he would have become a grandmaster at the age of 30. This clearly showed how much hard work Lu Buling put into his training. However, Dai Gang eventually became a grandmaster at the age of 40, and Lu Buling was not even a master now. In the past, when Brother Yen had just comprehended the flaming heavenly spider transformation, he was viewed by many as the most outstanding talent among his generation. That was when he was at his peak. No one had expected the clan leader to make Lu Buling his Brother Yan's master. During that time, there was a unanimous objection to this decision from everyone else in the clan. Given the clan's wide connections and affluence, although it wasn't possible for Zhu Yan to become the disciple of a grandmaster, it was definitely more than possible for him to become the disciple of a master. The clan leader had finally convinced everyone. However, beyond everyone's expectations, Lu Buling had rejected Zhu Yan. The reason he had given was that Zhu Yan's character was too weak and he was hence not suitable to become his disciple. It was only after the clan leader had implored him that he eventually decided to accept Zhu Yan as his disciple. But even after taking Zhu Yan as his disciple, Lu Buling did not really like Zhu Yan and seldom cared about him, letting him do whatever he wanted. Zucchioni could not understand why the clan leader wanted Zhu Yan to be Lu Buling's disciple even though there were so many other qualified experts in the Avalon of Five Elements. She also naturally felt that Lu Buling's assessment of Zhu Yan was right. But now, Brother Yen had totally become another person as compared to the past. To Zucchioni, the most interesting thing was Brother Yan's seclusion. By a slip of the tongue, Zhu Yan had accidentally revealed that his seclusion plan was drawn up by his master. When Zucchioni heard about this, she was dumbstruck. She really did not expect that person to draw up a seclusion plan for Brother Yen. However, she also did not expect Brother Yen to agree to this plan and subsequently complete the seclusion. In the past, Brother Yen had always complained to them about how crazy Lu Buling's training sessions were. He felt that ordinary people would absolutely not able to keep up with his training system. She silently prayed in her heart. I hope that Brother Yen doesn't become like Lu Buling. Lu Buling is not considered a role model for success at all. Right now, Brother Yen seemed to show signs of going insane. Zhu Yan stood silently in the arena with both his eyes closed. He was like a statue, not even breathing at all. It was only when the bell rang, which marked the start of the blind battle, that Zhu Yan opened his eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the Hellfire Spider Web. His mind took note of every single detail in the arena as he recalled what his master had told him. The reason he had failed was not the disparity in base level, but rather, it was due to his lack of understanding of combat techniques. He wasn't able to identify the right fighting techniques to use in various situations. During this period of time, he had been frantically trying to improve his combat techniques. With a sway of his body, he appeared beside a contestant like a phantom. Even though this contestant had been on high alert, he did not react when Zhu Yan approached close to him. Zhu Yan's figure seemed to soundlessly appear out of thin air. Like a viper in the darkness, his right leg struck out silently. It was only until Zhu Yan was 3 inches away from the other party that the sound of his kick could be heard. The opponent's facial expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, his body had already flown upwards. He lost consciousness while he was in mid-air. The referee of the training hall threw out a lasso with his whip and caught the already fainted contestant. The two referees looked at each other and saw traces of fear in each other's eyes. Even the referees were stunned, let alone the audience. The kick was extremely vicious and efficient, making everyone gasp aloud in horror. After a moment of shock and silence, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Weren't these experts the main reason why everyone came here to watch the blind battles? This person was indeed powerful. There was going to a good show. Zuchioni stared blankly at the arena with her mouth wide open. Was that ferocious kick from Brother Yen? Nearby, in the arena, AI we heard a sudden yet brief explosion and felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Expert. AI we had a different definition of the word expert from ordinary people. He did not classify someone as an expert based on his base level, but rather on the level of his combat techniques. The sound of that kick was like an explosion, abnormally powerful yet brief. The kicker had excellent control over his elemental energy as he did not put too much elemental energy into this kick. One could see that he had a remarkable understanding of combat and was skilled in concealing the sound of his attacks. Only a combat veteran could produce such a kick. AI we realized that the upcoming onerous battle was unavoidable. However, for some reason, even though he knew that it was going to be a tough fight, he was not scared at all and was excited instead. It'd be nice if he had a stalk of grass to chew on now. Suddenly, he thought of the stalk of soul-fogging grass on Lu Lan's head. Nah, forget it, the soul-fogging grass does not taste nice anyway. AI Hui grinned as a ghastly look appeared on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Reunion. Chapter 85, Reunion. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. Within an extremely short period of time, several contestants had been attacked and thrown off the stage consecutively. Since he had perceived weak elemental energy ripples on the ground's surface, AI we did not move. He felt that they were familiar, and suddenly, that fellow whom he had defeated in the previous competition came to mind. Could it be a coincidence? AI Hui was a little taken aback, but soon, he became even more surprised by something else. Significant progress. His opponent's skills had improved so greatly that it was as if he had become a different person. Compared to the tenderness and immaturity from the past, he was now much more shrewd and ruthless in his attacks. But when AI Hui thought about his own improvement, he immediately felt relieved. He had progressed tremendously, so why couldn't his opponent do so too? That fellow had a higher aptitude and only used absolute arts. He was definitely from an influential family clan. There was simply no reason for that fellow to improve any slower than himself. AI Hui, who assumed this to be a coincidence, was utterly unaware that the fellow had been searching high and low for him. He had heard about Zhu Yan's written challenge but had no idea that it had something to do with himself. After all, Zhu Yan had been searching for an earth elementalist. He was even more unaware of the hard work Zhu Yan had invested in order to defeat him. AI Hui treated that previous battle as an ordinary one. Other than his injuries, there was nothing worth remembering. However, AI Hui was more than glad that they got to meet again. Fighting against the same opponent allowed him to measure his own progress. Without any warning or hesitation, AI Hui suddenly dodged to the side. Clap! A crisp, whip-like explosion sounded out from where he had just stood a moment ago. Like a solid axe, a heavy leg flitted next to AI Hui's body, causing a cutting, sharp stream of air to blow past. Zhu Yan wasn't alarmed by his miss, but instead, he seemed to enjoy it. When his leg was about to hit the ground, he made a strange, sudden turn and redirected his kick. At the same time, AI Hui struck with his fist. Bang! A deep, low boom reverberated throughout the whole hall. It was as if two colossal monsters had just collided head-on. Such a wild and violent force was being compressed into a small, tight space. The enormous power caused AI Hui to take 2 steps back. Zhu Yan was the same, he sprung back by 5 steps. During the split second their fist and leg had crossed, Zhu Yan's eyes had lit up. His previous failure was etched into his memory, every single detail unforgotten. You're here indeed. He hissed, evidently agitated. AI Hui could feel his opponent's progress. Not only had his heavy leg become more powerful and concentrated, but it had also become much more formidable and threatening in battle. Moreover, he had definitely gained a lot more combat experience, or he wouldn't have been able to execute the previous move so naturally. This, however, made AI Hui so excited that his blood boiled. Although his opponent had become much more skilled, he, too, had taken a qualitative leap in strength. Previously, he could only dodge that fellow's leg until he was all battered and exhausted, but this time, he could actually face the attacks head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. As AI Hui's battle lust surged, his eyes turned increasingly cold and unfeeling. AI Hui knew that the opponent had recognized him, but he had no intention of reminiscing. He didn't even say a word. It was as if a ghost had possessed him. He had previously suffered greatly from his opponent's Hellfire spiderweb, and had also thoroughly analyzed the incident. This was a habit he had developed in the wilderness. As he had been very weak at the time, it was quite easy for him to lose his life, and the only thing he could do was spend more time reflecting on his fights. Every time he had met a dire beast, he would consult the master elementalists whenever he could and gain information about the monster in exchange for labor. Also, upon seeing that he was a sensible fellow, the master elementalists were usually willing to provide an opinion or two. He had never looked down on any enemy, as he had no right to. Being cautious and prudent had long been a part of his nature. Zuchioni opened her eyes wide as she observed the stage. Sweat started pouring out of her body when she heard Brother Yan's hiss. That fellow in the mask was the mystery expert who had previously defeated Brother Yan. Although the others were not aware of this fact, they nevertheless steadily watched on. The interaction between the two parties was very sudden and fierce. AI Huey's actions immediately calmed Zhu Yan down. Seeing his opponent charge towards him, Zhu Yan shut his eyes. He was highly focused, every corner of the elevated stage was enveloped by his Hellfire spiderweb, and within his control. A series of rippling waves simultaneously emerged on the web, rushing straight towards him with shocking speed. Meeting force with force? His opponent did not hide his intention and charged straight towards him. The previous collision must have given him confidence. Zhu Yan was actually surprised. AI Huey's improvement was far beyond his imagination. Although AI Hui had previously been reduced to a pathetic state because of Zhu Yan's heavy leg, he had now tried to retaliate head-on. What a good rival! Zhu Yan's eyes were blazing with fire. AI Huey's significant progress further fed his battle lust. The stronger his competitor was, the stronger he could prove himself to be after claiming victory. His concentration level was incomparably high as the undulating spots on the web were reflected clearly in his mind. Akin to a spider who'd found its prey, he kept silent, waiting for the right moment to strike a fatal blow. You're not the only one who improved. His eyelids lowered. Zhu Yan became one with the web. He felt the world turn silent, while only weak ripples remained. His calm face carried a dash of confidence, which was derived from the endless hard work and training that he had undergone. That trick from the previous match no longer had an effect on him. It was as if the web was a part of him. After completing the isolated training that was planned for him by his teacher, he could locate his target immediately even in the midst of 20 chaotic ripples. Before, he would misjudge as long as there were more than 3 ripples. The quietness and nothingness of the world gradually spread as he accurately identified and captured every single movement in his vicinity. That last movement was more violent than those before. His opponent wanted to mislead him by jumping? Zhu Yan smirked as he counted the seconds in his mind. Now! Zhu Yan's eyes suddenly opened as the light exploded. Nobody noticed when his right leg, which had been on standby, had suddenly enveloped itself in flames. He sprung up from the ground, revolved his whole body, and drove his right leg. It was as if a heavy axe had been flung upwards. All other sounds seemed to have been muted by this leg. The whole place had become silent. All the light upstage was absorbed by the light absorption dome, but everyone in the audience was bedazzled and left speechless by this powerful kick. Although there was no sound at all, it made them feel a sense of burning bitterness. They couldn't help but hold their breaths and open their eyes wide for fear that they would miss something. Zuchioni was astonished. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Brother Yan had actually executed such a terrifying kick. Wasn't this the guy who had complained about tough training, showed off in front of girls, and enjoyed making friends? Brother Yan was so powerful. This Brother Yan was so different. No one could block this kick directly, no one in Central Pine City at least, but... However, the scene that was about to unfold made Zuchioni suddenly stand up. Her expression had completely changed. Look out, Brother Yan! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, A Familiar Feeling. Chapter 86, A Familiar Feeling. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Before the battle had begun, AI Hui had thought to use it as a test of his abilities. However, once it started, he immediately tossed these thoughts out the window. Every fight in the wilderness had been a matter of life and death. There were no retries, undos, or extra time for preparation. Nobody would tell him that he could always try again next time because there was simply no next time. Losing meant death, and death meant becoming food for the dire beasts and adding to the piles of bones that already littered the wilderness. The prize for winning was the chance to continue standing in that blood-soaked battlefield, taking breaths amongst the ice-cold corpses, being able to feel the warmth of life and the beating of your own heart while gasping greedily for the piercing, bitter cold air. Since AI Hui never knew when the next test would be, he never knew whether he would manage to get through it. He had to squeeze out every last ounce of his potential because he was weak and could die at any moment. He would remind himself every day that there wasn't going to be a second chance, he had to give it his all. Would there be a tomorrow? He had no idea. Even if he gave his all, it still might not even be enough to make it to the next day, but he knew that any mistakes would spell certain death. There was no room for errors or luck, death was absolute. Every single day was filled with fear and trepidation. He would often be too afraid to sleep, and even the shelters provided no reprieve from danger. When living in such conditions, where death lurked at every corner, merely being able to stay sane was a blessing. Many laborers had even experienced mental breakdowns, running out of the camp in the middle of the night as they howled like wild beasts, never to return. It was the wilderness, a place respected by the strong, and a place where the weak struggled to survive. His teacher had told him that his all-out approach wasn't a long-term solution, but he already knew that. However, it had been completely uncertain if he would even make it till tomorrow, and if he didn't give it his best shot, he might not have the chance to do so anymore. Being able to take things one firm step at a time was a privilege that was not given to everyone. Aihui had lost count of the number of times he had faced death. He had no wish to remember either, lest he lose himself to fear. All he could do was make use of his abilities to the fullest and steel his heart. In such an extreme environment, having any sort of sentiment could easily result in death. The 3 years he spent in the wilderness still clung onto him like a shadow. It was a large part of the person he was today. He tried very hard to adapt to life in the induction ground, constantly reminding himself that this was not the wilderness. What's important now was that he should refrain from killing others in battle. Other than that, he wasn't going to hold back. He never once believed that fate was something that could be controlled. He was never able to shape his destiny. It was just like the wilderness, always fighting against him. The only thing that made him happy was the brief reprieve he had after each victory. Fighting was the only weapon he could use to resist his destiny. It was the only means by which he could win, he was nothing without it. To him, fighting was never to be taken lightly. He didn't even have the chance to mock his silly thoughts before the battle started and he entered a fighting state. His eyes were stone cold, and his soul was equally icy. Aihui felt that he was more like a sand puppet, a killing machine created solely for the purpose of fighting. He didn't find anything wrong with it, the only thing he lamented was his lack of power. He never intended to meet force with force, that first blow was just to test the waters. Aihui's keen perception allowed him to detect the subtle changes in Zhu Yan's state of mind despite the latter concealing his abilities well. Fighting habits that resulted from tireless training and seclusion were indeed entirely different from those bred through struggles of life and death. Aihui didn't understand his opponent's sudden shift in mental state, but being able to sense it allowed him to exploit the moment. Compared to his compatriots from the induction ground, Aihui could be said to be a whole other life form altogether. The huge disparity between the two combatants were vividly demonstrated at that very moment. Zuchioni, who had screamed her lungs out, watched as Aihui leaped into the air. Like a bat in the night, his body noiselessly traced through the air in an arc, heading towards Zhu Yan's side. She woke with a start, fear written all over her face. She understood Aihui's intention, he had discovered the Hellfire Spider Web's weakness. Aihui had indeed found the Hellfire Spider Web's weakness. He had conscientiously analyzed their previous battle and had easily found the limitations of the Hellfire Spider Web. In essence, the skill was simply an elemental energy web spread out over the ground. Its natural weakness was thus aerial attacks. This weakness was due to Zhu Yan's inadequate base level, and absolute art would most certainly not have such a glaring weakness. Raising his base level would change the nature of the web. This weakness, however, was not much of a concern in the induction ground, since most students did not have aerial combat abilities until they became full-fledged elementalists. Aihui didn't either, but he had managed to come up with 3 different methods to deal with the web. This was his habit. Even though he wasn't expecting to face Zhu Yan again, Aihui had prepared well for this scenario. Meeting him once more was rather unexpected, but it wasn't frightening to Aihui at all. He unfastened the blood bandage from his sword rattan gloves, infusing elemental energy that was many times purer than his own into his arm. Zuchioni's hunch was right. The technique that Aihui was executing had something to do with bats. It was a very shallow form of swordplay known as the Galebat blade. The technique imitates the movement of the fast-flying Galebat, which, according to notes in the margins of the swordplay manual, had become extinct. Aihui had run many simulations in his mind before he had finally found this technique, which would allow him to execute aerial maneuvers in a swordplay manual. Although he was unable to fully utilize the technique without a sword, he could still perform its aerial maneuvers to change his direction in midair. As he had previously practiced, Aihui straightened his arm and channeled elemental energy through it in an arc. He immediately felt a surge of air pushing his body, causing him to circle around Zhu Yan in a clearly defined arc. AI Hui had thought through every last detail of the plan, but appeared to have missed out one thing. AI Hui had thought through every last detail of the plan, but he appeared to have missed out one thing. His elemental energy was now much purer than before. Thus, things did not go according to plan. AI Hui's plan was to attack his opponent from the side, but he soon realized that he had overshot and landed behind him. Zhu Yan's body was slightly suspended in the air, ready to unleash his next attack. Any other student might have been fazed by this, but not AI Hui. He always expected the unexpected and believed that nothing was ever certain in battle. AI Hui braced himself, taking a powerful driving step as he launched himself backward. Zhu Yan was shocked when he sensed a disturbance behind him. How was it possible that his opponent was there? Bang! AI Hui rammed his back into Zhu Yan with the force of a trampling dire beast. The arching fish back was still a reliable formula. It gave him a familiar feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Silver Hair. Chapter 87, Silver Hair. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Everyone was shocked by how quick the battle ended. The boss of the training ground, however, found this sight to be vaguely familiar. Lulan morphed into a giant hand and dashed towards the training ground's boss, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. When he saw this, the boss abruptly realized that Zhu Yan's opponent was that Earth Elementalist from before. The boss became excited as he realized that the unknown expert had returned. This unknown expert was a walking advertisement for the training hall. Zhu Yan's previous defeat at the hands of that mysterious Earth Elementalist had caused a sensation, drumming up his business for quite an extended period of time. He was so excited that his hands began trembling, but he did not give even a cent more. At this moment, a voice full of worry came from behind him. Brother Yan! Brother Yan! Brother Yan, Zhu Yan? The training grounds boss couldn't believe his luck. Was this actually happening? At this point, he was so excited he almost couldn't breathe. Faltering, he turned around and saw the referee heading towards him. Having just checked out Zhu Yan's injuries, the cheerful referee lowered his voice and said, "It's Zhu Yan. He's unconscious, but it's nothing major." What luck! The boss let out a whimper of a cheer. He was so agitated that he almost fainted. The rivalry between Zhu Yan and the mysterious Earth Elementalist was the talk of the town. Zhu Yan had distributed his written challenge to every single institution in the induction ground. Was this second encounter merely a coincidence? And more importantly, it resulted in Zhu Yan's second defeat. Movie bean? The boss suddenly remembered something important. He had regretted the fact that he had not recorded any footage of the two opponents' previous fight. A movie bean of that fight would surely have been worth a lot of money, but... The referee nodded his head vigorously as he stretched out and opened his palm, revealing a brilliant, multicolored seed. The boss howled with laughter. He was going to be rich. The Mirage Bean Pod was a plant cultivated by wood elementalists. It was capable of recording images and storing them in its seeds, which were called movie beans. Mirage Bean Pods have been considered to be the wood elementalists' greatest achievement of the century. Upon its release, the plant had quickly become extremely popular throughout the entire Avalon of 5 elements. Like the message tree, the Mirage Bean Pods were further bred and optimized by the wood elementalists of the Jadeite Forest. There was now a wide variety of Mirage Bean Pods, some of which were large enough to store more than 20 movie beans. The most popular type among girls was the Meta Bean, which was capable of beautifying one's image. With the movie bean in his hand, all the boss could see was money dancing before his eyes. Zhu Yan had been eliminated, losing the grudge match and suffering defeat for the second time. Just who was this mysterious Earth Elementalist? Are you curious? Are you unconvinced? Do you want to find out more? Then buy the movie bean. Buy it and watch this fearsome battle. Buy it to see the Zhu family's absolute art. Buy it to find clues about the mysterious Earth Elementalist. Money, money, money. The boss looked behind himself when he finally calmed down, trying to search for the mysterious Earth Elementalist. Where was he? He felt terribly vexed. Why hadn't he asked the Earth Elementalist for his contact details? If only the mysterious Earth Elementalist could stay here in the long term. There would be even more money to be made. The boss felt much less excited after he realized that he missed a golden opportunity. AI Hui was still reflecting on the battle as he walked out of the arena. The battle had been short, and he couldn't care less about that opponent whom he had faced for the second time. His focus was solely on the main factor of this victory, how he changed his direction in midair. Although it seemed useful, changing direction in midair was a technique that didn't actually have much use. Furthermore, effective flying equipment like the Azure Wings was available to most elementalists, and consequently, very few people would bother to study such a shallow technique that was accessible before they reached the initial completion. His opponent was caught off guard. He had not expected him to be able to perform such a maneuver. AI Hui was actually surprised at his own performance as well. This time, the curvature of his movement through the air was much greater than those of his previous attempts. The larger the arc of motion, the greater the surprise and effectiveness of the maneuver. AI Hui impulsively took a few steps before leaping into the air. His body suddenly shifted from its initial trajectory as if an invisible hand was tugging him to the side. How interesting! AI Hui's keen battle intuition promptly kicked in as he realized its potential applications in combat. He ran forward a few steps again, lightly tapping the ground with his toes to propel himself upwards. Just as he was about to hit a wall on the side of the road, AI Hui lightly pointed his toes and soared even higher. This time around, the angle and speed at which his direction changed had been decreased. Giving in to his childish whims, AI Hui started jumping around, gliding through the air like a giant bat in flight. Lu Lan found this fascinating, and he spontaneously morphed into a bat and joined AI Hui in the air. AI Hui stopped after messing around for 3 whole minutes to avoid having to be dragged home by Lu Lan. Flying was indeed an amazing experience. Even gliding for a brief moment was so enjoyable. AI Hui had heard stories from elementalists about people who refused to stop flying after learning how to use the Azure Wings. As Lu Lan also returned to the ground, he noticed something off about AI Hui's appearance. AI Hui, your hair! He shouted. What's wrong with my hair? AI Hui asked, astonished. Your hair has turned white, Lu Lan informed him. Turned white? AI Hui was deeply shocked. He picked up a well-polished steel dagger from a nearby weapon store and used it as a mirror. His hair had indeed turned a silver white. It was suffused with a metallic glow and resembled strands of silver threads. Recovering from his shock, AI Hui took off his mask. The face he saw on the blade looked unfamiliar. A silver glow outlined his entire face, enhancing its contours and sharpening his features. His gaze was as sharp as a newly ground edge, and his entire demeanor had become far more menacing. Pedestrians subconsciously avoided him as they walked past. As he snapped out of his daze, AI Hui jovially said, I can now make money with my looks. His appearance contrasted sharply with his simple and reserved self. The silver strands of hair made his appearance even more striking, like a well-polished sword unsheathed from its scabbard. This shiny exterior was definitely not suitable for battle. He would be detected too easily. AI Hui, your hopes are dashed. The silver glow is fading, Lu Lan said, as his eyes flickered with a yellow light. I understand now. The metal elemental energy within your body is of such a high grade that using it places a huge load on your body. Tiny amounts of this elemental energy thus permeated your entire body, including your hair. When you're not utilizing it, the load will gradually lighten as the metal elemental energy throughout your body slowly retreats, returning your appearance back to normal. What a waste! My dream of making money has ended so soon, AI Hui lamented, feigning disappointment. He continued, Lu Lan, how did you find the battle just now? Lu Lan replied, AI Hui's battle was too fast, Lu Lan needs to work harder. AI Hui was slightly embarrassed upon hearing this response. He was originally supposed to bring Lu Lan out to play, but he ended up dragging him into a fight. He quickly changed the subject, shouting, split the cash, split the cash. With a bang, Lu Lan transformed into a cloud of money as he followed suit, shouting, split the cash, split the cash. AI Hui burst into merry laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, Silk Extraction and the Grass Hollow. Chapter 88, Silk Extraction and the Grass Hollow. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Master is very disappointed that you've gotten injured. The person speaking was Hai Qing, who had been Dai Gang's attendant since before he had become a master. Practically all of Dai Gang's matters were handled by Hai Qing, who was serious and inflexible. A spark of jealousy flashed in his eyes as he looked at Duanmu Huanghan, but it disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. He had been a faithful attendant to the master for more than 30 years, yet he was still not qualified to be his disciple. Although he was jealous of Duanmu Huanghuan's good fortune, he did not utter a single complaint. Even though Master Dai Gang had not taken him in as a disciple, he had never shortchanged Hai Qing. The guidance Dai Gang had given him was no less than that provided to his own disciples. He was extremely grateful to the master and had always been completely loyal to him. Hai Qing couldn't understand how this wretched-looking fellow was worthy of Dai Gang's notice. When Duanmu Huanghan, who was riddled with injuries, was brought before him, Hai Qing's first reaction wasn't to laugh at his plight, rather, it was one of anger. Yes, anger. It was an honor to be one of Dai Gang's disciples. Hai Qing felt that Duanmu Huanghuan's first duty after becoming Dai Gang's disciple was to uphold this honor and not disgrace his new status. He did not like Duanmu Huanghan. The other two disciples of the master were brilliant and accomplished. Lu Chen was one of the top 3 physicians of his generation. He was known as the divine physician and was revered by many. Yu Mingqiu was the youngest person to ever become a vice division leader. His progress in recent years has been phenomenal, and he was a popular candidate for the next division leader of the Deathgrass division. This Duanmu Huanghan, however, was such an embarrassment. Hai Qing spared no effort to protect the reputation of his master, and hence, he did not like Duanmu Huanghan one bit. Due to his long-standing service to Dai Gang, Hai Chang was regarded as a part of his family. Hai Qing had taken charge of both Lu Chen and Yu Mingqiu's initial training, but he would most certainly not extend the same courtesy to Duanmu Huanghan. A grandmaster's disciple needing to be rescued by a student who had just activated his natal residence. Oh boy, I sure hope I heard wrong. What's worse is, of course, being found naked and covered in injuries. Remember this, it doesn't matter if you prefer men or women or whether you're a good or a bad person. You're free to do as you please, but as a disciple of Master Dai Gang, the greatest sin that you can possibly commit is being weak. Hai Qing delivered his speech coldly, his sentences carefully crafted to provoke. Duanmu Huanghuan's face revealed hints of a cruel expression as he glared ferociously at Hai Qing. Not happy? He. Very well, remember this expression of yours. You still think you're gifted and don't need to respect anyone here? Let me tell you what it means to be a genius. Only those who are much stronger than others deserve to be labeled as geniuses. Pathetic wimps like you are nothing more than maggots. Hai Qing remained expressionless as he ripped Duanmu Huanghuan's wound open. To be honest, I couldn't care less about what happens to you, you pathetic maggot. As far as I'm concerned, you have no business being in this sacred place. Regretfully, I do, however, have to honor my duty. This is the key to the Grass Hollow. Come find me when you manage to get out of it. Although, I'd be very pleased if you end up dying inside instead. Hai Qing tossed an emerald green leaf on the ground as he left. Duanmu Huanghuan's anger soon subsided and he became completely calm. Without any hesitation, he picked up the leaf and started walking towards the Grass Hollow under the cover of night. Hai Qing returned home. His wife was rather worried, and asked, Huanghan is still so young, isn't it a bit early for him to be in the Grass Hollow? He is talented but needs to be polished. Otherwise, he'll not amount to anything, Hai Qing explained. But he's too young. Lu Chen was 17 when he entered the Grass Hollow, Mingqiu a little earlier at 16, his wife responded, clearly still worried. He is the last disciple, Hai Qing replied flatly. He is different from the others. But if some mishap were to befall him, that only means that he isn't talented enough and doesn't deserve to be part of Master's plans. We still have time to find another one. Hai Qing continued, the last disciple has a different significance to the Master. His wife was silent for a moment before she asked, do we really still have time? Hai Qing, who was packing his things, sluggishly replied, we do. We didn't place much significance to the current blind battle, both Lu Lan and he did not seem to care about it at all. The next day, Hui was summoned to the embroidery workshop. The young ladies of the embroidery workshop noticed a different air about him, and none of them dared to tease him anymore. After all, he must be incredibly talented to be able to learn the twin weaving technique, after seeing it just once, and it was said that the owner of the workshop even wanted to take him in as her last disciple. Perhaps because it wasn't his first visit, Hui felt less constrained this time. Mingqiu, who was standing in front of a door, waved at Hui as she said, Junior, come over here. Hui promptly went over. Master and mistress are both inside, Mingqiu said while she pushed the door open. A wave of heat gushed out of the room as the door opened. Hui was startled. Just what was inside? What are you waiting for? Come in quickly, his teacher snapped impatiently from within the room. Hui hurriedly entered. Upon entering, he realized that the temperature inside was even higher. It was as if he was a piece of dim sum being steamed. Both Teacher Wang and the mistress were here, but they appeared to be completely unaffected by the intense heat. Hui noticed an enormous boiler in the center emitting waves of heat. This must be what was causing the workshop to be so hot. Hui was curious about what the boiler was used for. Master, mistress, Hui greeted. Han Yuqin addressed him as well. Let me check the gloves for any damage. She was pleased to see that the gloves remained in good condition. After her examination, she said, some irresponsible old man has left your training to me. It seems I have no choice but to take up the job. Old Wang chuckled. Not only was he not embarrassed, but he also appeared to be very pleased with himself. Mingxiu sniggered. Your circumstances are rarely seen, the old lady said, before continuing solemnly, since you are unable to carry out circulatory cycle revolution, our aim is to activate your two-hand palaces. After much discussion with your teacher, we have decided on silk extraction as a method of training. Silk extraction? AI Hui asked, his face blank. He wasn't expecting something like that. Can silk extraction even be considered a training method? Yes, indeed, the training method suitable for you now is different from what is usually done. You need to circulate your elemental energy in as slow a manner as possible. The elemental energy within your body is extremely pure, and circulating it at a fast pace would place a huge burden on your body. When done slowly, the burden is much lighter and will allow your body to gradually become more accustomed to elemental energy. The slower circulation will thus result in a greater stimulative effect of the elemental energy in your body, helping it absorb elemental energy more effectively. In the field of embroidery, silk extraction requires the slowest circulation of elemental energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Twilight Silk. Chapter 89, Twilight Silk. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Zhu Yan's second defeat caused a much bigger sensation than his previous loss. That was because movie beans of the battle were available this time around. Although people were curious about his earlier defeat, the lack of footage meant that most people were unable to watch the battle. The students of Central Pine Academy were also not that familiar with Zhu Yan, which further contributed to the more muted reaction. Zhu Yan's publicly issued challenge was what triggered greater interest in this talented member of the Zhu family. Yet he was once again defeated by the same opponent. Many people even suspected that the two of them were secretly colluding to put up a show. Nevertheless, quite a number of people still rushed to purchase the movie bean, tempted by the chance to witness an absolute art. The students' eagerness to improve and their need for exposure were the main reasons that drove the training ground sales. While the induction ground imparted the basics and did indeed provide some opportunities for further learning, information regarding more powerful skills often required one to reach a certain level or contribute to the induction ground in some way. The things that ordinary students could learn in the induction ground were pretty much fixed. Daily training was not an issue, but it could be difficult to attain more powerful techniques. The induction ground also had several absolute arts in their possession. It was, however, extremely challenging to be deemed worthy of receiving one, as evident from the small number of successful cases. Aristocratic families had an absolute advantage when it came to absolute arts. Any family with more than 100 years of history would definitely have some form of inheritance. The Avalon of 5 elements was constituted of a culture steeped in innovation, and as such, each new generation would further research and develop their family's unique legacy. This continued advancement resulted in a more profound understanding of elemental energy, allowing the gradual formation of many different styles. The appearance of a genius would lead to the culmination of all the knowledge that was accumulated prior to his generation, resulting in the creation of an absolute art out of the family's legacy. The saying, "absolute arts are created through accumulation," was, indeed, an apt one. The older the family, the greater their accumulation of knowledge. The emergence of an individual with monstrous talent would also tend to vastly benefit a family's prowess. Passing on a legacy was the nature of those families, not the induction ground. It wasn't easy for teachers to find suitable successors. The teachers themselves were likely to contribute to this environment since they usually preferred to study what interested them rather than follow others' paths. The induction ground may be an incubator for all sorts of brilliant ideas, but rarely did it produce absolute arts. The teachers' most obvious weakness was their lack of combat experience. They lived relatively simple lives in the induction ground, which was the safest place in the Avalon of 5 elements. The teachers were only exposed to combat during their students' practical training or while accompanying them on missions. Absolute arts were mainly used in combat and were often born out of rich combat experience. Families that sought to get ahead of others would send successive generations of members to the front line. These members would proudly enlist into the 13 divisions, the unit that was positioned in the forefront of battle and held combat abilities in the highest regard. In the long run, they would get a deeper understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of their inherited teachings. And this understanding was necessary for further improvement. The members of aristocratic families were exposed to absolute arts from a young age. To ordinary students, however, absolute arts were an elusive and unattainable goal. All families shared a similar zeal in protecting their own absolute arts from the prying eyes of the outside world. Even accumulated knowledge was not divulged to outsiders. These were the fruits of their ancestors' labor and were also the core of their strength. In the eyes of ordinary students, absolute arts were shrouded in mystery. Upon finding out that there were movie beans with footage of an absolute art, many students quickly rushed to get one. Even though the beans were not cheap, being able to see an absolute art made them worth it in the end. This was particularly true in a remote place like Central Pine Academy where such opportunities were hard to come by. Only 20-odd beans left? The boss froze for a moment before roaring, "Why are you still standing here? Quickly plant more beans." "We've already planted them all, but we only have 3 wood elementalists," the assistant effortfully explained. Wood elementalists had to be specialists in order to grow movie beans. While a single bean was capable of producing 20 beans after one night's worth of growth, it wasn't sufficient to just throw the beans into some random soil. A wood elementalist would have to expend elemental energy to control the beans' growth and ensure that they would become exact replicas of the seed bean. A typical wood elementalist was capable of attending to approximately 20 mirage bean pods at a time. Hire more. Raise the pay. Double the pay. The boss shouted, his heart aching. Raise the price, we're going to increase the price. He had expected the movie beans to sell quite well, but he would never have imagined them to become this popular. More wood elementalists rushed over to the training ground, working tirelessly to grow more movie beans. The entire training ground was covered by pot after pot of mirage bean pods, even the fighting stage was not left empty. The sound of bean pods popping open could be heard the whole night. Little did the training ground's boss know that this was only the beginning of the ruckus that was to ensue. A strong herbal scent pervaded the entire embroidery workshop. Aidwi stared intently at the translucent piece of silk in his hands, his actions the speed of a snail. His heart trembled with each quiver of the extremely fine strand of silk. The twilight cocoon was a very rare type of silkworm cocoon that was especially difficult to handle. The cocoon, which was produced by the twilight silkworm, was as hard as steel and completely resistant to fire and water. Aidwi was dumbstruck by the amount of work involved in the handling process. A wood elementalist would first prepare a massive vat of a herbal concoction that was used to soak only a single twilight cocoon. Next, a fire elementalist would enhance the intensity of the fire, boiling the cocoon in the herbal concoction for 2 hours. The concoction became clear while the twilight cocoon turned into a black gelatinous substance. This was where Aidwi's training began. His task was to slowly extract the silk from the gelatinous substance. The difficulty lay in ensuring that the silk, which had melted into a gelatinous state, would not break. Even the slightest increase in speed would cause the silk to snap. Moreover, he had to steadily infuse his elemental energy into the silk. The infusion of elemental energy into the gelatinous silk made it solidify back into its usual state. Even the slightest oversight could ruin the entire process. A tiny tremor or a marginal quickening of his elemental energy could cause the gelatinous silk to break. The heat in the workshop was of a shocking amount, but Aidwi was too focused on his task to notice. He probably didn't realize how much he was sweating either. The value of twilight silk was dependent on its length. The longest thread of twilight silk that Aidwi had extracted up till now was only 1 meter. Twilight silk of this length had no value and could only be regarded as scraps. Aidwi was under immense pressure to perform. He was no fool. Taking the cocoon, the herbal concoction, and the services of the elementalists into consideration, he knew that the production cost of the twilight silk was immense, even though Mistress did not reveal it. It would be a complete waste of resources if he couldn't extract good silk. His finger trembled, causing the other end of the thread to break. Unable to persist any longer, Aidwi plopped himself onto the ground, panting. He was drenched in sweat. Silk scraps littered the floor around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, Movie Bean. Chapter 90, Movie Bean. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Joe Sousey barged in excitedly and exclaimed, boldly, "Come and watch this movie bean." Li Wei was lying on his bed, deep in thought. His brow furrowed as he answered flippantly, "Watch it on your own." It's useless to think about it since there's nothing you can do if his teacher doesn't agree. You'd better not offend the teachers of the induction ground, Joe Sousey replied from outside. Recruiting soldiers was never an easy task to begin with, so don't make things difficult for yourself. It'll be too late to regret if you end up getting backstabbed. Don't spout nonsense. Teacher Wang is not like that. Li Wei quickly retorted. I've attended his lessons before, and I am confident of his character. In any case, don't push too hard. You've been disadvantaged quite a few times because of such issues already. Joe Sousey was still worried as he continued to warn Li Wei. You should stop feeling so miserable, your luck is already good enough. Although your potential successor's teacher refuses to let him go, you just need to gradually wear him down. I, for one, haven't even seen anyone worthy of it. Li Wei asked lazily, isn't it easy for the North Sea Auxiliary Division to recruit members? Do you really need to compete with us bitter folks? Bitter? More like sweet, Zhou Xiaoxi teased. Someone has been distracted ever since he returned that day. I sense some stirrings of love, oh, glorious spring, 1. Li Wei immediately jumped out of bed in embarrassment and dashed out of his room, shouting, today seems like a good day for us to exchange blows. You can make fun of me, but it's simply unbearable if you tarnish a fair lady's reputation like that. Acting all innocent, Zhou Xiaoxi protested, did I say something wrong? Tarnished her reputation? You, Li Wei was at a loss for words. His embarrassment quickly turned to anger as he taunted, come over here right now. I'm gonna beat your North Sea dog face into the ground. Zhou Xiaoxi was not one bit angry. He joked loudly, I am a North Sea dog, and you are a blooming sago tree, too, a blossoming metal man. Alright, I'm only teasing. Such things are part of human nature. Next time, I'll introduce you to the ladies of the North Sea who are as stunning as the ocean. Do you know why the women of the North Sea are called the daughters of the sea? Li Wei was veered off course. Because they're as stunning as the ocean? Zhou Xiaoxi replied innocently, yes, they're stunning, but what's the main feature of the ocean? It's extremely temperamental. When it's happy, all is calm and well. If it's unhappy, prepare to feel the wrath of its storms. Do you know why I'm still single? I am a man who has braved these storms and lived to tell the tale. I heard that the ladies in the infantry are blessed with good figures? Li Wei nodded his head in response to Zhou Xiaoxi's curiosity. Definitely. Every one of them has amazingly well-proportioned figures. They are well-toned and have abs, not even a single one of them has the slightest bit of flab. To top it off, they are most certainly not temperamental. That's great. Zhou Xiaoxi said, as his eyes lit up with joy. I leave my future happiness in your hands. As long as you can satisfy their 3 needs, your relationship will be very blissful, Li Wei said while he casually lifted 3 fingers. Money? Not a problem. Looks? I have that as well. My figure is not too shabby either. Zhou Xiaoxi announced, brimming with confidence. Li Wei let out a chuckle. The ladies in our infantry division do not look out for these things. Their 3 needs refer to the need for blood when killing, the need to violently vent their anger, and the need to rip things out of sorrow. Zhou Xiaoxi shivered momentarily in fear. He muttered, I think I'll just remain single, then. Forget it, let's move on from this sad topic. Come, let's watch the movie Bean, Zhou Xiaoxi said, back to his usual self. You have no idea how hard it was to buy this. I queued really long for this bestseller. What movie Bean is this? Li Wei casually asked. Have you heard of Zhu Yan? The one who was defeated by an earth elementalist a while back? He's a pretty arrogant chap, openly distributing his written challenge for all to see. He's really landed himself in an embarrassing situation this time. Zhou Xiaoxi was clearly gloating at Zhu Yan's misfortune. Between the aristocratic families and the commoners lay an uncrossable chasm. This disparity was apparent everywhere, even on the front line. Aristocratic families often had long and illustrious histories, leading all the way back to the battle that had founded the Avalon of 5 Elements. After the Avalon of 5 Elements had gradually stabilized, a protracted period of expansion had begun. Talented individuals from the old territory were brought into the Avalon of 5 Elements as new residents to fill the space created by the continued expansion. Most of the commoners of the Avalon of 5 Elements could trace their roots back to the migrants from the old territory. Despite the declining influence of these families and the rise of several outstanding commoners, the allocation of resources was still vastly skewed in favor of the aristocratic families. They controlled almost 80% of high-grade resources. Conflicts between the commoners and aristocratic families were everywhere but were especially prevalent on the front line, where such clashes were almost an everyday occurrence. I've heard of this before, Li Wei said, nodding. He suddenly felt curious. How did he lose so badly if he could execute an absolute art? Yeah, I'd like to see this ferocious earth elementalist for myself. Zhou Xiaoxi took out the movie Bean, tossing it into the light-swallowing, shadow-spitting Nepenthes 3 set on the table. This particular type of bonsai had a broad range of uses and was compatible with many Nidia products made by wood elementalists. In the dark brown-colored pot stood a 20-centimeter-tall Nepenthes with a large pitcher. The pitcher was decorated with a wood elementalist's signature, and a red ring encircled its opening. After being tossed into the Nepenthes, the movie Bean was quickly dissolved by digestive fluids. Within moments, a beam of light sprang out of the pitcher's opening. The faint light converged into a rather blurry image. Why is it so unclear? Zhou Xiaoxi said, visibly upset. Unscrupulous businessmen. How dare they sell such low-quality beans at such exorbitant prices? This is crazy. Don't expect too much from this small region, Li Wei said in an understanding manner. He was familiar with how things were like in the area. Watching the projection, he continued, observe carefully, or you'll lose out even more. Upon hearing Li Wei's advice, Zhou Xiaoxi ceased his complaints and watched every detail attentively. It was evident that the Mirage Bean Pod was focused on Zhu Yan from the get-go. He was simply too eye-catching. His heavy legs were like hatchets, and his attacks were cleanly executed. His moves were not the least bit sloppy. He's pretty powerful, Zhou Xiaoxi muttered to himself. That's a rather well-executed, hellfire spider web. His condescending manner from before had disappeared. He had initially thought that Zhu Yan's defeat was the result of insufficient combat experience. Judging from the footage, however, Zhu Yan appeared to be highly seasoned and had not made any mistakes. Besides having a higher base level, Zhou Xiaoxi himself probably couldn't have done any better. Li Wei did not utter a single word, he just stared at the footage. There wasn't a single opponent on the ground who could match Zhu Yan. He took down a handful of contestants without breaking a sweat. Everything changed when he attacked a participant that had a mask on. That seemingly innocuous contestant suddenly made a move, punching Zhu Yan's heavy leg. Zhou Xiaoxi subconsciously shook his head. Considering that legs were much more powerful than fists, the most viable options against the heavy leg were to either dodge and find an opening, or to fight fire with fire and return with a kick. What happened next gave him a shock. Zhu Yan was knocked back a good couple of steps while his opponent only needed 2 to stabilize himself. Impressive strength, Li Wei commented objectively. Zhu Yan seemed a little stirred up, he must have recognized the other party, Zhou Xiaoxi observed. His vast experience with actual combat allowed him to deduce this fairly quickly. However, the sight of the mysterious Earth Elementalist suddenly changing direction in midair as he rushed towards Zhu Yan made them both stand up spontaneously in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Discussion. Chapter 91, Discussion. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. Changing direction mid-air. Between the shades of light and shadow of the bean pod's image, the fuzzy figure of the Earth Elementalist could be seen charging towards Zhu Yan. He flew into the sky and made a major turn halfway. The deflection was very large, like a bat gliding in low altitude. Zhu Yan accumulated all the strength in his body and directed it to his heavy leg, but he still missed. The Earth Elementalist made a bizarre arc and appeared behind Zhu Yan. The moment he landed, Zhu Yan's muscles seemed to have tensed. Both of them watching were seasoned battlers, and upon seeing Zhu Yan's slight movement, they knew it was getting serious. The Earth Elementalist sprung up from the ground, and his back struck Zhu Yan. They promptly saw Zhu Yan turn into an afterimage as he flew out of their field of vision like a rubber ball shooting upwards from a seesaw. The Wood Elementalist controlling the Mirage Bean Pod was obviously shocked by this scene. The scene was frozen still for a good few seconds before the Wood Elementalist regained control of his senses and redirected the Mirage Bean Pod. In between the light and shadow of the Mirage Bean Pod, Zhu Yan's body could be seen stuck to the light cover like a baked flatbread. Must be painful, Zhou Xiaoxi commented, as he looked lifelessly at the flatbread man in the image and swallowed his saliva with a little bit of difficulty. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Li Wei shook his head with a similar dull expression. He's unconscious, he can't feel a thing. Snap. The light and shadow image disappeared from the Nepenthe's cage. That's it? Zhou Xiaoxi, who had just regained his senses, fell into a daze once again. 2 seconds later, a mournful shriek loud enough to tear the roof apart sounded out. Not 1 minute's up and it's already over? Where's the absolute art? I can't even see his face clearly. Earth Elementalist? Where's the sand puppet? Where are the other people? That's all? How dare you sell the tickets at 100,000 yuan for this kind of show? Aha, I'm gonna kill somebody. Don't stop me. 100,000? Li Wei looked disdainfully at Zhou Xiaoxi and did not forget to rub it in. I don't know if you have assets in terms of face and body, but money? I know you do. And brains? None for sure. PFFF. A puff of mist exited the Nepenthes, releasing a burp-like sound that seemed to give an affirmation to Li Wei's words. Light swallowing, shadow spitting Nepenthes sounded like a mighty name, but it was actually a very simple type of plant. Its most unique trait was that it wasn't picky about food. When the Wood Elementalists first bred the Mirage Bean Pod, they found an awkward fact: the smell of the bean was rejected by all flora and fauna. The initial test subject was a colorful chameleon. Its skin could spray out multicolored light, creating an illusion around its surroundings to protect itself. But the experiment had quickly failed because the chameleon was badly poisoned after eating the bean. Images stored inside the movie bean were screened successfully only after the wood elementalists had discovered a special kind of nepenthes. This was how it was given such an imperious name. The two of them briefly stood in silence, digesting the scene from earlier. There's finally a powerful fellow, but he turns out to be an earth elementalist. How unexpected. Zhou Xiaoxi was disappointed as the North Sea was recruiting water elementalists. It's a pity there's no sand puppet. Li Wei was curious. An earth elementalist good at battling close range, I really wonder how his sand puppet would be like. Seasoned fighters like them knew that in order to evaluate an earth elementalist, they would have to understand his sand puppet. The sand puppet was the real trump card. One must not judge a wood elementalist's battling abilities before assessing his sand puppet. That was a mid-air direction switch, eh? Zhou Xiaoxi was slightly uncertain. Recognize the move yet? Between the two of them, although Li Wei looked a little more forthright, their personalities were completely opposite. Zhou Xiaoxi had a carefree personality while Li Wei was more meticulous in nature. No, Li Wei shook his head. Doing a mid-air switch is possible, albeit difficult. Don't forget that he's an earth elementalist. He has a sand puppet. Reasonable. Zhou Xiaoxi lightly touched his chin before asking, don't you feel that the back-leaning move was similar to arching fish back? Actually, when he had first seen that move, Li Wei had immediately thought about the series of dents on the wall of the suspending golden pagoda. Could it be AI Hui? This idea flashed through his mind before he quickly shook it off. Although his build matched the dents, he had just activated his natal residence. It was impossible for him to possess such combat strength. Plus, this was an earth elementalist. AI Hui, on the other hand, was definitely of the metal attribute. I'm more willing to believe that it's back to the mountain, Li Wei said. Zhou Xiaoxi understood, although the earth elementalist's move seemed to be similar to arching fish back, the power released far exceeded that of it. Arching fish back was a technique that was used for struggling free instead of attacking. There are all kinds of freaks this year. How can an earth elementalist be an earth elementalist if he doesn't engage his sand puppet when fighting? Zhou Xiaoxi mumbled to himself. Youngsters nowadays are fierce. Li Wei sighed. Zhu Yan's performance was already pretty solid, but that earth elementalist's abilities were even more outstanding. The disparity between levels could be made up with time, but a gap between talent wasn't something that could be easily filled. Li Wei did not know why, but after viewing the movie Bean, he all the more yearned to urgently recruit AI Hui. He felt that AI Hui was undoubtedly the most suitable fellow for the infantry division. What should he do? Li Wei decided that no matter what, he had to meet AI Hui personally before thinking further. The embroidery workshop. As usual, Mingxiu was reporting to her teacher. The workshop had received many orders of different priorities, some were urgent while others could wait. Some required her teacher to attend to personally while others could be taken care of by Mingxiu. She organized and handled the tasks well. Han Yuqin was extremely reassured and satisfied with this beloved disciple of hers. After listening to Mingxiu's report, Han Yuqin asked about AI Hui. How's your junior doing recently? Not much progress. Mingxiu shook her head, and she hesitated a little before continuing. I'm afraid that Twilight Silk's too difficult for him. It's not easy even for me. Should we change it to something else? Han Yuqin hesitated as well. Mingxiu didn't seem to be exaggerating. Unlike what AI Hui thought, Twilight Silk was not sold in the market at an extremely high price because of the rarity of Twilight Silkworm cocoons. In fact, Twilight Silkworm cocoons were really cheap. They were resistant to water and fire, as solid as iron, and not many insects liked nibbling on them. Herbal medicine used to treat the cocoons were not worth much either. Actually, it was so pricey because it was too difficult to collect. The silk spinner had to have sufficiently pure elemental energy to solidify the gluey natural silk. Furthermore, a very stable and precise control of elemental energy was needed. Any slight disturbance in concentration would cause the silk to break. Once the silk was broken, it couldn't be joined back. This meant that it was impossible to make a long silk strand from many short ones. And the whole process was time-consuming and produced little output. Whenever Han Yuqin needed it, she would purchase it directly instead of producing it on her own. To be fair, Han Yuqin also felt that Twilight Silk was too difficult for AI Hui. But to change it? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but ask, how does AI Hui feel about it? After all, she was someone who had already taken in disciples. She knew that when it came to youngsters, difficult tasks would dampen their zeal. As an afterthought, Han Yuqin added, discuss it with him first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Experience. Chapter 92, Experience. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. We sat on the ground of the workshop, gasping heavily. The rising fog carried a herbal medicinal odor as it squirted out from the window from time to time. The workshop was like a monster, spewing poisonous gas at random intervals. The embroidery ladies didn't dare to go close and rather took more steps to walk around it instead. Many of them had come to a sudden realization, no wonder the workshop never produced any twilight silk. But there were still bolder ladies who stole glances at Hui from afar. It was seriously hot inside the workshop, and Hui was working half naked, displaying his well-proportioned, robust, and fit body. His skin was emitting a golden glow as if he'd been smeared with a layer of grease. The steam within the workshop carried an unpleasant odor, which prevented the women from approaching, but it did not stop them from admiring from a distance. Hui wasn't aware that people were secretly watching him. All his focus was placed on that damned twilight silk. So far, the silk that he had extracted had never exceeded 1 meter in length. The elemental energy within his body was abnormally smooth and fast like lightning. It was easy to make it quick, with just a thought, his elemental energy would gain speed. To slow it down, however, was exponentially harder. Moreover, not only did he have to slow it down, he had to ensure that it had a uniform velocity, free from fluctuations. Hui had been thinking about a lot of things these past few days. What he pondered most about was the fact that although the elemental energy within his body was pure, it was very different from the energy that he developed himself. He could induce elemental energy with help from the sword rattan gloves, but he could only exercise simple control over it. The elemental energy he had developed through self-training wasn't as pure and was little in quantity, but it could easily be controlled and engaged during more complicated operations. Hui had gotten out of the excitement from his previous victory and had become much more clear-minded. No matter how much strength he had, it was useless if it was untamed. And on the contrary, no matter how little strength he had, it could still be used during crucial moments as long as he had perfect control over it. Slow and steady should be the way to go, Hui told himself. The nature of a 3-minute hero was no different from the sword embryo. What he needed was reliable strength. Reliable strength and reliable abilities. How is it, Junior? Mingxiu walked into the workshop. Hui stood up. Not bad, Senior. It's actually quite rewarding. Mingxiu was slightly surprised. She expected her junior to be somewhat dispirited, but he actually had a very optimistic attitude. She observed attentively and caught no signs of disappointment in Hui's expression. But then again, her junior had attempted the twin weaving technique just after activating his natal residence, so why would he be discouraged by the difficulty of the twilight silk? That's good. Don't be anxious, Junior, try slowly. Mingxiu consoled him. Twilight silk is so expensive precisely because it is very challenging to extract. On hearing the word expensive, light flashed within Hui's eyes, but the words behind captured his attention even more. Senior, are you saying that the raw material isn't expensive? Mingxiu nodded. It is inexpensive. A silkworm cocoon costs about 200,000 yuan now. Hui opened his eyes wide. 200,000 isn't considered expensive? Mingxiu laughed briefly. Indeed, it is considered inexpensive. An elemental cloth costs 50,000 yuan. What about twilight silk? Hui asked, unable to believe what he was hearing. Depends on its specifications. After taking a few moments to remember, she said, anything below 5 meters isn't worth much. 10 meters or so can be bought at 200,000. The price doubles every 5 meters. Hui gulped. A twilight silk silkworm cocoon looked small, but the silk within was extremely fine. Theoretically, it was possible to extract over 100 meters of silk. How much money is that? 20 meters for 800,000 yuan. 30 meters for 3,200,000 yuan. 40 meters for 12,800,000 yuan. And 50 meters would cost over 50 million yuan. Come to think of it, the noodle shop girl's 80 million yuan, it could be paid off with just 2 50-meter-long strands of twilight silk and there would still be a lot to spare. He was about to drool. Hui felt resentful. Why was it that whenever the topic of embroidery came up, it always involved a lot of money? But from his previous experience with the twin weaving technique, Hui was aware that while money from embroidery seemed to be plenty, it was actually extremely challenging to earn. Hui had calculated the twilight silk's best solidifying speed. 1 day and 1 night for a length of about 2 meters. There was no mistake. Twilight Silk of 50 meters required 25 consecutive days of operating elemental energy non-stop at a consistent speed, without even the slightest error. This was not only incredibly challenging, but it was also terrifying. Not to mention the elemental energy, just maintaining focus for 25 days straight was almost impossible. Anything below 5 meters wasn't worth much money, yet we already had trouble in producing 5 meters. Wow, money isn't easy to earn, but... As if she'd noticed AI Huey's dejected expression, Mingxiu comforted him. Don't be discouraged, Junior. Manufacturing Twilight Silk is bitter work, even those who are able to aren't willing to do it too. 30-meter-long Twilight Silk can't be easily found in today's market. Plus, you're doing this to train. When your skills improve, spinning silk will become second nature to you. AI Hui regained his spirit. Although he had failed to spin silk, it was still a pretty effective training method. Silk spinning forced the operation of elemental energy to slow down. Having such pure elemental energy circulating at such a slow speed within his body was intensely stimulating. In the past, whenever his elemental energy circulation would reach his hand palace, it would feel no different from any other parts of his body. Now, however, he could feel that a region of his palm was more sensitive to the energy. He knew that this region, which felt more sensitive and intense, was his hand palace. Elemental energy within AI Huey's body had never operated so slowly before. Over the past few days, he had been immersed in many fresh experiences. For example, he had recently found out that operating his elemental energy slowly had a body tempering effect. The world was so big, AI Hui always carried an inquisitive attitude towards many things. Seeing the improvement in AI Huey's mood, Mingxiu advised him, go home and rest for a few days. You need to strike a balance between work and rest. Alternating between tension and relaxation is the key to training. You've been without rest for a few days, and it's detrimental to your body. Go back. I'll tell teacher. Truth be told, AI Huey's non-stop training had scared her. He must have been this hard-working when he was trying to figure out the twin weaving technique in the suspending golden pagoda. No wonder he could simulate the technique even though he had just activated his natal residence. How amazingly determined. AI Hui felt that his senior was right. Focusing had started to become increasingly difficult. He knew that this was the sign of exhaustion. Then I'll get going, senior. AI Hui bid Senior Mingxiu goodbye before promptly leaving the embroidery workshop. On the street, AI Hui felt like he was in another world. All the fog and smell of the herbal medicine within the workshop had disappeared, leaving only a faint herbal smell on his body to remind himself how he had passed these last few days. Under the sunlight, AI Hui smiled and had a good stretch. He decided that once he reached back, he would have a good bath and sleep. Just then, he heard someone call his name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, Li Wei Street. Chapter 93, Li Wei Street. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. AI Hui looked attentively towards Li Wei as he found him somewhat familiar. I'm Li Wei, an instructor of the Society of Excellence. I'm also Mingxiu's friend. I'm the one who carried you and Duanmu Huanghan back from the suspending golden pagoda. The veteran Li Wei introduced himself to AI Hui. Brother Li Wei. Thank you very much, Brother Li Wei. AI Hui felt embarrassed and quickly thanked him. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Let's go and eat now, we will talk over the meal. Li Wei appeared to be extremely amicable. The moment AI Hui heard that there was going to be food, his eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to Li Wei's invitation. When AI Hui learned that Li Wei was the one who had written the strategy to tackle the suspending golden pagoda, his respect for him grew significantly. And after he heard that Brother Li Wei was going to treat him to a meal, he quickly brought Li Wei to the noodle house. He decided to order a few extra bowls of noodles later to show his respect for Li Wei. The Society of Excellence? Li Wei was surprised when AI Hui shook his head and rejected his invitation. Brother Li Wei, I really have no time. Until now, I haven't even completed the training assignments that the teachers in school have given me. Deep down, Li Wei was disappointed. However, he could tell that AI Hui was not lying. Fatigue was written all over AI Hui's face. He looked extremely tired. When's the last time you had a rest? Li Wei asked with great concern. It's important to pace your training. Don't be too impatient. You're still young and there's plenty of time. Li Wei was someone who valued and cared for talents. And in his eyes, AI Hui was a prodigy. Compared to other students, I'm quite old. AI Hui shook his head. Li Wei oohed. Yes, AI Hui was not young anymore. It was only now that he realized that he had only noticed AI Huey's talents and not his age. Compared to other students, it was indeed quite late. Those exceptional prodigies were all able to graduate from the induction ground at the mere age of 16. However, at this age, AI Hui had barely started training. Li Wei felt great pity for him. Yet such situations were common occurrences in both the Old Territory and the Avalon of Five Elements. By the time many people discovered that they were gifted, they had already missed their best window of time to train. Even though you started off late, I still believe you can do it. Li Wei sincerely encouraged AI Wei. He could sense AI Huey's impatience. Thank you, brother Li Wei. AI Hui was touched by Li Wei's words. He felt that he should do something to reciprocate brother Li Wei's concern for him, so he turned around and yelled to the boss, "Boss, give me one more bowl of noodles." "No, two more." Li Wei did not expect to succeed on his first try. He merely wanted to leave an impression on AI Hui and try again in the future. There was no need for him to be impatient. And after the short interaction with AI Hui, he felt that the trip he made today was not in vain and was rather rewarding. AI Hui left a deep impression on him. He was a reserved person with a determined gaze and a maturity that far surpassed his age. From their conversation, Li Wei could sense the determination and willpower of the young man seated in front of him. Whenever AI Hui was unsure of something, he would ask a lot of questions. Some questions even left Li Wei in a daze. Were the youngsters nowadays really that hard to deal with? When he himself was at such an age, he was as innocent and stupid as a pig. Prudence, foresight, and determination. Li Wei sighed in his heart once more. He was becoming increasingly convinced that AI Hui was a legitimate prodigy. Even though he started off late, Li Wei still believed that he could overcome such an obstacle. It was both simple and difficult to convince this kind of person. The difficult part was that they would not be easily persuaded by flowery words, and the easy part was that they would agree to anything without a second of hesitation if they found it to be beneficial to themselves. And it was also because of this that Li Wei was so confident that he could persuade AI Hui. Although the infantry division was not as popular as other divisions, it was very suitable for AI Hui's character and physical traits. He believed that AI Hui could see this as well. Right now, he decided to just become friends with AI Hui. There would be plenty of time and chances in the future. Teacher Wang may be knowledgeable, but his knowledge of body tempering and combat techniques paled in comparison with that of the infantry division. For some reasons, Li Wei could sense an aura from AI Hui that was similar to his. Li Wei was a veteran. He knew that his intuition was not baseless. However, at the same time, his mind was filled with doubts. It was rather incredible to see such traits in a 16-year-old boy. Even those prodigies that graduated from the induction ground at this age reeked of rookie's aura, which could be sensed from 2 kilometers away. In the front line, even if a rookie were a prodigy, they would be considered as one of the most undesirable people to be around. The most undesirable group of people, however, were those rookie commanders. When the younger generations from those aristocratic families entered the front line, they seldom worked their way up from being a soldier. Li Wei had no prejudice against the younger generations of those influential, aristocratic families. In fact, he had seen many outstanding youths come from aristocratic families. However, he bitterly detested rookie commanders. "Have you ever stayed in the wilderness before?" Li Wei asked curiously. AI Hui, who was busy eating the food, stopped and raised his head. With his mouth stuffed with noodles, he replied unintelligibly, "Yes, I stayed there for 3 years. I used to be a laborer." When he heard AI Hui's response, Li Wei became thoroughly dumbfounded, and he only returned to his senses after a few seconds. With an incredulous look on his face, he asked again, "Are you saying that you used to be a laborer? And that you stayed in the wilderness for 3 years? "That's right," AI Hui nodded as he kept stuffing his mouth with noodles. Li Wei was shocked by this information. Of course he knew what a laborer was. In the wilderness, there was a unique group of people that were collectively called laborers. These laborers were hired from the Old Territory, and most of them were desperate, pitiful souls. Laborers had almost zero fighting capabilities and were the fastest and earliest group of people to be eliminated and killed in the wilderness. When Li Wei first learned about laborers, he did not understand why they were hired. From his perspective, laborers were frail and had low stamina. They were also mentally weak and were easily killed. But after staying in the wilderness for some time, he had finally understood the reason. The Avalon of Five Elements current training system was developed from and based on dire beasts. Elementalists were much more sensitive toward elemental energy fluctuations in dire beasts, and vice versa. If a detachment had too many powerful elementalists, it would only result in 2 possibilities. The first was that they would scare away the dire beasts. The second was that they would encourage the dire beasts to gang up against them. A division like the infantry division did not enter the wilderness to hunt the dire beasts, and hence, they would not have such worries. However, for those who entered the wilderness to hunt for the dire beasts, these two results were not something they wanted to encounter. Hence, recruiting laborers was their best option. But compared to the benefits of hunting the dire beasts, the compensations for the laborers were worth nothing. Laborer recruitment had a long history that could be dated back to 700 years ago. Ever since the concept of recruiting laborers had been initiated, there had been huge debates over it. As such, there was a strict regulation on the compensation payments for laborers. However, the number of new citizens in the Avalon of 5 Elements was getting increasingly larger, and their objections for laborer recruitment were getting louder and louder. The so-called new citizens referred to the people who had migrated from the old territory to the Avalon of 5 Elements after the latter had been established. They had deep sentiments towards the old territory, and the higher-ups held their voices in high regard. Many signs also indicated that the abolishment of laborer recruitment was near. Li Wei had never expected the youth who was heartily eating the noodles in front of him to be a laborer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Midnight. Chapter 94, Midnight. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Li Wei did not know how long he had been in shock for. In any case, the empty bowls in front of AI we seemed to have stacked higher and higher. For a moment, he did not know what to say. After a long silence, he opened his mouth. Being a laborer, it's not easy to return alive. At this point, AI Hui was nearly done eating, and his actions had slowed down. He raised his head and gave a sunny smile. That's right. Only 2 out of 2,000 laborers survived. A cold shiver ran down Li Wei's spine. He had spent a long time at the front line and was used to death. However, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a terrifying mortality rate. He finally realized what laborers being easily killed meant. He became silent and observed the young man seated across him. AI Huey's face did not show any signs of vengeance, self-pity, sadness, or suffering. He was just sitting there looking calm and earnest, his gaze limpid. Unknowingly, Li Wei became somewhat emotional. Why did you want to come to the induction ground? I want to become an elementalist. AI Hui laughed as he idly stirred the empty bowl with his chopsticks. There's no future in being a laborer, it's better to become an elementalist, but... For some unknown reason, Li Wei could sense that these straightforward and casual words contained much more than what they actually meant. This was the first time that Li Wei did not know what to say to a young man. He finally understood how AI Hui had developed a maturity that far surpassed his young age. The number of deaths that AI Hui had witnessed far exceeded what he had. AI Hui had survived the harshest and cruelest of environments, and the situations he had faced were far more dangerous than what Li Wei had ever faced. Yet the 3 years of extreme hardship still did not destroy the young man's courage and will to live. Other than age and strength, AI Huey's experience and character were not inferior to his. This was a young man who did not need consolation and encouragement. He knew what he was doing and what he was working hard for. There was no uncertainty and hesitation, only a strong and determined heart. Unwittingly, Li Wei started to treat AI Hui as someone who was of the same age as himself. He took out a roll of thumb-sized golden leaf. This contains some of my usual training tips, but it doesn't include any secret techniques. I'm giving it to you in the hope that it will be of some help. I am metal attributed, and I have also stayed in the suspending golden pagoda for a long time. That place will suit you well. Thank you, Brother Li Wei. AI Hui thanked him sincerely. This was something that he needed the most right now, and he did not act hypocritically. Such a nice senior. If he didn't do anything to repay him, he would feel guilty. AI Hui turned his head around and was about to order another bowl of noodles to show his respect for Brother Li Wei. Ow, he could not eat anymore. Sadness and regret rose in AI Huey's heart. This ending was not perfect at all. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wei stood up and patted AI Huey's shoulder. Let's go back and have a good rest. AI Hui quickly nodded. Boss. Bill, please. The boss arrived as swift as the wind. That will be 1,500 yuan. Li Wei was momentarily stunned. Boss, you must have miscounted. How could they have eaten 1,500 yuan worth of noodles? 10 bowls? Sir, look at the table. The boss pointed at the table. When Li Wei turned around and saw the high stack of bowls on the table, he was dumbfounded. To the side, AI Hui put on an innocent face. After bidding farewell to Brother Li Wei, the stuffed AI Hui dragged himself back to the training hall. Lu Lan wasn't there. AI Hui, who was already tired and incredibly full, immediately went straight to bed. Before his body could even warm up the bed, he had already fallen asleep. On the other side of the wall, there was a room that was dimly lit under the glow of a yellowish-orange light. How do you feel? I have made many improvements to the new sand core. The problems that it faced in the past have already been rectified. This is the sand core that I'm most satisfied with for the last 50 years, and I have put in most of my knowledge into this. Lu Lan, you have a matchless sand core. It's a pity that I don't know much about combat and I can't make too many improvements in that aspect. An old man with ash-gray hair looked directly at Lu Lan, who was comfortably stretching his body. The old man's gaze was tender, it was as if he was looking at his own child. It's okay, Master Shao, Lu Lan replied as he touched and felt his own body. Lu Lan can learn by himself. That's right. Master Shao became excited. You're very smart. I'm sure there are not many sand puppets in this world that are smarter than you. As long as you keep on learning, you will become stronger. Combat is not a problem for you. You have such a matchless sand core, it's a pity that I don't have enough money to replace your body. If your body's material can be replaced with Yellow Sand Corner's high-grade sand, you will be nearly invincible. Master Shao's tone was filled with pride. Is it because Lu Lan's body can become fluid-like? Lu Lan asked curiously. Master Shao laughed out loud. After a while, however, he stopped. Lu Lan is a good boy. Lu Lan did not quite understand what Master Shao meant, but he knew that the latter was praising him and so he was delighted. Lu Lan, what do you think of AI Hui? Master Shao suddenly asked. AI Hui is Lu Lan's best friend, Lu Lan replied without any hesitation. How do you feel when you're together with him? Very happy, Lu Lan replied. AI Hui is a good guy, a very good guy. Master Shao treated and understood Lu Lan like his own child. His face was filled with warmth as he deeply looked at Lu Lan. Good boy. Even though your sand core has become so powerful, it's still considered an incomplete product. Yes, I have spent 50 years on your sand core, but there's a limit to my talents. I'm afraid I don't have the capability to perfect it. My child, what I'm going to say next is very important. You have to remember these words. Store them in the deepest part of your sand core. Master Shao's facial expression became solemn. Okay, Lu Lan will start recording now. Lu Lan became serious. Master Shao went into a deep silence and was somewhat entranced, as if he was thinking of something. After a long while, he finally returned to his senses and laughed to himself. I'm indeed old. Master Shao, do I need to remember this line? Lu Lan asked with his eyes wide open. No need, no need. Master Shao chuckled. Lu Lan, your current sand core is in an incomplete state. That's because your body can't handle all the powers of the sand core, and so I have to seal a portion of the core. Before your body becomes stronger, you are not allowed to remove the seal. As for the information on how to remove the seal and how to transform your body, I have already saved them in your sand core. You need to spend some time studying this information. And the last thing is that if Master Shao is not around in the future, you must follow AI Hui. He's a rather good guy, Master Shao told Lu Lan with a stern tone. Lu Lan abruptly asked, Master Shao, are you leaving Lu Lan? Lu Lan, my life is coming to an end. Before I die, I have to go and settle an issue that I have regretted most of my life. Master Shao suddenly spoke after being lost in thought for a long while. Lu Lan, remember this, your sand core is called Midnight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Changes to the Blood Bandage. Chapter 95, Changes to the Blood Bandage. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. After a good night's sleep, AI Hui felt an indescribable sense of happiness and satisfaction. All his previous tiredness was now gone. Looking at the time, the traces of sleepiness that AI Hui felt immediately disappeared. He had actually slept for one entire day. Given that he had just woken up, AI Hui decided to take a bath directly. While soaking in the hot spring, he began playing with the blood bandage. The blood bandage had a very unusual texture, it was neither cloth nor silk, and there were still intact traces of blood as if it had just dried up. Mistress had said that it had existed for an extremely long period of time, more than 10,000 years. Every time he looked at the blood bandage, his thoughts couldn't help but wander to the cultivation era. It was such a bustling and diversified period with a vast world. There were different oddities of techniques and innumerable magic-infused treasures. Cultivators soared through the skies and combed through the earth to explore the unknown, dominating the era for thousands of years. The blood bandage was really sturdy. Even with all his strength, AI Hui was unable to tear even a bit. When Mistress had split the blood bandage into two, she had used tremendous strength as well. She had said that the silk yarn was bound up by a special force, seamlessly blending them together. The blood bandage had many loose threads on its sides due to Mistress' attempt to tear it. Thanks to the swordplay manual, AI Hui's had a much better understanding of the cultivation era than before. During the cultivation era, blood sects were never the mainstream sects. Instead, the mainstream sects were those that revolved around swordsmanship and weapon training. Now, though, along with all their magic-infused treasures, those prestigious and orthodox schools that had hundreds and thousands of years of history had all decayed and disappeared. However, an object from a small blood sect had been able to escape the fate of becoming decayed throughout the millennia. Life was indeed filled with variables. Just by hearing the name blood refinement, one could figure out that it was related to fresh blood. That mysterious strength should be related to fresh blood as well. The blood bandage had a faintly discernible bone-chilling smell. In the beginning, AI Hui was not accustomed to wearing the bandage as it would suddenly erupt with a killing intent. AI Hui's pores would abruptly constrict, and it would feel like the bandages had become two bands of ice. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the killing intent did not erupt frequently and that each episode was short-lived. What a strange object. To be related to blood. Should he perhaps try to drip a few drops of blood onto the bandage? That sudden inspiration filled AI Hui with energy. He had always been curious about the blood bandage. The blood bandage was a blood-refined object, and he did not have any clue as to what was blood refinement. As for those few drops of blood, it was not a matter of concern for AI Hui. He was not a pampered and spoilt rich brat, and injuries were a common occurrence back in the wilderness. Unable to contain his curiosity, which had firmly rooted in his heart like a weed, he did not hesitate and immediately bit his finger. He dripped a few drops of blood on the two pieces of the blood bandage. The fresh blood dripped onto the blood bandage. The drops resembled water droplets on a lotus leaf, round and dark red. The next moment, the blood droplets were absorbed into the blood bandage, as if it were yellow sand. Only a few abnormally bright bloodstains were left on the bandage. The next scene, however, led AI Hui to widen his eyes in shock. The blood bandage suddenly came to life. The part that was torn by Mistress had loose threads, which started to wriggle and grow. In just a few moments, the edge of the blood bandage lost all signs of being torn. The two pieces showed no evidence of damage and were perfectly intact. AI Hui was dumbfounded. This blood refinement was indeed unconventional. Previously, the blood bandage had looked rather dull and low, but now, it looked as good as new and had become brighter and whiter. The earlier dried blood stains had become more faint, except the stain due to his blood that was still unusually bright red. The texture of the bandage had also become soft, unlike the hard and heavy texture of before. AI Hui examined it over and over again, but he was unable to come up with any plausible reasons, except the confirmation that his fresh blood was pivotal to such a change. You indeed live up to your name, AI Hui muttered. Yet, he did not plan to continue wasting his own blood. An average person would have some fear when faced with the strange situations of the blood bandage. AI Hui, however, did not experience any fear. He had seen many situations which were similar to hell. How could he be frightened by a few drops of blood? He finished his bath and came out of the hot spring. After wiping his body dry, he prepared to bind the blood bandage to himself. When it came into contact with his body, the bandage came to life. Like an agile snake, it wound nimbly around AI Hui's body, and in a flash, it was bound properly and was similar to how AI Hui usually did it. The fit was just right. It did not have the usual bone-chilling feel, but instead, it was warm and soft, extremely comfortable. AI Hui widened his eyes. Was this the same blood bandage? This is kind of awesome. He could never have believed his unexpected action to bring about such a pretty good result. He felt that he was quite lucky. It was a complicated process to bind the blood bandage, and it usually took AI Hui quite a long time. Now that the bandage could bind by itself, it saved him a lot of hassle. After wearing his clothes, he randomly plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it. Walking into the training hall, he saw Lu Lan sitting in the courtyard. He noticed that Lu Lan did not seem to be in a good mood. AI Hui was puzzled. If sand puppets had personalities, then Lu Lan was definitely an optimistic and happy-go-lucky sand puppet. Lu Lan, what happened? AI Hui sat next to Lu Lan. AI Hui, Master Shao left, Lu Lan said, his head downcast. AI Hui paused. Master Shao left? Did he go on a journey or did he meet with some mishaps? AI Hui had always been mystified by his neighbor. It was said that one could see an Earth Elementalist's character through his sand puppet. However, he could not think of any kind of Earth Elementalist who would create a sand puppet like Lu Lan. AI Hui had encountered many sand puppets. All those sand puppets had shocking war capabilities, but compared to Lu Lan, they were many times more foolish. He left on a journey, Lu Lan said softly. He said he has almost reached the end of his life and he wanted to complete something that he has always regretted. Ai Hui, what kind of matters could make Master Shao feel regretful his whole life? Ai Hui exhaled in relief. It was fine as long as he hadn't met with any mishaps. He thought for a while. It could be anything, relationships, diplomatic matters, there are important events for each and every one of us. But if that's the case, then why didn't he do it then? Lu Lan said with a face of confusion. Ai Hui was struck dumb. He did not know how to answer such a profound question. He thought quickly and spread out his arms. For example, he had no money. No money? Lu Lan tilted his head and pondered. Yes, Master Shao always used his money on Lu Lan. Ai Hui let out a breath. Now that Lu Lan has grown up and Master Shao does not need to watch over Lu Lan, he can complete his unfulfilled desires. Ai Hui felt as if he was an old creep that was going to kidnap a child. But why didn't Master Shao bring Lu Lan along? Lu Lan could help Master Shao. Lu Lan looked at Ai Hui with wide eyes. Ai Hui racked his brain. A lot of things should be solved by oneself. Look at my master and mistress, can I help in their relationship? I definitely can't. If master wants to have a date with mistress, would he bring me along? Definitely not. Master Shao has gone to find Mistress Shao? Realization dawned upon Lu Lan. I see. It must be. Ai Hui wondered how many of his brain cells had died. He was starting to believe his own lies. His voice expressed heartfelt emotion as he said, although Master Shao is of a certain age, he still has the right to chase after his happiness. To be able to figure this out at such an old age is not easy. We must give him our blessings. Lu Lan nodded. Lu Lan also wanted to wish Master Shao. Bang! Lu Lan transformed into 5 words. All the best, Master Shao. Ai Hui let out a loud laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, The Discussion Between the Old and the Young. Chapter 96, The Discussion Between the Old and the Young. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. He didn't know if it was because he had been hanging out with Lu Lan for an extended period of time, but Ai Hui felt that he had become a much more cheerful person. All right. Perhaps these were his true colors? Ai Hui pondered over it. At the swordsman school, he was mostly alone and did not have any playmates of the same age. He had usually read through the sword manuals in silence alone. When he was in the wilderness, everyone was always filled with tension as they lived on the edge, and as a result, he did not have any playmates in the wilderness as well. However, there was Fatty, but he wasn't really reliable. Luckily, Lu Lan was a good person. No, good sand. Wait, that didn't sound right either. Lu Lan had already transformed back. Ai Hui, Master Shao said for Lu Lan to follow you in the future. Can I? Of course. We are the best partners. Ai Hui said without hesitation. He was over the moon, he had made it. He laughed till his eyes couldn't be seen, and he exclaimed in high spirits, let's go around the world with our swords and make money. I will dominate the elemental era and Lu Lan, you'll reign the kitchen. Lu Lan simmering soup, Lu Lan cleaning the training hall, Lu Lan, the multi-purpose helper. As long as you could think of it, Lu Lan was able to do it. Lu Lan also became elated, and with a bang, he transformed into countless instances of the word money, in numerous different sizes. These words danced around Ai Hui like a school of fishes. After going wild with Lu Lan, Ai Hui had to leave for his training. He didn't know if it was because of his good mood, although he could only extract bits and pieces. Ai Hui was no longer so anxious now. He was in a more stable state. It was important to have a peaceful mind while extracting the Twilight Silk. That was why Ai Hui managed to surpass 1 meter in one fell swoop. His life had also started to become more substantial. He did not spend all his time extracting the Twilight Silk. He realized that extracting the Twilight Silk needed a high amount of concentration, and if he was tired, it would reduce the effectiveness of his training. And on the other hand, resting could actually be beneficial for his training. He started to adjust his lifestyle. He still attended lessons and would find the old man to discuss about elemental energy afterward. After teaching for decades, the old man had profound theories and knowledge. His discussions with the old man were all eye-openers for Ai Hui. He did not know that Wang Shouxuan was even more amazed by his own disciple. He had wanted to give a reminder to Ai Hui when he saw him train day and night, but he really couldn't believe that Ai Hui himself had quickly realized that something was wrong and had adjusted his habits on his own accord. Wang Shouxuan wondered if his disciple had lied about his age. He was so seasoned and mature till the point that it could be called formidable. He had seen many different talents in the induction ground. While AI Huey's aptitude was nothing worth speaking of, his temperament and determination could definitely place him in one of the top 3. What a formidable chap! However, AI Huey's capability was never written on his face. Underneath his common appearance, there lay an enigmatic ocean. At the start, Wang Shouxuan had explained and imparted knowledge of elemental energy to AI Hui, but as time went by, he was shocked to realize that it had started to become more like a discussion between them. His disciple had an unusually sharp intuition towards strength. What was even more unfathomable was that AI Hui had a profound understanding of ancient swordsmanship. AI Hui often used swordsmanship as a source of reference and research, often coming up with theories and conjectures that repeatedly shocked Wang Shouxuan. AI Hui was like an insatiable sponge, desperately trying to absorb all sort of knowledge. He was a different person while he was training. He could be calmly engaged in some form of training, but once he thought of an idea, he would not hesitate to try it out. Wang Shouxuan was not used to this. He was a cautious and conservative man, or else he wouldn't have stayed in the induction ground for so long. In that aspect, AI Hui displayed his courageous spirit and was abnormally brave. Wang Shouxuan always had an illusion. He felt that his own disciple would not hesitate to gamble his life if there was a need to. The risks he had taken at the suspending golden pagoda had already illustrated this point. Wang Shouxuan hoped that AI Hui could be more cautious. On the contrary, Han Yuqin was more than appreciative of AI Hui's personality. She felt that this displayed his masculinity, and she would take every chance to mock Wang Shouxuan whenever AI Hui showed any signs of such. That woman could really hold a grudge. Wang Shouxuan was somewhat helpless, but 2 sentences from that woman really moved him. Don't tell me you want your disciple to be like you? To stay in the induction ground for a few decades. That particular sentence led him to become distracted for a long period of time. AI Hui did not know about all this. He was totally immersed in the sea of knowledge. His greatest gain was from his daily discussions with his teacher. Compared to the average classes, such mutual discussions were much more profound. Through these intense discussions, AI Hui's understanding towards training and elemental energy increased day by day. His next gain was that he discovered that there were many things in the sword manual that were of use. Compared to the system of 5 residences and 8 palaces, the system for swordsmanship was many times more tremendous and vast. Few people would pore through so many swordplay manuals and spend so much time browsing through a system that was not of use. Furthermore, it was such a vast, complicated system to comprehend. Nowadays, that was why those who were obsessed with swordsmanship held no interest in training their elemental energy. After recognizing such a vast and rigorous training system, AI Hui realized that he now had an entirely different understanding of the 5 palaces and 8 residences upon revisiting it. What made him happier was that he realized that some concepts pertaining to swordsmanship may even be applicable elsewhere. For example, the Twilight Silk required the concentration of elemental energy. However, from another point of view, wasn't this just using elemental energy as a thrust from a sword? It was just that this sword had to be extremely stable and slow. A slow sword? Within the vast and tremendous amount of swordplay manuals that all held various odd things, AI Hui managed to find a similar manual. Perhaps he could use this technique or school of thought as a reference? AI Hui's eyes sparkled. Wang Shouxuan also approved of such a theory. The present atmosphere was highly practical for discussion since few students were interested in the principles of training of elemental energy. During lessons, teachers would make a half-hearted attempt to explain about elemental energy training, and they would instead emphasize more about describing the moves and potential problems that would occur during elemental energy training. The old and the young were immersed in the discussion of the theory. Initially, Old Man Wang had the intention to teach, but pretty soon he was immersed in the discussion and couldn't extricate himself. AI Hui was very familiar with the swordplay system, and he had many interesting questions pertaining to swordplay. The old man was very much inspired, and his gains were plentiful. For example, AI Hui had asked that if both swordplay and spirit energy had a separation between the yin and the yang, then why didn't elemental energy have such a differentiation? This question had stumped the old man. He pondered over it for a few days and finally gained a few vague ideas. He wanted to discuss it with AI Hui and widen his train of thoughts. However, much to his surprise, a few days had passed, and AI Hui did not show up. The old man felt uneasy. Where did this youngster go? He could not stop himself from running straight to the embroidery workshop. Upon rushing into the workshop, he was prepared to shout his head off when he suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eyes. His woman and Mingxiu were standing outside the workshop's window in rapt attention. The old man forcefully refrained himself from yelling, tiptoed to the side of the old woman, and looked through the window. His eyes widened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Embroidery Genius. Chapter 97, Embroidery Genius. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. The workshop was filled with rising mist. AI Hui, who was wrapped with the blood bandage, was fully focused. His actions were extremely slow to the point that it was unable to detect his movements with the naked eye. However, his body had seamless coordination, as if he was a statue of a mummy that exuded strength and beauty. The silk was as fine as hair. It was wrapped around the tip of his finger while the other end was immersed in the hot boiler. Behind AI Hui was a chunk of completed silk. However, the mist kept rising, and the old man couldn't discern it clearly. But judging from the number of bundles, it was definitely of considerable length. What the old man's eye could see was that its length was already more than 3 meters. The old man swallowed hard. With a heart filled with anticipation, he lowered his voice and asked, "How long is it?" "No idea." Han Yuqin did not spare him a glance. Her gaze was filled with passion as her gaze never left AI Hui. Embroidery genius. If anyone were to tell her now that AI Hui was not an embroidery genius, she would use the word master and bash that person's face till it was filled with blood without a second thought. Even if it were the old man who dared to argue, she would still bash his face. How difficult was it to create twilight silk? Even Han Yuqin did not wish to torment herself with this problem. It was a time-consuming, arduous, and thankless task. AI Hui the novice, who had just opened his natal residence, could actually extract such a long strand of silk. If this wasn't considered a genius, then what was? Both comprehending the twin weaving technique and extracting twilight silk were not things a newcomer who had just opened his natal residence could achieve. Han Yuqin's primary motive for AI Hui to try his hand in peeling the silk cocoons was to use it as a form of training. From the start, she did not think that AI Hui would be able to extract twilight silk that was of value. However, AI Hui had done it. She did not know how AI Hui had managed to do it, just like how she didn't know how he had managed to comprehend the twin weaving technique. She spared the old man a glance. Alright, while the old man was so in other aspects, his taste in choosing a disciple was good. She should think of ways to pry AI Hui over from the old man's hand. This wasn't the time to talk about the relationship between a husband and wife, they could not waste the young chap's talent. The old man was still relatively easy to appease, she just needed to weep and act coquettishly. With that, she presumed that the old man would find it hard to escape from her clutches. AI Hui, however, would be more difficult. What a headache. Poof. It was all the old man's fault. He had taken a disciple, but he was such a difficult chap. This pair of old and young had no good points to them. The old man did not notice that his partner was looking at him weirdly. He suddenly thought of AI Hui's disappearance over the past few days and reacted with a face of shock. He was here for the past few days? If not here, then where else would he be? Do you look down on my workshop so much? The old lady narrowed her eyes, she was ready to counterattack. The old man had abundant experience in such debates, and he immediately praised the old woman. How could I? Your workshop must be a gem of feng shui, or else how could this chap have such fast improvements? The credit must go to you. The old woman saw that the old man was not caught in her trap and said unwillingly, I saw that Xiao Hui was rather interested in embroidery. Otherwise, he would not stay as well. The old man gave a silent cheer and continued with a poised expression, everything is dependent on his interests. Embroidery is a respectable profession, and the money flow is very large. Back then, I was supportive of your profession as well, Aunt. The old man said these sentences smoothly, an old woman could only glare at him. Wang Shaochuan was secretly pleased. Over this period, he had had many in-depth discussions with AI Hui over training. He had already made out that AI Hui belonged to actual combat. AI Hui's interest towards those theories was not because he liked the theories of elemental energy, it was because understanding these principles would benefit his training. Once he understood the principle, AI Hui's next move was always to think of how to use those special traits in battle. This chap was simply too shocking. Wang Shaochuan had finally become clear of something, and that was that AI Hui's learning about elemental energy and training revolved around a common theme, how to achieve success in battle. To tell the truth, the idealistic Wang Shaochuan did not really like the fact that his disciple had such a purpose to learning, but he could only sigh when he thought of what AI Hui had been through. As such, he was confident that AI Hui would not make embroidery his own profession. AI Hui would learn embroidery for the sake of earning money and to enrich himself. AI Hui would also learn embroidery to create outstanding equipment, but he would definitely not be like his own partner and view embroidery as his own life. Wang Shaochuan was extremely clear on this point. As such, he was not concerned over his partner's thoughts. Suddenly, Wang Xiaochuan noticed AI Hui's position and became surprised. Was he always in this position? AI Hui's position was very unique. His left leg was in front while his right leg was at the back, forming a ball-like stance. His left hand was clenched around his waist, and his right arm was stretched straight, while his forefinger and middle finger were pinched together like a sword. Wang Xiaochuan was a knowledgeable teacher. At one glance, he could see that AI Hui was using his hand as an invisible sword. Using the hand as an invisible sword was a common technique used by ancient swordsmen. However, there was no swordsman now, and thus, it was seldom seen. While elementalists would also use swords and some form of swordplay, it was completely different to that of ancient swordsmen. Nope, he hasn't moved. Only then did Han Yuqin realize that AI Hui was in a unique posture, and she couldn't help but ask, is there any reasoning behind this posture? The 5 residences and 8 palaces did not have a history of thousands of years, and the existence of embroidery was even shorter. As for extracting silk, it was even more unknown, and there weren't any mature and established techniques. Everyone practiced a myriad of techniques. But Han Yuqin knew her man well. The old man had definitely observed something, and she had the utmost faith in his scholarly knowledge. It was because of this essential point that led to her falling into his clutches when they were young. She really was young and naive then. Invisible sword. The old man explained, sword training in the past made use of this invisible sword technique when they are expediting their spiritual sword. Han Yuqin paused for a moment. She would not have thought that it was actually an ancient and unfamiliar technique like the invisible sword. Could the invisible sword technique still be used now? It would be useless to others, but it might not be totally useless to this chap. The old man's tone was laced with smugness. Mingxiu, who was at the side, suddenly said, Master and Uncle Master, Junior has finished. The two of them hurriedly looked over. Indeed, AI Hui, who was in the workshop, had stood up and was rotating his shoulder. The 3 of them rushed in. The door to the workshop was suddenly slammed open and AI Hui, who was exercising his limbs, jumped in shock. But he soon recognized the intruders and quickly greeted, Teacher, Mistress, Senior Mingxiu. After maintaining the same posture for a few days, AI Hui was experiencing an indescribable ache. The profit from the twilight silk was indeed hard-earned. He wondered the extent of aches for those who had to extract the silk continuously for over 10 days. With an appreciative expression, the old man said, Not bad, your improvement is drastic. Han Yuqin picked up the twilight silk and gently shook it. Her gaze was accurate as she immediately concluded, about 10 meters. AI Hui's spirit suddenly rose. He clearly remembered that a 10-meter-long strand of twilight silk was worth 200,000 yuan. There was a flicker of astonishment in Mingxiu's gaze, this isn't quite right. Junior managed to extract 10 meters of twilight silk in just 3 days and 3 nights. Han Yuqin caught the reminder and reacted. To extract 10 meters in 3 days and 3 nights suggested that he would have extracted slightly more than 3 meters worth of twilight silk daily. Han Yuqin had conducted her business with a few elementalists who extracted twilight silk, and their fastest speed was only 2 meters in one whole day. If AI Hui's statistics were indeed accurate, it implied that there was a 50% increase in efficiency. For any business, it would be considered a remarkable feat. Embroidery genius. It was as if those 2 words floated in front of Han Yuqin, dazzling and shining in gold. Her gaze towards AI Hui suddenly became very passionate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Bold and Imaginative. Chapter 98, Bold and Imaginative. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. AI Hui's body was still filled with aches. The last time he was in such a sorry state was when he had been in the wilderness. At that time, the troops were under attack, and he had gotten separated. However, based on his capability at that time, being alone in the wilderness was only a road to disaster. His only option was to wait at the exact same spot, as that was also where the troop would get their replenishments. In order to reunite with the troops, he had covered himself in mud and had lain in the sludge without moving. Well, at that time, too, it had been 3 days and 3 nights. In the depths of the night after 3 long days, his body was drenched in perspiration. AI Hui silently wiped his beads of perspiration, and soon, his aches also started to quickly subside. A trace of joy flickered in his eyes, reflecting a confirmation of some ideas in his mind. Disciple, you used the invisible sword technique, right? The old man was evidently very curious. How did you think of using that? What was the reasoning? Han Yuqin and Mingxiu's gaze turned towards him as they were filled with curiosity too. Yes, teacher, that was the invisible sword technique. AI Hui was already used to the old man's questions, which were usually asked in rapid succession. The old man has displayed this trait more than once throughout those previous days of discussions. AI Hui organized his flow of thoughts before beginning to elaborate. During the discussion with teacher a few days ago, disciple suddenly thought of the fact that the twilight silk needed the full concentration of the elemental energy. This process is very similar to the thrusting of a sword. It's just that this sword would be the elemental energy and it would be thrusted out at a slow and uniform speed. The old man muttered to himself, seems reasonable. AI Hui continued, disciple thought whether there were any slow swords during sword training in the past? And how did they control the speed of the sword? Disciple recalled looking through the swordplay manuals and discovering the existence of the slow sword. Slow sword? What use does it have if the sword is slow? Han Yuqin blurted with a face of confusion. At present, movements and attacks were all about speed, and this was understandable, as one would not be easily defeated if they were fast. Moves or traditions that pursued slow speeds had never been heard of. To say it precisely, the so-called slow sword is not seeking to be slow, but instead, it is to not be fast. If you want to hasten the process, you would not be able to achieve it. The ancient swordsman pursued to do it steadily and achieve a better result. AI Hui was like another person when he started to talk about the topic of swordsmanship. He continued composedly and smoothly, so, the supposed slow is relative but not absolute. For example, during a storm, their sword moves would be the wind. The wind would gather unceasingly, which resulted in the storm. No matter how fast the speed of the wind was, its power would not be comparable to a storm. Is it that the faster the wind, the better it is to form a storm? It is not the case. In order to create a storm, you need a particular type of wind, and it is not that the faster the speed, the better it is. The advantage of discussing with teacher was that AI Hui was getting better at explaining his complicated viewpoints in simpler terms. Mingxiu's eyes flashed. I understand now. The slow sword that Junior is talking about is very similar to extracting the twilight silk. While slow elemental energy is needed to extract the twilight silk, in reality, it is not about being as slow as possible but instead the uniformity. The emphasis on being slow for extracting silk was to actually control the even distribution of the elemental energy in a better manner. How did Junior solve the problem of uniform velocity? Wang Shouchuan and Han Yuqin also nodded. Senior is so clever. AI Hui praised Mingxiu. Presently, AI Hui seemed to be emitting a dazzling glow which was blinding to the eyes. His usual reserved gaze was now as bright as the stars at night. I referenced many similar swordplay manuals and discovered an unusual phenomenon. Almost all of the styles that were similar to the slow sword made use of a spiral. The styles were enlightened by how storms and whirlpools worked. After that, I discovered that when elemental energy was employed in the form of a spiral, it did not increase the speed, but instead, it caused it to lose a part of its initial speed. However, its stability increased, and the elemental energy became more concentrated and did not disperse. Everyone in the embroidery workshop was shocked into silence. After a moment, AI Hui started to feel slightly uncomfortable, and he broke the silence by asking, did I say something wrong? Han Yuqin suddenly asked, you thought of all of this by yourself? Yes. AI Hui felt somewhat embarrassed. Disciple was just guessing. Han Yuqin ignored him and immediately turned to the old man and shouted, he is an embroidery genius. We should not neglect his talent. The old man corrected, he is a genius in training. Wang Shouchuan had always felt that it was a pity that his disciple had a slower start. However, now, he was glad that he had started late. If AI Hui had been exposed to training and had become familiar with the 5 residences and 8 palaces when he was young, would he still have such unorthodox, bold, and imaginative ideas? AI Hui's diligence and determination had given him a formidable body, while his ideas that were not confined to restrictions gave him an additional pair of wings. Wang Shouchuan did not know the extent of AI Hui's future success. It was as if he saw a towering and formidable figure enveloping the sky of the future. Exactly, embroidery can be used in training and also in combat, exclaimed the old lady. Embroidery Grandmaster, do you think you have enough fighting capabilities? Wang Shouchuan. What do you mean? Do you want to fight? I will let you make a move first. You are too boring. Look at our juniors, they are watching us make fools of ourselves. You can bash me up after my discussion with AI Hui. I still have a few doubts to clarify. Looking at the couple, who were both flushed with anger, AI Hui was flabbergasted. He asked uncertainly, I have a question. The two of them immediately stopped and turned to face AI Hui. AI Hui waved the twilight silk in his arms and asked weakly, can this be sold for money? The couple spoke in unison. Money? AI Hui eyes widened. Don't tell me you were lying when you said this can be sold for 200,000 yuan? The two of them suddenly stopped quarreling. In the end, AI Hui managed to get 100,000 yuan as his wages. After all, the venue and the materials used had belonged to the embroidery workshop. AI Hui was more than happy to be able to earn 100,000 yuan in just 3 days and 3 nights. Although it was hard-earned money, it was still not a small amount. And he was confident that he would be able to extract an even longer strand of silk the next time. Most importantly, he had finally obtained a steady source of income. He had turned to his mistress and asked if extracting silk was a form of craftsmanship. Mistress's expression had not been very pleasant, and she had reluctantly nodded her head. Mistress had even warned him that in the embroidery workshop, extracting silk was only considered a minor task and it was not something grand. As long as it made money, AI Hui did not care if it was grand or not. Just wait till he could extract 50 meters worth of twilight silk. Poof. He would throw out 2 strands of silk and hire the little girl from the noodle shop. She could learn to cook noodles from the boss of the noodle shop, and then she would be able to serve him over 10 bowls of noodles a day. He would be able to get Lu Lan to simmer soup for him daily and also prepare lots of elemental energy food for him. His mouth started watering. AI Hui had the sudden urge to splurge. Should he get Lu Lan to boil a pot of soup today? With this thought, AI Hui started to increase his pace. At the mouth of the alley, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the silhouette of the figure near the mouth of the alley in surprise. Hey, wasn't that student Bangwan? What? Ha ha! There are escape routes in heaven, but you refuse to walk through them. There are no doors in hell, but here you are. AI Hui's expression turned cold and murderous. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, That Expression. Chapter 99, That Expression. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. Hai Ching was standing respectfully outside the grass hut. The fence was built with dried branches, and it carried an atmosphere that seemed to ward people away. The shadow cast when the sun shone upon the hut always captured Hai Ching's attention. The fence had been weaved personally by his master, who, at his cultivation level, had a profound understanding towards elemental energy. Each and every one of his movements contained deep significance. The obscure grass hut was built by his master from scratch. Hai Ching couldn't help but feel respectful every time he saw the grass hut. 40 years ago, he followed his master to a barren land in the wilderness after leaving the Avalon of 5 elements. His master had pointed at the barren ground, saying that it would be his new home and that he was going to build a grass hut at that very spot. That year, his master, who was still not considered a grandmaster, had picked up the first dried twig, threw out the first seed, and shoveled the first shovel of earth. For a solid 5 years, master had only done that. Sometimes, he would be lost in thought while sitting on the cliff like a statue, regardless of the weather. At times, he would wander far away to find a suitable dry twig. He would also use his hands as a shovel. His master then was slightly deranged and was as dirty as a beggar. Hai Ching would never forget the day the grass hut was completed. At that point, master had hung a piece of grass curtain at the grass hut's entrance. He had then suddenly turned around and told Hai Ching with a clear gaze, "Hai Ching, I am a grandmaster now." While Hai Ching was still caught off guard, the wood elemental energy had erupted like a volcano. Countless of sprouts had emerged from the barren, deserted hill. The glaring sun was also replaced by dark clouds and drizzle. Grass started to grow and rapidly fill up the initially bare and tan mountain peak. Amidst the drizzle, trees began to grow, and flowers started to bloom as if it were spring. A ray of sunlight penetrated through the dense clouds and enveloped the grass hut. Under the warm glow of the sunlight, the grass hut was not affected by the drizzle in the slightest. At that time, Hai Ching could not control his body and had kneeled down in respect. The initial barren mountain had become a formidable sea of green. The grass curtain was thin, and he could vaguely make out that master was trimming and watering the plants. His actions were smooth and leisurely, and watching him warmed Hai Ching's heart. Huang Hun came out of the grass hollow so quickly? A voice that was as warm as jade yet without any trace of liveliness came from the back of the grass curtain. Yes. Hai Ching was also surprised. When I had seen Huang Huan's injuries due to the metal wind, I thought he would need a period of time to recover. I didn't expect him to come out of the grass hollow so quickly. Hai Ching continued respectfully, "Throughout my entire life, his innate talent is one of the best, even better than Big Chen in Ningqiu. The only person who can defeat him is probably master. What is even rarer is that he has a competitive temperament. He is the most competitive amongst the 3 of them. Big Chen's character is too mild while Ningqiu is slightly playful." Dai Gang laughed lightly. Looks like the Duanmu family produced a mythical being, to be able to receive such high praise from our Hai Qing. Hai Qing replied courteously. Huang Han insisted on going back to the induction ground. Hai Qing will get someone to send him back. Dai Gang replied gently. Indeed, he should go back. At this age, the induction ground is the most suitable place for him. It could be a period of wonderful memories for him in the future as well. Yes. Hai Qing's tone remained respectful as he continued. The Duanmu family's belongings have arrived. Put it aside first. The stone is finally going to bloom. Dai Gang's voice was as warm as spring. Hai Qing couldn't help but expose a hint of pleasure on his face. Congratulations, master. In central Pine City, Duanmu Huanghan was standing hesitantly at the mouth of the alley, feeling extremely vexed. How did he manage to owe a favor to that scoundrel? Whenever he thought of it, he felt agitated to the point that he felt like killing someone. He even made a trip to Instructor Li Wei to clarify the situation. At that point, he was still puzzled over Instructor Li Wei's peculiar gaze towards him. However, after hearing the entire story, he had turned green. He was lying on AI Huey's back? And their clothes were shattered? He stared at Li Wei unwaveringly for a full 5 to 6 minutes, eventually giving him goosebumps. Duanmu Huanghan stood at the mouth of the alley, hesitating for a long period of time. His mind was a mess. His pride prevented him from pretending that nothing had happened. Hai Qing had even told him that the longer he stayed in the suspending golden pagoda, the harder it would have been to rescue him. Although it was not life-threatening, it would have brought about long-term harm to his body. He clearly remembered how he had run to the suspending golden pagoda. But damn it! Why was it the scoundrel who saved him? He could accept it if anyone from the induction ground had saved him, but not AI Hui. Damn it, dot. He had been looking for an opportunity to bash that fellow up, but how could he bear to do that now? That damned fellow. AI Hui must be very pleased now, thinking that he was a big joke. Isn't this student Bangwan? A familiar voice that was like a nightmare suddenly rang out from behind him. Duanmu Huanghan was like a cat whose tail had gotten stepped on, and he almost jumped out in shock. Duanmu Huanghan, who was still in a panic state, pretended to be calm as he turned around. Looking at that hateful face, he lifted his chin and asked haughtily, "Oh, it's you. Why are you looking for me?" Looking for you? AI Hui exaggeratedly looked around. Hearing you say this, I thought I walked into the wrong alley for a moment. But nope, student Bangwan is indeed unique. You are here at my house, but you're asking me why I'm looking for you? It was only then that Duanmu Huang reacted. His face was burning, and he couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide. How could he make such a basic mistake? AI Hui was not planning on letting him off. He finally managed to get hold of Duanmu Huanghan with much difficulty. How could he let him leave before tormenting him? Seems like student Bangwan did not forget that he's indebted to me. Okay, just say it. How are you planning to repay me? AI Hui did not waste any time and got straight to the point. We have to make things clear. The first is when I rescued you from the suspending golden pagoda. And the second would be the compensation for my injuries. Where did Duanmu Huanghan hear of such a compensation request before? That's right. It was this expression. He was even more disgusted now. You are indeed not a good person. Not a good person? How can you say this to your savior? AI Hui laughed coldly and displayed some impatience. Of course, that isn't important. I want something more practical, student Bangwan. Duanmu Huanghan had finally regained his composure, and he said gravely, I owe you a favor. No matter what and when, as long as you need me to fulfill it, I will do my best. Duanmu Huanghan gave an inward sigh of relief after making that serious promise. Although he felt that AI Hui was loathsome, he was indeed saved by AI Hui. His pride did not allow him to repay AI Hui half-heartedly. He would only have a clear conscience by making such a promise that was worth millions. His expression was proud but dignified. This was a promise to himself. Just like this? AI Hui stared at Duanmu Huanghan dumbly, as if he had seen a ghost. Duanmu Huanghan, who was initially calm, became flustered and somewhat guilty under the scrutiny of AI Hui's gaze. He unconsciously blurted out, then 2 favors? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, God damn it. Chapter 100, God damn it. Translator, JL Editor, Lise. Seriously, God damn it. AI Hui inwardly roared with anger, as if there were several wild beasts trampling about. He seldom had such a tenuous grasp over his self-control, but today, he truly wanted to use a brick and pound it into Duanmu Huanghuan's face. He controlled his urges, but only by forcibly restraining himself. He told himself that if Duanmu Huanghuan were to sustain injuries, he wouldn't be able to receive compensation. If he could have killed him, he would have already taken action. If he could not kill him, then there was no point in beating him up. Hence, he restrained himself. In the wilderness, telling someone, "Since you saved me, I owe you a favor," would result only in impending death. No one knew if you would live to see the next day. By saying "I owe you a favor," not only would nobody rescue you in the future, you could also be killed that very night. In such an environment, a favor was very much worthless. Trying to reap more than you sow? What an ingrate! AI Huey's impression of Duanmu Huanghuan was already set in stone. Without batting an eyelid, he continued, "Is a favor worth 50 million yuan? Of course." Duanmu Huanghuan said with pride shining on his face, "How could you compare my favor to a mere 50 million? Indeed, he had the background to prove his worth. As the future heir of the Duanmu family and his discipleship to Dai Gang, it was not excessive of him to say that his favor was worth more than 50 million yuan. AI Hui restrained himself from murdering the boy, but his patience was wearing thin. "Alright, I don't need anything else, just 2 favors. When combined, that totals 100 million yuan. Now Duanmu Huanghuan had been rendered speechless. How could he have calculated it like this? Didn't he realize the potential usefulness of his favors? Didn't he want to be a part of the 13 divisions in the future? 50 million yuan? Was this chap insulting him on purpose? How could his favor only be worth 50 million yuan? No matter how stupid he was, shouldn't he at least think before speaking? Duanmu Huanghuan regarded AI Hui with a look of despise, his gaze increasingly hateful. This chap was such a lowborn. It was already repulsive that AI Hui was vulgar enough to desire compensation for a good deed. An indescribable rage rose up from within Duanmu Huanghuan. He felt as though a precious item he had gifted to a recipient had just been thrown to the dogs without a second thought. And he actually had the gall to ask the dog if he would like to eat such a good item. Duanmu Huanghuan's face paled, his gaze practically shooting flames. But instead of cowering, AI Hui only laughed. "Let's stop with the brainless crap. Do you have 100 million yuan?" Looking at him, Duanmu Huanghuan's anger intensified. He almost blurted out a yes, but at the last moment, a thought occurred to him and his expression changed. Since young, he had lived a life of luxury, never lacking in money. His family invested heavily in his daily needs such as food, housing, and training. Whatever he needed, his family bought for him without a second thought. In terms of cash, however, he did not have much on hand, and neither would his family be willing to give him such a large amount like 100 million as allowance. Even if he wanted to, he was clueless on how to approach such a topic. Borrow from a friend? He shook his head inwardly. If he didn't have such a hefty allowance, then neither would his friends. Furthermore, he knew them well. Unlike him, who obsessed over training with no desire to chase after an extravagant lifestyle, they indulged in life's pleasures by overspending with no savings left over. He would rather rely on himself to come up with the 100 million yuan. Seeing the change in Duanmu Huanghuan's expression, AI Hui felt that this guy was despicable. He continued, "You don't have it, right? You're really good at blowing your own trumpet, but it's only empty talk. My judgment of you was correct. It's alright, I'll just take it as if I had rescued a dog." In AI Hui's mind, Duanmu Huanghuan had been labeled as a hypocrite and an ingrate. AI Hui could not be bothered with him and swagged off without a second thought. He was a person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. If he felt that Duanmu Huanghuan was not worth it, speaking more than a sentence to him was a waste of his time, and time was precious. Duanmu Huanghuan's expression alternated between green and red. He bit down on his lips viciously. Insulting, extremely insulting. Since young, he had never felt so insulted. Yet, he could not utter a single word of rebuttal. If the other party desired jewels or heirlooms, he would have been able to think of ways to procure them. But AI Hui wanted cash, his Achilles heel. What a humiliation! The humiliation was indescribable. His porcelain skin flushed red as if it was burning up. He clenched his fists until his bones crackled, and his gaze was shadowed. All right, he'd been too optimistic. How could a lowly chap like AI Hui be worthy of his favors? Wasn't it just 100 million yuan? Just you wait. To a useless person like you, he thought, earning money is a difficult thing. But pretty soon, you'll come to see that earning 100 million is an insignificant matter for a genius like me. Making up his mind, Duanmu Huanghuan swore to himself that he would earn more money in the next few days. He would earn 100 million yuan. No. 100 million yuan was still not enough to match his worth. 200 million. No, 500 million. He was going to bring 500 million in cash and throw it into the chap's face. His mind conjured up an image of Ai Hui, with a fawning face, kneeling like a dog next to a mountain of cash. Abruptly, a bewitching, red flush emerged on his face. He felt his body surge with energy. That's right. This was the feeling. Ha 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 ha. Duanmu Huanghan howled with laughter. As Ai Hui entered the training hall, he spotted Lu Lan. The dark clouds in his heart momentarily cleared. To hell with the hypocritical ingrate. He had Lu Lan, a good sand puppet. At that moment, a howl of maniacal laughter erupted from the direction of the alley entrance. Lu Lan tilted his head and listened. The yellow light flashed in his eyes, and after a moment, he said, Ai Hui, this person's laughter is not very healthy. It is resounding, empty, and lacking in vital energy. There seems to be an unhealthy internal heat attacking his heart as well. He might faint. And, the laughter seems familiar? Where could Lu Lan have heard it? Plop. Duanmu Huanghan, who stood at the mouth of the alley, stiffened before falling face down with a strange flush on his face. Ai Hui snorted and said, who cares about him? It's best that he fainted. Saves me the hassle of beating him up. Before completing his sentence, he could no longer see any trace of Lu Lan. Where did he go? Ai Hui looked around, then stared blankly when he saw Lu Lan standing at the entrance with Duanmu Huanghan slung over his back. Ai Hui, it is student Bangwan. Luckily, Lu Lan went down to take a look. Lu Lan happily said. Ai Hui was on the verge of saying, trash like Duanmu Huanghan should be fed to the dogs. But seeing the passionate Lu Lan, he could not bring himself to say such words. He internally sighed, thinking, my Lu Lan is good at everything, just that he's too helpful. Ai Hui did not wish to change this trait of Lu Lan's. In fact, he was delighted with this particular characteristic. To him, it differentiated Lu Lan from the other sand puppets who were relentless in executing their master's orders but indifferent towards matters unrelated to them. Lu Lan was different, filled with curiosity and a burning passion for this world. Lu Lan should remain as he was, yet Ai Hui's downcast eyes were as dark as the night sky. But why did it have to be this ingrate? Looking at the unconscious Duanmu Huanghan, Ai Hui felt resentful yet conflicted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.